My mother tried to rewrite my late father's will to favor my brother, so I made sure she could never touch a penny of his estate. I'm 29, recently married, and work as a junior attorney at a mid-sized law firm in the city. My brother Jake is 32 and has been bouncing between jobs for as long as I can remember. Our mother is 62, been widowed for 2 years now, and still lives in the house where Jake and I grew up. My father was an accountant who died suddenly of a heart attack when I was 27. Growing up, it was always obvious that Jake was the golden child. While he got new clothes for school, I wore hand-me-downs from cousins. When he wanted to play baseball, Mom and Dad bought him all the gear and signed him up for the expensive league. When I wanted to try soccer, I was told we couldn't afford it, and maybe I could find a cheaper hobby. Jake got his college tuition paid in full while I worked 2 jobs and took out loans. The excuse was always the same. Jake needed more support because he was going to carry on the family name, and I would eventually get married and become someone else's responsibility. The only person who ever treated us equally was Dad. He never said much about the favoritism, but he'd slip me $20 when Mom wasn't looking, or take me out for ice cream, just the 2 of us. When I graduated law school, he was the one who drove 4 hours to be there, while Mom stayed home because Jake had a cold. Dad was quiet but fair, and he always made sure I knew he was proud of me, even if he didn't say it out loud very often. When Dad died, the will reading was straightforward. He'd left everything split 50-50 between Jake and me. It wasn't a fortune. The house, his retirement accounts, some life insurance money. But it was enough to matter. Mom seemed fine with it at the time, probably because she was still in shock from losing him. Jake didn't say much either, just nodded along. I remember thinking Dad had done right by both of us, making sure we were both taken care of equally. For 2 years after the funeral, everything seemed normal. Well, as normal as it could be with Mom grieving and Jake still struggling to hold down steady work. I'd visit Mom every couple of weeks, help her with paperwork and household stuff she wasn't, and started stammering about how it was probably nothing important. But I could tell she was lying. Mom's never been good at hiding things, and she was practically sweating just from me holding the card. I pressed her on it, and that's when everything came out. She broke down crying and admitted she'd hired Peterson and Associates 6 months earlier to look into challenging Dad's will. She said Dad didn't understand that Jake needed the money more because he was the son, and that it wasn't fair for me to get half when I had a husband and a career. She kept saying Dad was too soft-hearted and didn't think about family traditions when he wrote the will. I was stunned. Not just that she wanted to change the will, but that she'd been planning this behind my back for months. I asked if Jake knew about it, and she got defensive, saying of course she'd talk to him about it. He was going to be affected too. That's when I realized this wasn't just Mom's idea. Jake was in on it. I drove straight to Jake's apartment that night. When I confronted him, he didn't even try to deny it. He said Mom had called him worried about money and how unfair Dad's will was, and he agreed that it made sense for him to get more. He actually told me I was lucky to be getting anything at all, considering I had a husband to take care of me and a good job. He said I was being greedy for wanting half when he was the one who'd be carrying on Dad's legacy. The next few weeks were a nightmare. Every time I tried to talk to Mom about it, she'd start crying and saying I didn't understand family loyalty. She claimed Dad had told her verbally that he wanted Jake to have more, but just never got around to changing the will before he died. When I pointed out that Dad was an accountant who was meticulous about paperwork and would never leave something that important undone, she accused me of calling her a liar. Jake started avoiding my calls completely. When I finally caught him at Mom's house one Sunday, he said I was making everything harder for everyone, and that I should just let Mom do what she thought was right. He said Dad would have wanted us to work it out as a family, not fight over money like strangers. The worst part was how other family members started getting involved. Mom had been talking to my aunts and uncles, telling them I was being difficult about my own interests. My husband was supportive, but I could see the stress was affecting our new marriage. He kept asking why I didn't just let them have the money if it was causing this much drama. I started questioning everything. Maybe I was being selfish. Maybe it would be easier to just walk away from the whole mess and let Jake have what Mom thought he deserved. The money would be nice, but it wasn't like I needed it to survive. I had my job, and my husband had a good income too. Was it worth destroying my relationship with my family over money Dad left behind? But every time I thought about giving in, I'd remember Dad and how carefully he'd planned everything. He wasn't the type to leave important decisions to chance or miscommunication. If he'd wanted Jake to have more, he would have written it that way. Dad had treated us equally in life, and this was his final way of making sure that continued after he was gone. The breaking point came when I found out from Mom's neighbor that she'd had Jake over to look through Dad's papers, and they'd spent an entire afternoon going through his desk and filing cabinets. When I asked Mom about it, she said they were just looking for some old family photos. But I knew better. They were looking for anything they could use to support their story that Dad wanted the will changed. That's when I realized they weren't going to stop. This wasn't just about Mom being emotional or Jake being irresponsible with money. They were actively working together to undermine Dad's final wishes, and they were willing to lie and manipulate to do it. They'd already hired a lawyer. They'd been building their case for months, and they were trying to turn the whole family against me. I made the decision that night to fight back. I called my colleague mentor at work, a senior partner who'd been practicing estate law for 20 years. I told him everything, and he said I needed to document every conversation, every attempt they made to change the will, and every lie they told about Dad's supposed verbal promises. He also said I should look into Peterson and Associates to see what kind of operation they were running. It turned out Peterson and Associates were barely legitimate. They specialized in what my mentor called estate fishing, taking on cases where families wanted to challenge wills without much legal basis, hoping to pressure the said anything about changing the will. I got copies of the paperwork she'd signed with Peterson and Associates. I documented Jake's statements about deserving more money because he was the son. Most importantly, I got character witnesses from Dad's friends and colleagues who could testify that he was sharp and competent right up until he died, and that he'd specifically mentioned wanting to treat both his children fairly. The whole process took about 6 weeks. During that time, Mom and Jake kept pressuring me to just go along with their plan. Jake even showed up at my apartment one evening, saying Mom was making herself sick with worry, and it was my fault for being stubborn. He said all I had to do was sign some papers agreeing to a different split, and everything would go back to normal in the family. But I knew it would never go back to normal. Even if I gave them what they wanted, I'd always know they were willing to betray Dad's wishes and lie to get what they thought they deserved. And they'd always see me as someone who could be manipulated if they just applied enough pressure and guilt. The legal battle started when I filed a petition to have Mom removed as executor of Dad's estate. My mentor helped me draft the paperwork, and we laid out everything. The secret meetings with Peterson and Associates, the attempts to manipulate the will, and Mom's admission that she was trying to override Dad's clearly stated wishes. Mom completely lost it when she got served with the court papers. She called me screaming, saying I was destroying the family and that Dad would be ashamed of me. She kept insisting that Dad had promised Jake more money in private conversations. But when I asked her to provide any evidence of these conversations, she couldn't give me specifics. Just vague statements about how Dad worried about Jake's future and wanted to make sure he was taken care of. Jake's reaction was different, but just as intense. He showed up at my office the next day, furious and embarrassed that his co-workers might find out about the family drama. He said I was making everyone look bad by dragging our personal business through the courts. He actually had the nerve to say I was dishonoring Dad's memory by fighting with family instead of working things out privately. What really got to me was how he kept playing the victim. He said he never asked for any of this, that Mom was the one who started. Claim he was showing signs of confusion or memory problems. There were emails where they discussed having Jake testify that Dad had expressed regrets about the will, but died before he could change it. The most disgusting part was a memo where one of their lawyers suggested they could argue that I had somehow influenced Dad to write the will the way he did, taking advantage of my legal training to manipulate him. They were planning to paint me as the manipulative one who had turned Dad against his own son. It was completely backwards, but it showed how far they were willing to go to win the case. My extended family started taking sides once word got out about the court battle. My Aunt Carol stopped speaking to me entirely, saying I was tearing the family apart over greed. My Uncle Mike, Dad's brother, actually called to tell me he supported what I was doing because he knew Dad would never have wanted his will challenged. But most of the relatives just wanted everyone to drop it and go back to normal, which meant pressuring me to give in, since I was the one who'd filed the lawsuit. The hardest part was the toll it took on my marriage. My husband was supportive, but I could see him getting frustrated with how much time and emotional energy the case was consuming. I was working with lawyers during the day, and then coming home to strategize about the case every evening. I wasn't sleeping well, and I was constantly stressed about what new drama Mom and Jake would create next. There were nights when I seriously considered just dropping everything. The money wasn't worth destroying my relationships with half my family, and it definitely wasn't worth the strain on my marriage. I kept thinking about what my life would look like if I just walked away. No more court dates, no more hostile family gatherings, no more sleepless nights worrying about legal strategy. But then I'd remember Dad's funeral, and how Mom had seemed perfectly fine with the will at the time. She'd even thanked me for helping handle the paperwork, and said Dad would be proud of how responsibly I was managing everything. The fact that she'd waited until the grief wore off and then decided she didn't like Dad's decisions anymore felt like a betrayal of everything he'd worked for. The case took 4 months to work its way through the court system. During that time, Mom and Jake's behavior got increasingly desperate. They started how it was affecting her health and how Dad would want us to stick together. But then he'd get angry if I didn't immediately agree with him, and he'd start saying things about how I'd always thought I was better than him because I went to law school. The breaking point came when I found out they'd been going through Dad's personal belongings, looking for anything they could use as evidence. Mom's neighbor told me she'd seen Jake loading boxes from Dad's office into his car, and when I confronted Mom about it, she claimed they were just cleaning out old paperwork. But I knew Dad kept meticulous records, and there might have been important documents in those boxes. I demanded that Jake return everything he'd taken, and that's when he finally showed his true colors. He said he didn't have to give me anything, that Mom had every right to decide what happened to Dad's belongings, and that I was acting like some kind of inheritance vulture circling around Dad's estate. He said if I wanted the boxes back, I could add it to my lawsuit and let the lawyers figure it out. That conversation made me realize this was never going to be resolved through family discussion or compromise. Jake and Mom had decided I was the enemy, and they were willing to destroy Dad's memory and our family relationships to get what they wanted. They weren't interested in honoring Dad's wishes or finding a fair solution. They just wanted to win. My lawyer started pushing for an expedited hearing because of the missing documents. We argued that Mom and Jake were actively trying to tamper with evidence, and the judge agreed to move our case up on the calendar. This made Mom panic because she realized the court was taking my side seriously, and Peterson and Associates hadn't prepared her for the possibility that they might actually lose. 2 weeks before the hearing, Peterson and Associates tried to negotiate a settlement. They offered to drop their challenge to the will if I agreed to pay their legal fees and give Jake an extra $10,000 from my share. My lawyer said this was basically an admission that they knew they were going to lose, and that they were trying to get something out of the case before it collapsed completely. I refused the settlement. At that point, it wasn't about the money anymore. It was about the principle. Dad had made his wishes clear, and no one had the right to override them just because they didn't like the results. If I gave all of this before, and I knew she wasn't going to change her mind about deserving to override Dad's will. She still believed Jake deserved more money because he was the son, and she still thought Dad had made a mistake by treating us equally. The only thing that had changed was that she was finally facing consequences for trying to manipulate the inheritance. I told her I'd see her in court the next morning, and I hung up the phone. The court hearing was scheduled for 9 a.m. on a Thursday morning. I got there early with my lawyer, and we sat in the hallway going over our evidence one more time. Mom showed up about 10 minutes before the hearing with Jake and one of the Peterson and Associates lawyers. She looked terrible, like she hadn't slept in weeks, and she wouldn't make eye contact with me. Jake kept glaring at me from across the hallway, shaking his head like I was the biggest disappointment in the world. The judge was a woman in her 60s who'd been handling estate cases for over 20 years. She listened to Peterson and Associates present their argument first, which was basically that Dad had verbally expressed different wishes than what was written in his will, and that Mom, as the surviving spouse, had the right to interpret what he really wanted. They tried to paint Dad as someone who was traditional about family inheritance, but too polite to put his real feelings in writing. It was complete garbage, and I could tell the judge wasn't buying it. When they couldn't provide any documentation of Dad's supposed verbal promises, and when they admitted they had no medical evidence that Dad was impaired when he wrote the will, their whole case started falling apart. The Peterson and Associates lawyer kept trying to make it about family values and respecting the wishes of grieving widows. But the judge cut him off and asked for actual legal evidence. When it was our turn, my lawyer methodically went through everything. He presented Dad's will, which was clear and unambiguous. He showed the court Dad's financial records, proving that Dad was competent and organized right up until he died. He played the recordings where Mom admitted Dad never actually said he wanted to change the will. Most importantly, he demonstrated that Mom and Jake had been working with Peterson and Associates to manufacture evidence and create a false narrative about Dad's intentions. The judge asked Mom directly if she had any written evidence, different wishes about inheritance. Jake couldn't do it either. He kept talking about family tradition and birth order, but he had no evidence that Dad shared those views. The whole thing took about 3 hours. By the end, it was obvious that Peterson and Associates had taken on a case they couldn't win, hoping Mom and Jake could pressure me into settling out of court. When that didn't work, they had nothing left except emotional appeals and vague claims about traditional family values. The judge's ruling was swift and brutal. She upheld Dad's original will completely, noting that it was properly executed and that there was no evidence Dad was impaired or coerced when he wrote it. She said the attempts to challenge the will based on unsupported claims about verbal promises were without merit and bordered on frivolous litigation. But the judge didn't stop there. She also ruled that Mom had violated her duties as executor by working against the interests of the estate and trying to manipulate the inheritance. She removed Mom as executor immediately and appointed me to take over all responsibilities for managing Dad's estate. Most importantly, she issued an order barring Mom and Jake from any future attempts to challenge or modify the will. Mom broke down completely when the judge read the ruling. She was sobbing so loudly that the bailiff had to ask her to step outside. Jake looked stunned, like he couldn't believe they'd actually lost. The Peterson and Associates lawyer was already packing up his briefcase, probably calculating how much money he'd made from a case he knew was hopeless from the beginning. Outside the courthouse, Mom screamed at me in front of everyone. She said I was ungrateful, that I'd destroyed our family over money, and that Dad would be ashamed of what I'd become. She said I'd turned into a cold, calculating person who cared more about legal technicalities than family loyalty. Jake didn't say anything, just stood there looking defeated. But his silence felt almost worse than Mom's anger. The extended family reactions were swift and brutal. Aunt Carol called that evening to tell me I was dead to her, that what I'd done was unforgivable, and that I'd better not show up at any family gatherings. Uncle Mike, Dad's brother, called to congratulate me and say he was proud that someone had stood up for Dad's wishes. But he was relationship. But Mom sent messages through relatives for months afterward, saying I'd betrayed her and that she couldn't forgive me for taking her to court. She told people I'd stolen Jake's rightful inheritance and that I'd used my legal training to manipulate the system. Jake went completely silent. He wouldn't answer calls or texts, and when I tried to visit his apartment, he wouldn't come to the door. I heard through my uncle that Jake was telling people I'd always been jealous of him, and that I'd finally found a way to get revenge by stealing his inheritance. It was incredibly frustrating, because I hadn't taken anything that wasn't legally mine. I just protected what Dad had already given me. Being the executor of Dad's estate was more work than I'd expected. I had to liquidate his investment accounts, handle the sale of some property he owned, and deal with various administrative tasks. The ironic thing was that if Mom had just left everything alone, she wouldn't have had to worry about any of this paperwork. Now I was handling everything myself, and she had no input or control over decisions about Dad's assets. 6 months after the court ruling, I found out through a family friend that Jake had sold his entire half of the inheritance. He'd blown through the money in just a few months, some on a new car, some on a vacation, and the rest on who knows what. He was back to asking relatives for loans within a year of getting more money than most people see in their lifetime. This news was devastating because it proved that all the drama, all the family destruction, all the legal battles, it had all been for nothing. Jake didn't even want to preserve Dad's legacy or build something meaningful with his inheritance. He'd just wanted quick cash, and now it was gone. Mom had destroyed our family relationships to give Jake money he'd immediately wasted. Mom's reaction to Jake burning through his inheritance was to blame me even more. According to relatives who still talk to her, she said that if Jake had gotten my half too, he would have been more responsible with the money. She claimed that giving him a smaller amount had made him reckless, and that it was my fault he'd wasted everything. The logic made no sense, but grief and anger rarely do. My marriage survived the ordeal, but it took time to repair the damage. My husband was supported. The money was never the real issue. It was about respecting Dad's wishes and not letting anyone rewrite his final decisions. I still get updates about Mom and Jake through the few relatives who talk to both sides. Mom apparently regrets not just talking to me directly instead of hiring lawyers and going behind my back, but she's never apologized or reached out to me personally. Jake is working again, though he's still struggling financially. He asked my uncle for money recently, claiming he'd learned his lesson about managing inheritance responsibly. Sometimes I wonder if there was another way to handle everything. Maybe if I'd been more patient, more willing to compromise, we could have found a solution that kept the family together. But then I remember the recordings of Mom admitting Dad never wanted to change his will, and Jake telling me I was lucky to get anything at all. They weren't interested in compromise. They wanted me to surrender what Dad had left me because they believed I didn't deserve it. The hardest part is that I know this rift is permanent. Mom is 64 now, and Jake is 34, and neither of them has made any effort to rebuild our relationship. I've essentially lost my entire immediate family over money that Jake ended up wasting anyway. During holidays and family milestones, I feel the absence of the people who should be there celebrating with me. But I also know I did the right thing. Dad spent his whole life working hard and saving money so he could leave something behind for both his children equally. He was careful and deliberate about his will, and he trusted that we'd respect his wishes after he was gone. I was the only one who actually honored what he wanted, even though it cost me my relationship with the rest of my family. The guilt comes and goes. Some days I'm confident I made the right choice, and other days I wonder if preserving Dad's legacy was worth becoming estranged from Mom and Jake. I'll probably always wonder if there was some middle ground I missed, some way to protect the inheritance while also keeping the family together. But I can't change what happened, and I can't make Mom and Jake forgive me for refusing to let them override Dad. They said my college fund was for emergencies, so I waited 15 years and took my revenge at the family reunion. I'm a 33-year-old high school teacher living about an hour away from the small town where I grew up. My parents, Sarah and Mike, are both in their early 60s now, and my younger sister Emma just turned 30. This whole mess started when I was 18, but it took me 15 years to finally do something about it. When I graduated high school, I was on top of the world. My grandparents had always talked about this college fund they'd been building for me since I was little. They'd mention it every birthday, every Christmas, telling me how proud they were and how they wanted to make sure I could go to college without worrying about money. My grandpa worked at the local factory for 40 years, and my grandma cleaned houses, so I knew every dollar in that fund was hard-earned. They died when I was 16, and I thought their gift would be waiting for me when I needed it most. The summer before I was supposed to start college, I sat down with my parents to talk about the fund. I had been accepted to the state university and was planning my whole future around having that financial cushion. That's when my dad cleared his throat and got that look on his face that I now recognize as his bad news expression. He told me the money was gone. Not lost, not stolen, but gone because it had been needed for family emergencies. I was devastated but tried to understand. Emergencies happen, right? Medical bills, home repairs, unexpected disasters. I figured my parents had no choice and felt terrible about having to use my college money. I told them it was okay, that I'd figure something else out. I spent that summer working 2 jobs to save up what I could, took out massive student loans, and basically scrapped my original college plans to go somewhere cheaper. It wasn't until about 6 months into my freshman year that I found out what those emergencies actually were. I was home for Christmas break, and Emma was going through some mail. She was 15 at the time and had apparently racked up almost $8,000 in credit card debt buying clothes and electronics. I overheard my parents talking about how they'd taken care of it and how Emma had learned her lesson. Then, during dinner, Emma mentioned something about college that my parents paid for in full. No loans, no part-time jobs, just tuition and living expenses covered. When she was 22, she got engaged to her boyfriend Tyler, and suddenly there were conversations about venues and catering and honeymoon destinations. My parents were so excited, talking about how they'd been saving for this day and how they wanted to give Emma the wedding of her dreams. I watched them drop $25,000 on a wedding in Costa Rica. $25,000 while I was eating ramen noodles and working weekends to make my loan payments. I was still staying quiet, though, telling myself that maybe there had been other money set aside, that maybe the college fund really had been used for something else. But deep down, I knew better. After college, I moved to the city and got a job teaching high school English. The pay wasn't great, but I loved the work and slowly started building my own life. Emma moved back home after her wedding and lived rent-free with my parents for 2 years, while she and Tyler figured things out. When they finally got their own place, my parents helped with the down payment. Emma got a part-time job at a boutique and spent most of her income on clothes and girls' trips. Meanwhile, I was making extra loan payments every month, living in a studio apartment, and driving a car with 200,000 miles on it. Family gatherings became harder and harder for me to stomach. Emma would show up in designer outfits, talking about her latest vacation or home improvement project, while my parents beamed with pride about how successful and responsible she was. If anyone asked about my situation, the conversation would get awkward, and someone would usually change the subject. The breaking point came 3 weeks ago at our annual family reunion. It's this big thing we do every summer, where all the cousins and aunts and uncles get together at the community center in town. I almost didn't go this year, because these events had become torture for me. But my mom guilted me into it by saying my great-aunt specifically asked if I was coming. I was standing by the food table, trying to avoid conversations about my student loan debt or my small apartment, when I heard Emma's voice carrying across the room. She was talking to our cousin Michelle and a few around Emma, telling everyone how happy he and my mom were to see their kids doing well. Then he looked right at me and made this little chuckling sound. He said something about how it's funny how 2 kids from the same family can turn out so different, and how some people are just naturally better with money than others. The whole group turned to look at me, and I could see the assumptions in their faces. Poor guy, probably spent his 20s partying instead of saving, probably makes bad financial decisions, probably jealous of his responsible little sister who has her life together. My cousin Michelle even made this sympathetic face and said something about how it's never too late to start being more careful with money. I stood there holding my paper plate of potato salad, and something inside me just snapped. 15 years of keeping quiet, 15 years of letting them rewrite history, 15 years of being painted as the irresponsible one, while Emma got credit for being financially savvy. I realized that if I didn't speak up now, this narrative was going to be permanent. In 10 years, 20 years, the family story would be that Emma succeeded because she was smart and responsible, while I struggled because I wasn't. The worst part was seeing my parents' faces. They weren't just allowing this misunderstanding to happen. They were actively participating in it. They had stolen my opportunity, used my money to set Emma up for success, and were now taking credit for her achievements while subtly mocking my struggles. It was like being robbed twice. Once when they took the money, and again when they made me look like the failure. I excused myself from the group and walked outside to get some air. My hands were shaking, and I felt like I might throw up. I sat in my car for about 10 minutes, trying to decide what to do. I could leave right now, go home, and pretend this never happened. I could keep playing the role of the bitter older brother who just couldn't get his life together. Or I could finally tell the truth. That's when I remembered the folder in my glove compartment. I'd been carrying around all my old loan documents and financial records because I was working on getting some of going back. The family peace we'd maintained for 15 years would be shattered. But I also knew that this lie had gone on long enough, and I was tired of being the scapegoat for my parents' favoritism and Emma's financial irresponsibility. So I walked back over to the group, cleared my throat, and asked if I could share something with everyone. The conversation stopped, and all eyes turned to me. Emma looked annoyed that I was interrupting her story. My parents looked nervous. And I pulled out those old bank statements and my grandmother's letter, knowing that whatever happened next would change everything. I stood there holding those documents, and for a split second, I almost chickened out. The smart part of my brain was screaming at me to just put the papers away and walk out of there. But then I looked at Emma's face, still glowing from all the praise she'd been getting, and I heard my dad's comment about some people just aren't as responsible with money echoing in my head. The thing is, I hadn't brought these documents to the reunion planning to make a scene. They were in my car because I'd been working on my loan forgiveness paperwork for weeks, gathering every piece of financial documentation I could find. But standing there, watching my family rewrite 15 years of history, I realized I had everything I needed to set the record straight. I cleared my throat and told the group that I wanted to share something important about our family's financial situation. The conversation died immediately. Emma looked irritated that I was interrupting her Europe vacation planning session. My parents both went pale, and I could see my mom starting to shake her head slightly, like she was warning me not to continue. But I was past the point of backing down. I held up the letter from my grandmother first, the one she'd written to me when I was 16, right before she died. I told everyone that my grandparents had set up a college fund for me, and I read parts of the letter out loud. My grandmother's handwriting was shaky, but her words were clear. She talked about how they'd saved for years, putting away money from my grandfather's factory job and her house cleaning work. She wrote about how proud they were that I was going to be the first person in our family to graduate college without debt. You directly at Emma and told everyone what those emergencies actually were. I laid out the whole timeline, how Emma had racked up almost $8,000 in credit card debt at 15, buying clothes and electronics, how my parents had used part of my college fund to pay off her debt, how they'd used the rest to start a wedding fund for her, which eventually paid for her $25,000 destination wedding in Costa Rica. The silence in that room was deafening. I could see relatives looking back and forth between me and Emma, then at my parents. My great-aunt Martha had this shocked expression on her face, like someone had just told her Santa Claus wasn't real. Emma's face had gone from confused to bright red, and she kept opening her mouth like she wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. I wasn't done, though. I pulled out my student loan statements, the ones showing my original debt amount and all the payments I'd made over the years. I told everyone how I'd worked 2 jobs through college, how I'd lived on ramen noodles and thrift store clothes, how I'd been making loan payments for over a decade, while Emma got to live rent-free with my parents for 2 years after her wedding. My dad finally found his voice and started saying something about how this was private family business and I was embarrassing everyone. But I cut him off. I told the room that it stopped being private when they decided to mock me publicly and let everyone think I was financially irresponsible, while praising Emma for being debt-free with money that was originally mine. That's when Emma exploded. She started yelling about how she never asked for any of this, how she didn't know about the college fund, how it wasn't her fault that our parents made those decisions. She was crying and saying I was trying to ruin her reputation and make her look bad in front of the family. The thing is, I actually believed her when she said she didn't know about the original fund. Emma was 15 when this all went down. She probably had no idea where the money to pay off her debt came from. But then she said something that made my blood boil. She claimed that even if there had been a college fund, I probably would have wasted it anyway, because I'd never been responsible for any other funds my grandparents had set up, if there had been equal amounts for both kids, if my parents had ever planned to pay me back. The answers were no, no, and no. It became very clear that this wasn't about equal treatment or family emergencies. This was about my parents choosing to prioritize Emma's immediate needs over my long-term future. My Uncle Rob, who'd always been the practical one in the family, asked the question that cut right to the heart of everything. He wanted to know why, if the money was truly needed for emergencies, my parents had never tried to pay me back once their financial situation improved. Why they'd helped Emma with a house down payment, but never offered to help with my loans. Why they'd funded her lifestyle for years while watching me struggle. Emma couldn't handle the scrutiny. She started screaming that I was jealous of her, that I'd always resented her success, that I was a bitter person who couldn't stand to see her happy. She accused me of planning this whole scene, of bringing those documents to embarrass her and ruin the family reunion. She said I was pathetic for holding on to a grudge for 15 years instead of just moving on with my life. That's when I lost it. I told her that moving on was exactly what I'd been trying to do for 15 years, but it's pretty hard to move on when your family keeps rewriting history and making you the villain. I said that if she wanted to be debt-free and successful, that was fine, but she needed to stop taking credit for achievements that were built on money that was stolen from me. The word stolen hit the room like a bomb. My dad started yelling that I was way out of line, that they were my parents, and they'd made the best decisions they could with the resources they had. He said the money had belonged to them as my guardians, that they'd had every right to use it however they saw fit. My mom was sobbing, saying I was destroying our family over money, that she'd never imagined I could be so cruel. But the damage was done. I could see it in everyone's faces. The relatives who'd been praising Emma's financial responsibility 20 minutes earlier were now looking at her differently. My cousin Michelle actually asked Emma directly if she'd known about the college fund, and when Emma said no, Michelle asked why she'd dead to her. Tyler looked embarrassed and kept trying to calm her down, but she was beyond reason at that point. My parents were right behind them, but not before my dad told me that I'd crossed a line and that there would be consequences for airing our dirty laundry in public. My mom just looked at me with this expression of complete disappointment, like I'd become someone she didn't recognize. The three of them stormed out, leaving me standing there with a room full of relatives who didn't know what to say. Some of them looked sympathetic, others looked uncomfortable, and a few looked angry that their nice family reunion had turned into a Jerry Springer episode. I gathered up my documents, told everyone I was sorry for disrupting the reunion, and headed for the door. My cousin David caught up with me in the parking lot and said he was glad I'd finally told the truth, that he'd always wondered about some things but never wanted to pry. My great-aunt Martha hugged me and whispered that my grandparents would have been heartbroken to know their money hadn't gone to my education. But as I drove home, I wasn't feeling victorious or relieved. I was exhausted and terrified about what I'd just done. I'd blown up my family in front of everyone, exposed secrets that had been buried for 15 years, and probably destroyed any chance of having a normal relationship with my parents or sister ever again. The worst part was that I still wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing. Yes, the truth was finally out there, but at what cost? I'd humiliated Emma in front of our entire extended family, made my parents look like liars and thieves, and turned what should have been a happy family gathering into a disaster that people would be talking about for years. By the time I got home, Emma had already blocked me on Facebook, Instagram, and probably everywhere else. My phone was buzzing with texts from various relatives, some supportive, some asking for more details, and some clearly taking sides. The family WhatsApp group that usually stayed busy with photos and updates had gone completely silent. I sat in my apartment that night, staring at those bank statements and my grandmother's letter, wondering if 15 years of keeping quiet had been the right choice after all. Maybe some secrets are meant to stay buried. Maybe destroying the peace was worse than living with the reunion was brutal. My parents completely cut off all contact. No calls, no texts, nothing. Emma had blocked me everywhere like I'd expected, but seeing my mom and dad's names disappear from my recent calls list hit differently. These were people who used to call me every Sunday to check in, who'd text me random photos of the dog or ask about my students. Now there was just silence. The family WhatsApp group that used to be constantly buzzing with photos and plans went dead quiet for about 4 days. Then, slowly, messages started trickling in again. But I noticed I wasn't getting them anymore. Someone had removed me from the group. I found out later from my cousin David that there had been a massive argument in the chat, with relatives taking sides and my parents demanding that anyone who wanted to stay in the group needed to stop talking to me. But not everyone went along with it. My cousin Michelle texted me privately the day after the reunion. She said she'd been thinking about some things that never made sense before, like how my parents always seemed to have money for Emma's stuff, but would make comments about me needing to be more financially responsible. She apologized for the comment she'd made about it never being too late to be careful with money. She said she felt terrible for assuming I was just bad with finances. My Uncle Rob called me directly, which surprised me. He said he'd talked to his wife about what happened, and they both remembered my grandparents talking about the college fund they were setting up for me. He said they'd always wondered what happened to that money, especially when they saw me working multiple jobs in college, while Emma seemed to have everything handed to her. He told me he was proud of me for finally speaking up, even though the timing was rough. The most unexpected response came from Tyler, Emma's husband. He sent me a Facebook message 3 days after the reunion. He said he'd known about Emma's credit card debt from when they first started dating, and he'd always wondered how a 15-year-old had managed to rack up that much debt and then suddenly have it disappear. He said Emma had told him her parents just paid it off because they didn't want her to start adulthood with bad credit, but he'd never heard about any college fund. Tyler's message was probably the most validating thing that happened in those first few weeks. Especially the ones who remembered my grandparents well were mostly on my side. My great-aunt Martha called me to say she was disgusted with my parents and that she'd had words with my mother about disrespecting my grandparents' wishes. My Uncle Jim, who's my dad's brother, apparently had a huge fight with my dad about the whole situation. But some of the younger cousins and family friends were taking my parents' side. They thought I should have handled it privately, instead of embarrassing everyone at a family gathering. My cousin Sarah posted something on Facebook about how some people hold grudges forever and can't just let families be happy. She didn't name me directly, but everyone knew who she was talking about. The worst part was that the story started spreading beyond our immediate family. Small towns love drama, and apparently what happened at our reunion was too good not to share. I started hearing from old high school friends who'd gotten the story through various channels. Some were supportive, saying they remembered how hard I'd worked in college and how stressed I always seemed about money. Others were more judgmental, asking why I'd waited 15 years to bring this up if it was such a big deal. Work became my refuge during all this chaos. My students didn't know anything about my family drama, and focusing on lesson plans and grading papers gave me something normal to think about. But even there, I couldn't completely escape. One of my colleagues' wives was apparently friends with someone who knew my family, and the story had made its way to her. She mentioned something about how family money disputes can get really ugly, and I realized that my personal business was becoming local gossip. About 2 weeks after the reunion, my mom finally broke the silence. She didn't call me directly. Instead, she sent a text message that was clearly written and rewritten multiple times before she sent it. She said she was heartbroken about what happened, and that she'd never intended for me to struggle the way I did. She wrote that they'd made the decision about the college fund because Emma was in crisis at 15, and they were afraid she was heading down a really dark path with her spending and behavior. The text went on to explain that they'd planned to help me with college costs in other ways, but then my dad had some work problems, and money got tight right when I was starting school. She said they'd always intended to pay me back once things stabilized. House down payment years later instead of paying back my college fund. Their financial problems didn't explain why they'd funded her $25,000 wedding while I was eating ramen and working weekends to make loan payments. I texted back that I appreciated her apology, but that I'd tried to handle things quietly for 15 years and it hadn't worked. I told her that the final straw wasn't the money itself, but watching them rewrite history and let everyone think I was irresponsible while praising Emma for achievements that were built on opportunities that were supposed to be mine. I said I was sorry it had come out publicly, but that I wasn't sorry for finally telling the truth. She never responded to that message. Emma's silence was somehow worse than my parents' anger. At least with them, I knew where I stood. But Emma and I had been close when we were kids, despite the age difference. She used to come to me for advice about school and friends, and I'd helped her with homework and driven her places when she needed rides. The idea that she now saw me as some kind of villain who'd tried to destroy her reputation was eating at me. I thought about reaching out to her directly, but Tyler's messages made it clear that she wasn't ready to hear from me. He said she kept swinging between feeling guilty about the money and being furious that I'd embarrassed her in front of everyone. She was apparently seeing it as a choice between accepting that her whole adult life was built on a lie, or believing that I was just a bitter person who'd ambushed her to get revenge. The financial reality of everything started sinking in during the third week after the reunion. I did some rough calculations of what that $23,847 would be worth today if it had been invested instead of spent on Emma's debt and wedding. Even with conservative estimates, it would have been enough to pay off my remaining student loans and probably help with a down payment on a house. Instead, I was still making monthly loan payments and living in a rental apartment at 33. But weirdly, knowing the exact numbers made me feel better instead of worse. For 15 years, I'd been carrying around this vague sense that I'd been wronged, but I'd never really quantified what it had cost me. Now I could see exactly how much my parents' decisions had impacted my life trajectory. It wasn't just about the money, treated me and Emma. The most surprising call came from my dad's sister, my Aunt Linda, who I'd barely talked to in years. She said she'd been thinking about the reunion and remembered conversations she'd had with my grandmother before she died. Apparently, my grandmother had been really specific about wanting the college fund to go directly to my education, and she'd been worried about my parents managing the money properly. My aunt said my grandmother had even suggested setting up the fund in a way that my parents couldn't access it, but my grandfather had thought that would be insulting to their son. These conversations with extended family helped me realize that the truth had been bubbling under the surface for years. Multiple relatives had noticed inconsistencies in how my parents talked about money and treated their two kids, but everyone had just stayed quiet and minded their own business. By speaking up at the reunion, I'd apparently given voice to suspicions that had been building for over a decade. The isolation from my immediate family was still brutal, though. Holidays were coming up, and for the first time in my life I had no idea what I was going to do for Thanksgiving or Christmas. My parents hosted every year, and Emma always came with Tyler. The idea of not being included in those traditions felt almost worse than everything else that had happened. But then my Uncle Rob called and invited me to spend Thanksgiving with his family. He said several relatives had been talking, and they'd decided to host their own celebration for family members who wanted to get together without all the drama. It wasn't going to be the same as our usual big family gathering, but at least I wouldn't be spending the holidays alone. Tyler sent me another message about a month after the reunion. He said Emma was finally starting to process everything that had happened, and she was asking questions about things that had never made sense to her before. Like why she'd never had to take out student loans when most of her friends did, or why our parents had always seemed to have money for her emergencies, but not mine. He said she was angry at our parents now too, but she was also angry at me for the way everything came out. He told me Emma had found some old documents while looking through her stuff, including receipts from her wedding that showed exactly how much my parents had contributed. She was apparently horrified when she realized the amount actively taking sides against me. The family WhatsApp group has split into multiple smaller groups with different combinations of relatives talking to each other while avoiding the drama. I've started seeing a therapist to help me work through everything that's happened. She's been helping me understand that my anger wasn't really about the money itself, but about 15 years of being gaslit and made to feel like I was the problem. She says it's normal to feel conflicted about finally standing up for myself, especially when it meant destroying relationships I'd been trying to preserve. The truth is, I don't regret speaking up. I regret that it had to happen publicly, and I regret that it's caused so much pain for everyone involved. But I don't regret finally refusing to let my family's lies define me. For the first time in 15 years, I'm not carrying around this secret shame about being the financially irresponsible one. People who matter know the real story now. I still don't know if my family will ever recover from this. Maybe my parents will eventually understand why I had to speak up. Maybe Emma will work through her feelings and we can rebuild some kind of relationship. Maybe the extended family will find a way to move past the drama and come together again. Or maybe I've permanently broken something that can never be fixed. But I'm finally free from pretending that everything was fine. And that has to count for something. Whether it was worth the cost is something I'm still figuring out. When my uncle stole my wedding inheritance, I waited until his retirement party to take everything back. I'm a 27-year-old woman, recently engaged to my boyfriend Jake of 3 years. I work as a graphic designer in what I'd call a mid-sized city where everyone knows everyone else's business. This whole nightmare involves my uncle David, who's 58, and has been the family's golden child for as long as I can remember, and my parents, who have always prioritized keeping peace over doing what's right. Let me start from the beginning because this mess goes way back. When I was 15, my grandfather died and left me what seemed like a fortune at the time. $150,000, specifically earmarked for my future wedding and first home. My grandfather was old school and believed every woman deserved a proper start in life. He'd always told me this money was mine and that it would be waiting for me when I was ready to get married and buy a house. The problem was that at 15, I obviously couldn't manage that kind of money myself. My uncle David worked in finance and had always been the responsible one in the family, so he was named executor of the inheritance. He promised my parents he'd manage it safely until I was ready, putting it in conservative investments to let it grow over time. Everyone trusted David completely. He was the guy who never missed church, coached Little League, and had worked at the same respected financial firm for over 2 decades. For years, whenever I asked about the money, David had perfectly reasonable explanations for why I couldn't access it yet. When I was 18 and mentioned maybe using some for college, he said I was too young to make those kinds of financial decisions. When I was 22 and brought up maybe getting a small portion to help with rent, he told me it was tied up in long-term investments that couldn't be touched without major penalties. When I was 25 and asked about the current value, he said it had taken a hit during a bad market year, but was recovering. The thing is, David always had these conversations with this patronizing smile, like he was doing me such a huge favor by protecting me from my own financial immaturity. He'd pat my shoulder and tell me not to worry, that he was making sure the money would be there when I really needed it. My parents always backed him up, saying David knew demeanor changed whenever I brought up my inheritance. He'd get this tight look around his eyes and would quickly change the subject. Once, at a family barbecue, I mentioned that I'd been thinking about the fund and wondering what it might be worth now, and David actually snapped at me in front of everyone, saying I was too focused on money that wasn't even really mine yet. That comment stuck with me. Not really mine yet? My grandfather had specifically left it to me. But when I brought this up to my parents later, they said David was probably just stressed about managing everyone's expectations and that I shouldn't take it personally. The red flags kept getting bigger. David started making these passive-aggressive comments about young people being entitled and expecting handouts. He'd make jokes about me being money-hungry whenever I asked about my own inheritance. At family dinners, if anyone mentioned financial struggles, David would launch into these speeches about the importance of hard work and not relying on other people's money. I began to suspect he was projecting, but I didn't have any proof, and everyone in my family thought David walked on water. My parents constantly reminded me how lucky I was to have someone so trustworthy managing my money, and how most people my age had to figure everything out on their own. Then Jake proposed 6 months ago, and everything came to a head. We'd been planning to get engaged for a while, and I'd been so excited because I finally had a legitimate reason to access my inheritance. We wanted a nice wedding, nothing crazy expensive, but something beautiful for our families. We also wanted to buy a house instead of continuing to rent. With my inheritance, we could afford both without going into massive debt. I called David a week after Jake proposed and told him the good news. I said I was ready to access the fund for its intended purpose and asked him to start the process of transferring the money to my account. I was expecting him to be happy for me and maybe make some comment about how the timing worked out well with the markets or whatever. Instead, there was this long silence on the phone. Then David said he needed to sit down with me in person to discuss the fund. That should have been my first clue that something was seriously wrong, but I thought maybe he just wanted to go over investment details or tax implications. We met, and that he'd done his best with difficult circumstances. He told me I needed to start saving like everyone else and stop expecting other people's money to fund my life. The way he said it made my stomach turn. Other people's money? This was my money, left to me specifically by my grandfather, but David was acting like I was some spoiled brat asking for a handout. I left his house feeling completely numb. Jake was devastated when I told him. We'd been planning our whole future around having that money available. Instead of a nice wedding, we were looking at either going into debt or having something tiny. Instead of buying a house, we'd be renting for years while we tried to save up a down payment on our modest salaries. But the worst part came 2 weeks later at a family dinner. Everyone knew about my engagement, and the conversation naturally turned to wedding planning. My mom asked about our venue and budget, and I said we were still figuring things out because our financial situation had changed. That's when David decided to share his perspective with the entire family. He announced that I'd been asking about some old inheritance money and seemed to think I was entitled to use it for my wedding. He said it with this incredulous tone, like the very idea was ridiculous. Then he launched into this speech about how young people today expect everything to be handed to them instead of working for what they want. He actually used the word greedy to describe my request for my own inheritance money. He said I should be grateful for whatever blessings came my way, instead of counting money that was never really mine to begin with. He made it sound like I was some kind of gold digger, trying to get rich off my dead grandfather. The most infuriating part was watching my family nod along with everything he said. My parents looked embarrassed by my apparent greed. My cousins were giving me these looks like they couldn't believe how entitled I was being. Nobody questioned David's version of events, or asked why he thought it was inappropriate for me to want the money my grandfather had specifically left for my wedding. I sat there, listening to this man who had stolen my inheritance lecture me about entitlement and hard work, while my entire family supported him. Then I needed proof. Real, undeniable evidence that would shut down his lies once and for all. The next morning I called a lawyer. I'd never hired an attorney before, but I found one who specialized in estate and inheritance disputes. When I explained the situation, she immediately asked if I had any documentation about the original inheritance or the trust account. I realized I had nothing. I'd been 15 when this was set up, and I'd trusted my family to handle everything properly. The lawyer, Sarah, explained that as the beneficiary, I had legal rights to see all records related to my inheritance. She said we could request bank statements, investment records, and transaction histories for any accounts connected to the trust. The process would take a few weeks, but we'd be able to trace exactly what happened to every dollar. While we waited for the financial records, I started paying closer attention to David's lifestyle. I'd never really thought about it before, but now I was looking at everything with fresh eyes. That BMW he bought 3 years ago? Brand new, fully loaded, probably cost $60,000. The European trips he and his wife took every summer? Those weren't cheap vacations. They stayed at nice hotels and ate at expensive restaurants based on all the Facebook photos they posted. I also remembered that golf club membership he was so proud of. This wasn't some public course. This was the exclusive country club where all the wealthy business owners in town played. I looked up their membership fees online and found out it cost $5,000 just to join, plus monthly dues and minimum spending requirements. That was serious money for someone who worked at a mid-level financial firm. Then there was the house renovation. I'd been over there plenty of times during the construction, and it wasn't some DIY weekend project. They'd hired contractors to gut and rebuild their kitchen and master bathroom, plus they'd added a deck and redone all the landscaping. I started adding up rough estimates in my head and realized they'd probably spent at least $100,000 on improvements over the past 5 years. When the financial records finally came in, everything became crystal clear. Sarah and I spent an afternoon going through every document, and the pattern was obvious and damning. The trust account had started with my $150,000 inheritance, and for the first couple of vacation just 2 weeks later, it went on and on. Every major purchase, every vacation, every home improvement project was funded by transfers from my inheritance account. David had been systematically stealing from me for years, taking money whenever he needed it, and covering his tracks by telling me the fund was doing poorly or was tied up in investments. The most infuriating part was seeing how calculated it all was. He never took huge amounts all at once. It was always spread out over time, in amounts that would be easy to explain away if anyone ever questioned them. And he'd been smart about timing the withdrawals around actual market volatility, so he could always point to economic uncertainty as an explanation for why the fund wasn't performing well. By the time he'd finished looting my inheritance, there was less than $10,000 left in the account. He'd stolen over $140,000 from me over the course of 6 years, using my money to fund his lifestyle while lecturing me about entitlement and hard work. Armed with this evidence, I decided to confront David privately first. Despite everything, some part of me hoped he'd admit what he'd done and try to make it right. Maybe he'd been planning to pay it back before I needed it, or maybe he'd genuinely convinced himself he was borrowing rather than stealing. I wanted to give him one chance to come clean before I took more drastic action. I called him and said I needed to discuss the inheritance situation further. He sounded annoyed, but agreed to meet me at his house that Saturday morning. I brought copies of all the financial records in a manila folder and sat down across from him at his dining room table. I started by saying I'd done some research into what happened to the fund, and I wanted to give him an opportunity to explain some discrepancies I'd found. David immediately got defensive, asking what kind of research I thought I could do that he hadn't already covered. He said he'd been managing money professionally for decades and didn't appreciate having his competence questioned by someone with no financial background. That's when I opened the folder and spread out the bank statements. I watched David's face change as he saw the withdrawal records laid out in chronological order. For a moment, he looked genuinely panicked, but then he tried to regain control of the conversation. He claimed the withdrawals were for rebalancing investments.
Lawyer to make up conspiracy theories because I couldn't accept that investments sometimes lose money. But when I kept pushing with more evidence, showing him receipt after receipt and bank record after bank record, David finally admitted he'd taken the money. However, he immediately tried to reframe it as borrowing rather than stealing. He said he'd always planned to pay it back before I needed it, and that he'd been using my money to make investments that would benefit both of us in the long run. That's when he said something that made me realize just how little respect he had for me. He told me that nobody would believe me anyway, because he was a respected member of this community, and I was just a bitter young woman making accusations. He said he'd been working in finance for 35 years and had built relationships with everyone who mattered in town. People trusted him and would assume I was lying or confused about the situation. David actually had the nerve to suggest I should drop the whole thing because he was about to retire and deserved to enjoy his golden years in peace. He said pursuing this would tear the family apart and ruin his reputation after decades of respected work. He made it sound like I'd be the villain for trying to recover my own stolen money. Then he played the family card. He said my parents would be devastated if this became public, and that I'd be destroying relationships that had taken decades to build. He reminded me that he'd helped my parents through tough financial times over the years, and that going after him would hurt them too. When I said I just wanted my money back, David laughed and said I could try to take him to court if I wanted, but legal battles were expensive and time-consuming. He said he'd fight any accusations, and that by the time everything was resolved, I'd have spent more on lawyers than I'd recover. Plus, he added, everyone in town would know I was the kind of person who attacked family members over money. I left that meeting knowing exactly what kind of person I was dealing with. David wasn't some confused old man who'd made bad investment decisions. He was a calculating thief who'd been stealing from me for years and was now trying to manipulate me into staying quiet about it. But David had decided to find out how much he valued that reputation when it was put at risk. The retirement party was going to be his moment of triumph, where everyone celebrated his integrity and his contributions to the community. It was scheduled for a Saturday evening at the nicest venue in town, with over 200 guests expected, including family, colleagues from his firm, clients he'd worked with over the years, people from his church, and half the business community. David had been talking about this party for months, going on about how proud he was of his career and how much it meant to him that so many people wanted to celebrate his achievements. He kept mentioning his legacy and how he'd built a reputation based on trust and reliability. I RSVP'd yes to the party and started planning my own celebration of David's career accomplishments. The month leading up to David's retirement party was surreal. I watched him get more excited about it every day, talking about how meaningful it would be to have everyone there celebrating his career. He kept mentioning specific people who were coming: his boss, major clients, the pastor from his church, city council members. This wasn't just a family gathering, it was basically a who's who of everyone David wanted to impress in our town. Meanwhile, I was preparing my own materials. I organized all the financial records chronologically and made copies of everything. I practiced what I was going to say, timing it out to make sure I could get through all the key points before anyone could stop me. Jake thought I was crazy and kept suggesting we just take David to court quietly, but I was determined to do this my way. My parents kept calling that month, excited about the party and talking about what a wonderful celebration it would be. They had no idea what was coming. Neither did anyone else in my family. I felt a little guilty about what this would do to them, but David had made his choice when he decided to steal from me and then lie about it to everyone. The night of the party finally arrived. It was held at the country club David belonged to, which felt like perfect irony, considering my money had probably helped pay for his membership there. The venue was beautiful, with round tables set up throughout the main ballroom and a small stage area for speeches. There were easily 200 people there, maybe more. I arrived with Jake, and money had really come from. Jake squeezed my hand under the table because he could see how tense I was getting. Dinner was served around 7, and the speeches started around 8:30. David's boss went first, talking about his decades of loyal service and how much clients trusted him.
The pastor from David's church spoke about his charitable work and what a pillar of the community he was. David's wife gave a tearful speech about how proud she was of his accomplishments and how much he deserved this recognition. Then David himself got up to speak. He talked about how blessed he felt to have built a career based on trust and relationships. He said his greatest pride came from helping families make smart financial decisions and knowing that people could count on him to do the right thing with their money. He actually used the phrase fiduciary responsibility and talked about how seriously he took other people's trust. The whole time he was speaking, I kept thinking about my inheritance sitting in his personal bank account. This man was standing in front of 200 people talking about trust and responsibility, while he'd been stealing from his own niece for years. When David finished his speech, his boss announced that they'd be opening the floor for anyone else who wanted to share a few words. A few more colleagues spoke, then some family friends. I could feel my heart racing as I waited for the right moment. Finally, there was a natural pause in the speeches. I stood up and asked if I could say something. David looked surprised but pleased. I'm sure he thought I was going to give some nice speech about what a wonderful uncle he'd been. I walked to the front of the room and took the microphone. I started by saying how excited I was to be there celebrating David's retirement, and how I wanted to share something personal about his financial management skills, since everyone had been talking about what a trustworthy advisor he was. The room was smiling and nodding, clearly expecting some heartwarming family story. That's when I pivoted. I said that David had been managing my inheritance since I was 15 years old, and I wanted everyone to know what an incredible job he'd done with those investments. I said I'd brought some documentation to share, because the numbers were so impressive. I could hear whispers starting, but I kept going. I had 12 years of records and I was going to get through all the major ones. I explained how David had systematically transferred money from my inheritance account into his personal accounts, timing the withdrawals to coincide with his major purchases and vacations. I mentioned that he'd told me the money was lost in bad investments, while actually using it to fund his lifestyle for years. By the time I got halfway through my list, the room was completely silent except for my voice. People were staring at David, who had gone completely white and was gripping his wife's arm. Some people looked shocked. Others looked disgusted. I could see his boss and several colleagues exchanging glances that clearly weren't friendly. I wrapped up by saying that when I'd recently asked David for my inheritance to pay for my wedding, he'd told me the money was gone, and that I was being greedy for even asking about it. I said I'd discovered he'd actually stolen over $140,000 from me over 6 years, leaving less than $10,000 in the account that was supposed to contain my inheritance. The silence when I finished was deafening. You could have heard a pin drop in that room. Then the whispers started, getting louder as people began talking to each other in shocked voices. David stood up and tried to say something about misunderstandings and taking things out of context, but his voice was shaking, and he couldn't form coherent sentences. People were staring at him like they'd never seen him before. His wife looked mortified and kept pulling on his arm, trying to get him to sit down. Within minutes, David and his wife grabbed their coats and left the party without another word. I watched them rush out while the room erupted in conversation. Some people were asking each other if what I'd said could possibly be true. Others were looking at me like I was either incredibly brave or completely insane for airing family business so publicly. Several of David's colleagues came up to me afterward asking questions about the evidence I'd presented. His boss looked absolutely furious and asked if I had copies of the documents I could provide. I told him my lawyer had everything documented and that we'd been planning to pursue legal action. The aftermath started immediately. Word spread through town incredibly fast, and by Monday morning,
public spectacle. They accused me of being so focused on money that I was willing to tear the family apart. But the legal resolution came quickly. Within 2 weeks, David's attorney contacted my lawyer, offering full restitution plus interest if I agreed not to pursue criminal charges. They clearly wanted this resolved fast, before more people started asking questions about David's professional conduct. I ended up recovering $180,000, my original inheritance plus 6 years of compound interest that it should have earned. It was actually more than I'd been expecting, and it meant Jake and I could have the wedding we'd dreamed of, plus a substantial down payment on a house. The family fallout was severe and immediate. My parents told everyone I was mentally unstable and that they were ashamed of me. My cousins stopped returning my calls. My aunts would literally cross the street to avoid talking to me when they saw me around town. The narrative they spread was that I'd destroyed a good man's reputation over money, and that I was the kind of person who would attack family members publicly instead of handling things with dignity. David and his wife moved to Arizona within 3 months. I heard through the family grapevine that his marriage was having serious problems, and that his wife was furious about the financial mess he'd created. Apparently, she'd had no idea he was stealing money, and felt completely betrayed that he'd put their reputation and financial security at risk. The community response was mixed. Some people thought I'd done the right thing by exposing a thief, regardless of family relationships. Others felt that I should have handled it privately, and that public humiliation was going too far. But the people whose opinions mattered most, David's professional colleagues and the organizations he'd been involved with, took it very seriously and wanted nothing more to do with him. Jake and I got married 6 months later, using my recovered inheritance money. It was a beautiful wedding, everything I'd dreamed of since I was a teenager. We also bought a house with a substantial down payment, just like my grandfather had intended when he left me that money. But the family relationships never recovered. My parents still barely speak to me, and when they do, it's clear they blame me for everything that happened. They act like David was the victim, and I was some kind of completely destroyed. But then I remember sitting at that family dinner, listening to David call me greedy for wanting my own inheritance money, while everyone nodded along and made me feel like I was being unreasonable. I remember him telling me that nobody would believe me because he was so respected in the community. I remember him suggesting I should just let him enjoy his retirement in peace, after stealing from me for years. David thought his reputation made him untouchable. He counted on me being too intimidated or too concerned about family harmony to fight back effectively. He never imagined I'd have the nerve to expose him in front of everyone who mattered to him. Watching his face when I laid out all those financial records in front of his colleagues and friends, seeing the moment when he realized his carefully constructed image was crumbling in real time, honestly, it felt pretty satisfying. He'd spent years making me feel like I was wrong, for even asking about my own money. In the end, everyone got to see exactly what kind of person he really was. I have my inheritance back. I'm married to an amazing man, and we own a beautiful house. David lost his reputation, his community standing, and had to leave town in disgrace. The family thinks I'm a monster, but I'm not sure I really lost anything valuable there. I just can't decide if I crossed a line by choosing that retirement party as my stage, or if David got exactly what he deserved. Everyone laughed when my cousins called me the free babysitter, so I made sure they paid dearly for every hour. I'm a 24-year-old graduate student trying to balance my research work with a part-time job to pay the bills.
My cousins, Sarah, 28, and Mike, 30, both have 2 kids each and live about 15 minutes from my apartment. My Aunt Linda, their mom, has always been the family matriarch who expects everyone to fall in line with whatever she thinks is best for the family. Looking back, I can see exactly how I got trapped in this situation. But at the time, it felt like it happened gradually, and then all at once. It started about 3 years ago, when Sarah was going through her divorce. She needed help watching Emma, who was 3 at the time, and Jake, who was barely 1. I felt bad for her, single mom, working full-time, trying to get back on her feet. So when she asked if I could watch the kids for a few hours on weekends while she ran errands or had some time to herself, I said yes. It seemed like the right thing to do. Mike's situation was different, but somehow led to the same result. He and his wife both worked demanding jobs, and their kids, Lucy, 5, and Sam, 7, needed after-school care sometimes. Mike would call me up saying he had a work emergency, or his wife was stuck late at the office, and could I please pick up the kids and watch them until one of them could get there. Again, it felt like family helping family. But here's the thing about being helpful. People start to expect it. What began as occasional favors turned into a regular expectation. Sarah would call me every Friday asking if I could watch her kids so she could go out with friends or on dates. Mike started dropping his kids off at my apartment without much warning, saying things like his babysitter canceled, or they had some last-minute work thing come up. The worst part was how they justified it. Whenever I hesitated or tried to say I had plans, they'd hit me with the same lines. You don't have kids, so you have all this free time. It's not like you're doing anything important on weekends. Family helps family. That last one was Aunt Linda's favorite phrase, and she'd use it whenever I complained to me. I told Mike I needed advance notice instead of last-minute calls. He reminded me of the time he helped me move apartments 2 years ago and said family members don't put conditions on helping each other. Aunt Linda was the worst about this. She'd call my parents whenever I said no to babysitting requests, painting me as this selfish person who didn't care about family. She'd say things like I was being ungrateful for all the support the family had given me growing up, or that I was too focused on myself to help out when people needed me. My parents, wanting to keep the peace, would then call me asking why I was causing problems and suggesting I should just help out more. The breaking point came at my nephew Sam's 6th birthday party last month. I'd spent the entire day helping set up decorations, managing a dozen hyperactive kids, and cleaning up after everyone while Sarah and Mike got to actually enjoy the party and socialize with the other adults. I was exhausted, covered in cake frosting, and honestly just ready to go home. But then Mike's husband decided it was time for toasts. He stood up with his beer, got everyone's attention, and announced he wanted to make a toast to our family's unpaid babysitter who saved us thousands of dollars over the years. Everyone started laughing and clinking glasses. Sarah raised her drink and added something about how lucky they were to have such a reliable, free babysitter in the family. Even my own parents were chuckling and nodding along like this was the most heartwarming thing they'd ever heard. I sat there with a fake smile plastered on my face while everyone celebrated how much money they'd saved by using me. Not how much they appreciated my help, not how grateful they were for my time, but specifically how much money I'd saved them. Like I was some kind of discount service they'd discovered rather than a family member making sacrifices to help them out. That's when it hit me. They weren't seeing me as family helping out during tough times. They weren't even seeing me as a person with my own needs and priorities. I was just free labor that they could call whenever they needed it, and they'd managed to make me feel guilty every time I tried to say no. After the toast, Sarah came over and joked about how they should give me a Employee of the Month award for all my babysitting services. Mike meant the angrier I got. Not just at them,
but at myself for letting it go on for so long. I'd been so worried about being seen as selfish or ungrateful that I'd let them completely take advantage of me. And the worst part was that they didn't even realize they were doing anything wrong, because I'd never actually stood up for myself. Something inside me snapped that night. I realized I had to make a choice between continuing to be their doormat or finally standing up for myself, even if it meant dealing with more guilt trips and family drama. I spent the entire weekend after that birthday party stewing over what had happened. Every time I tried to focus on my research or get some studying done, I'd remember that stupid toast and get angry all over again. By Sunday night, I'd made up my mind. I wasn't going to be their free babysitter anymore. The first thing I did was research what actual babysitters charge in my area. I went on care.com, checked out local Facebook groups, even called a few babysitting services to get their rates. What I found made me even more furious. Professional babysitters were charging anywhere from $12 to $20 an hour for one kid, with extra charges for multiple children, late nights, and short notice. Some services had cancellation fees and required minimum hours. I did some quick math on what my cousins should have been paying me over the past 3 years. Between Sarah's weekend nights out and Mike's emergency childcare needs, I'd probably provided at least 10 to 15 hours of babysitting per month. At market rates, that would have been somewhere between $150 to $300 every month. Over 3 years, we're talking about thousands of dollars worth of free labor. That really drove home how badly I'd been taken advantage of. These weren't occasional favors between family members. This was a regular childcare arrangement that they'd been getting for free, while professional services would have charged them serious money. So I sat down and drafted up my own rate sheet. I made it professional looking, printed it on nice paper, the whole deal. $15 an hour for one child, $20 for 2 or more. $25 an hour after 10 p.m., because nobody wants to deal with cranky kid Emma and Jake on Saturday night. She was using that tone she always used, like she was asking for the tiniest favor that wouldn't inconvenience me at all. Instead of automatically saying yes, like I'd done dozens of times before, I told her I'd be happy to watch the kids. Then I pulled out my rate sheet and told her it would be $20 an hour for both kids, with a 4-hour minimum since it sounded like she'd be out pretty late. The silence on the phone was incredible. I could literally hear her processing what I'd just said. Then she started laughing, like I'd made some kind of joke. When I didn't laugh along, her tone changed completely. She asked if I was serious about charging her money to watch her own kids. I stayed calm and explained that I'd realized I'd been providing professional-level childcare services for free, and that wasn't sustainable for me anymore. I told her my rates were actually lower than most babysitting services in the area, and that I'd be reliable and take good care of the kids just like always. That's when she got nasty. She started going off about how I was being ridiculous and petty, how family doesn't charge family, how she couldn't believe I was trying to profit off helping my own relatives. She said I was acting like a spoiled brat, and that she was embarrassed to be related to me. I let her finish her rant, then calmly told her that those were my rates, and she was welcome to take it or leave it. If she wanted to find someone else, I completely understood. But if she wanted me to babysit, those were the terms. She hung up on me. About 3 hours later, Mike called. He'd obviously been talking to Sarah because he jumped straight into trying to guilt trip me. He brought up the time he'd helped me move apartments 2 years ago, and how he'd never charged me for his time or truck rental. He reminded me of Christmas gifts they'd given me over the years, and how family members are supposed to help each other out without keeping score. I listened to his whole speech, then pointed out that helping someone move once every few years was pretty different from providing regular childcare services multiple times per month.
I also mentioned that Christmas gifts are supposed to be gifts, not payments for future babysitting services. When the guilt trip approach didn't work, Mike switched tactics and got aggressive. Thursday, the whole family had gotten involved. Aunt Linda called my parents, who then called me sounding disappointed and frustrated. My mom wanted to know why I was causing drama over babysitting, and my dad said I was being unreasonable and should just go back to helping out like I used to. They tried to convince me that family relationships were more important than money, and that I was damaging those relationships over something petty. My mom said she was embarrassed by my behavior and worried about what the rest of the family would think. My dad suggested I was being influenced by friends who didn't understand family values. The worst part was that they weren't even trying to understand my side of things. They didn't ask why I felt the need to start charging, or whether I felt taken advantage of, or if there might be some middle ground we could find. They just wanted me to go back to being the free babysitter so everyone else could stop being mad at them. I tried to explain that I'd been providing hundreds of hours of free childcare over the past 3 years, missing out on work and social opportunities, and that it wasn't sustainable anymore. I pointed out that they wouldn't expect me to do hundreds of hours of free plumbing or accounting work for family members, so why was childcare different? But they weren't really listening. They kept coming back to the same talking points about family helping family, and how I was being selfish. It was clear that they valued keeping the peace with Aunt Linda and my cousins more than they valued my time or feelings. That weekend came and went, and nobody called me to babysit. Sarah had to hire an actual babysitter who charged her $25 an hour with a 4-hour minimum, plus a transportation fee since she lived in the suburbs. Mike had to cancel his plans entirely because he couldn't find anyone on such short notice. I spent the weekend studying for my comprehensive exams and actually going out with friends for the first time in months. It felt weird not having to worry about whether someone was going to call and guilt trip me into giving up my plans, but it also felt amazing to have my time back. Over the next few weeks, they kept testing me. Sarah would call with last-minute requests, hoping I'd cave and just say yes like I used to. Mike would try different approaches, sometimes angry, sometimes pleading, sometimes trying to negotiate lower rates. Aunt Linda got involved. Some people put money before family, or how disappointing it was when relatives couldn't count on each other. Aunt Linda made sure everyone knew that I was charging for babysitting now, painting me as this greedy person who was tearing the family apart over a few dollars. But I held firm. Every time someone tried to guilt trip me, I reminded them that professional childcare costs money, and that I'd been subsidizing their social lives for 3 years without any appreciation. When they accused me of being selfish, I pointed out that expecting unlimited free labor from a relative was pretty selfish too. The hardest part was dealing with my parents' disappointment. They really believed I was being petty and damaging important family relationships. But I realized that they'd never had to deal with the constant pressure and guilt trips that I'd been experiencing. From their perspective, they just saw me refusing to help family members and causing drama at gatherings. What they didn't see was all the times I'd canceled my own plans, missed work opportunities, or just given up my free time because Sarah or Mike needed last-minute help. They didn't see the pattern of exploitation that had developed over 3 years, or how my cousins had started treating me like hired help rather than family. The first few months after I started charging were, honestly, pretty rough. My cousins kept trying different tactics to get me to go back to free babysitting, and the family pressure was constant. But I stuck to my guns, and slowly, things started to settle into a new normal. Sarah was the most persistent about trying to wear me down. She'd call me with increasingly dramatic emergencies, hoping I'd cave and just say yes like I used to. One time she claimed her regular babysitter had food poisoning, and she absolutely had to attend some work function that could make or break her career. When I quoted her my standard rates, she accused me of holding her professional advancement hostage over money. But here's what I noticed. When she really needed childcare and couldn't find anyone else, she'd pay my rates without too much complaining. It happened maybe once a month, usually for events that were actually important rather than just social outings. Those times made it clear that she could afford to pay for babysitting when she had to. She just preferred getting it for free. Mike took a different approach and tried to negotiate. He suggested we could work out some kind of family discount
On each other anymore. They acted like I'd fundamentally changed who I was as a person, rather than just refusing to be taken advantage of. Aunt Linda was relentless about trying to get my parents to pressure me into backing down. She'd call my mom regularly to complain about how I was tearing the family apart and setting a bad example for the younger generation. She kept insisting that family members don't charge each other for favors, conveniently ignoring the fact that providing childcare multiple times per month for 3 years goes way beyond occasional favors. The breaking point with my parents came about 2 months after I'd started charging. My dad called me up and basically demanded that I stop this nonsense and go back to helping out my cousins like I used to. He said the family drama was getting out of hand and that I needed to be the bigger person and make peace. I finally lost it and told him exactly how much free childcare I'd been providing over the past 3 years. I broke down the hours per month, multiplied it by market rates, and gave him a total dollar amount. When he realized we were talking about thousands of dollars worth of free services, his tone changed completely. He got quiet for a long time, then admitted he hadn't realized how much time and money was involved. That conversation with my dad was a turning point. He didn't immediately take my side, but he stopped pressuring me to go back to free babysitting. My mom took longer to come around, but eventually, she started pushing back when Aunt Linda would call to complain about me. Meanwhile, my cousins were discovering what professional childcare actually costs. Sarah started hiring regular babysitters who charged $25 to $30 an hour, plus transportation fees and minimum hour requirements. Mike had to start planning ahead for childcare instead of just calling me at the last minute, because professional services required advance booking. The most satisfying moment came at Thanksgiving dinner about 4 months after I'd started charging. I was helping in the kitchen when I overheard Sarah complaining to my mom about how expensive babysitters had gotten. She mentioned that she'd spent over $400 on childcare in the past month alone, and how it was really impacting their budget. I couldn't resist walking over and casually mentioning that my rates would have saved her at least $100 compared to services for free. Mike had his own wake-up call around the same time. His usual approach of calling for last-minute emergency childcare stopped working when professional services couldn't accommodate short notice. He had to start planning ahead and keeping backup options available, which made him realize how much he'd been relying on my flexibility and availability. The family dynamics slowly started to shift. Aunt Linda still made passive-aggressive comments about how things used to be better when family members helped each other out, but she couldn't really argue that I was being unreasonable, since my rates were lower than professional services. My parents stopped pressuring me to give in, especially after they saw how much Sarah and Mike were actually spending on childcare. But here's the thing that really bothered me as time went on. I barely saw the kids anymore outside of family gatherings. Before, when I was providing regular babysitting, I had a relationship with Emma, Jake, Lucy, and Sam. I knew what was going on in their lives, what shows they were watching, how they were doing in school. We had inside jokes and favorite activities. After I stopped being their free babysitter, that relationship just evaporated. Sarah and Mike never called just to see if I wanted to spend time with the kids, or to invite me over for dinner, or to include me in family activities that didn't involve childcare. It became crystal clear that the only reason they'd been including me in their lives was because they needed free babysitting services. That realization was honestly more painful than all the guilt trips and family drama. I'd thought we had genuine relationships, but it turned out I was just useful to them. When I stopped being useful in the specific way they wanted, they stopped making any effort to maintain a relationship with me. The few times they did pay my rates, the dynamic felt completely different.
Instead of treating me like family who was helping out, they treated me like hired help. Sarah would give me detailed instructions about bedtime routines and snack preferences, like I hadn't been watching her kids for 3 years and didn't already know these things. Mike would emphasize that I needed to clean up any messes before they got home, as if I'd been leaving their house trashed when I was babysitting for free. It was weird how putting a price on my services changed their whole attitude toward me. When I was working for asking me to babysit as often. But during the party, I overheard a conversation that made everything worth it. Sarah was talking to one of her friends about how expensive childcare had gotten, and her friend mentioned that she paid her sister-in-law to babysit sometimes. Sarah said she used to have a great arrangement with a family member who would watch her kids, but that person had started charging ridiculous rates, and she'd had to find professional sitters instead. Her friend asked what the family member had been charging, and when Sarah mentioned my rates, her friend was surprised. She said those rates were actually pretty reasonable compared to what most babysitters charge, especially for someone who already knew the kids and was flexible about scheduling. That conversation confirmed what I'd suspected all along. My rates weren't unreasonable or excessive. They were fair market prices for professional childcare services. Sarah and Mike had just gotten so used to getting those services for free that paying anything felt like an outrageous expense. The situation has settled into an equilibrium now. Sarah and Mike occasionally hire me when they're really stuck and can't find other options, usually paying my rates without too much complaining. But mostly they've found other arrangements. Regular babysitters, daycare programs, or just asking Aunt Linda to help out more often. The family drama has mostly died down, though Aunt Linda still makes the occasional comment about how things used to be better when family members looked out for each other. My parents have accepted my decision, especially after seeing how much professional childcare actually costs and realizing that I'd been subsidizing my cousins' social lives for years. But the thing that bothers me most is how little I see those kids now. When people ask if I miss babysitting them, the honest answer is yes. I do miss spending time with Emma, Jake, Lucy, and Sam. They're great kids, and I enjoyed being part of their lives. What I don't miss is being taken advantage of and treated like free labor. And what really tells me everything I need to know is that in the 6 months since I stopped being their regular babysitter, none of my cousins have reached out just to have me spend time with the kids. No invitations to birthday parties or school plays, no casual visits or family dinners, no attempts to maintain a relationship that isn't based on me providing free services. The fact that some family relationships suffered as a result just shows that those relationships weren't as strong or genuine as I thought they were. No one believed me when I said my stepbrother was stealing, so I waited until Christmas dinner to prove it. I'm 21, female, and a college junior who just came home for winter break. My stepbrother Jake is 19 and has been living with us for 2 years now, ever since my mom married his dad. From day one, Jake became the golden child who could do absolutely no wrong in anyone's eyes except mine. It started small. I had these really nice wireless headphones that I saved up for months to buy. Jake asked to borrow them once to game with his friends online. I said sure, whatever. 3 days later, I asked for them back, and he claimed he already returned them. I searched everywhere, and they were just gone. When I confronted him about it, he swore up and down that he gave them back to me, and maybe I just misplaced them. My mom told me to stop accusing Jake of things, and that I probably just lost them somewhere. Then it was gift cards. I had a $50 Amazon gift card sitting on my desk that my aunt gave me for getting good grades. It disappeared overnight. Again, Jake denied taking it, and again, my parents acted like I was being dramatic. My stepdad actually had the nerve to suggest that maybe I spent it and forgot about it. Like I'm some kind of idiot who can't remember spending $50. The pattern kept going. My laptop vanished for 3 days and then mysteriously reappeared in the living room. Jake claimed he found it there and was just bringing it back to my room. My favorite sweater disappeared from the laundry room. A $20 bill I left in my jeans pocket was gone after Jake offered to help with laundry. Every single time I brought it up, I was the bad guy. I was jealous. I was causing drama. I was making wild accusations against poor Jake, who was still adjusting to our blended family. Meanwhile, Jake was walking around in designer clothes and always had the latest gadgets. New shoes that cost more than I make in a month at my campus job. A brand new gaming headset that looked suspiciously similar to the one I lost. An expensive watch that he claimed he bought with birthday money, even though I knew for a fact he'd never had a job in his life. When I pointed this out, my stepdad said Jake was just good at saving his allowance and maybe I could learn something from his financial. Keeping my door locked. It helped a little, but Jake was clever. He knew exactly what to take and when to take it so that I'd look crazy if I complained. The breaking point came right before winter break. My grandmother had given me this absolutely beautiful vintage necklace for my birthday in November. It was this delicate gold chain with a small pendant that had belonged to her mother. She told me it was worth quite a bit of money, but more importantly, it had been in our family for 3 generations. She specifically chose to give it to me instead of my mom because she said I reminded her of her own mother when she was young. I was so careful with that necklace. I only wore it a few times and always put it right back in my jewelry box in the same spot. I checked on it regularly because I was paranoid about losing something so precious. Within a week of being home for winter break, it was gone. I knew immediately it was Jake. There was no other explanation. No one else had been in my room, and I'd literally checked on the necklace the night before. I marched straight to his room and confronted him about it. He looked me dead in the eyes and swore on his dead mother's grave that he had never even seen the necklace, let alone taken it. He actually got teary-eyed talking about how hurt he was that I would accuse him of stealing something so meaningful to me. When I told my mom and stepdad what happened, they completely lost their minds on me. My mom started crying and saying that I was destroying our family with my accusations. My stepdad told me that I was being cruel and vindictive toward Jake, who had already lost his mother and was just trying to fit into our family. They said I was ruining the trust they'd worked so hard to build, and that I needed to apologize to Jake immediately. I refused to apologize because I knew I was right. That led to this huge screaming match where my mom accused me of being jealous that Jake got attention, and my stepdad said I was acting like a spoiled brat who couldn't handle sharing the spotlight. They grounded me from using the car and said I couldn't go out with my high school friends until I made things right with Jake. Meanwhile, Jake played the hurt victim perfectly. He moped around the house looking sad and betrayed. He made these little comments to my parents about how he understood why I didn't like him. Jake get away with stealing my stuff and then playing the victim when I called him out. Most of all, I was tired of feeling like I was losing my mind because everyone around me refused to see what was right in front of their faces. So I decided to get proof. Real, undeniable proof that would shut everyone up once and for all. I spent my own money on one of those small Bluetooth trackers from Amazon, the kind people use to find their keys or wallet. It was tiny, about the size of a quarter, and I could track it with an app on my phone. My plan was simple, but I had to be patient. I found this decorative jewelry box that I'd gotten as a gift years ago but never used. It was small and pretty, the kind of thing that would catch Jake's attention. I put the tracker inside it, along with $40 in cash that I could afford to lose. Then I made sure Jake saw me putting it in my room. I didn't make it obvious or anything. I just left my door open one afternoon when he was walking by and made a show of counting the money before putting it in the box. I even said something like, "Good thing I have a safe place to keep this," loud enough for him to hear. Then I put the box on my dresser in plain sight and waited. It took exactly 2 days. I woke up one morning and the box was gone. I checked the app on my phone and sure enough, the tracker was moving around the house. I watched it go from Jake's room to the kitchen to the living room. It was actually kind of fascinating seeing his daily routine mapped out through my stolen property. But I didn't say anything. This was the hard part, because every instinct I had was screaming at me to confront him immediately. I wanted to march into his room and demand my stuff back. But I knew that wouldn't accomplish anything, except give him a chance to hide the evidence and make me look crazy again. Instead, I waited for the perfect opportunity. Christmas was coming up, and I knew we'd have the whole extended family over. Both sets of grandparents, my mom's sister and her kids, my stepdad's brother and his wife. It would be the biggest audience possible, and Jake would be in full golden child mode, trying to impress everyone. The tracker stayed in Jake's room for about a week. I could see on the app that he'd sit there being antisocial. My stepdad was practically glowing with pride watching Jake charm the relatives. I sat through all of this, knowing what I knew. Watching Jake get praised for being such a wonderful young man while I was still being treated like the jealous troublemaker who couldn't accept her new family situation. My grandmother kept trying to draw me into conversations, but I was too focused on what I was planning to do. We all sat down for dinner around 3 o'clock. The whole family was there, maybe 15 people total, all crowded around my mom's dining room table and the folding table she'd set up in the living room. Jake was sitting right across from me, still playing the charming stepson role. Everyone was talking and laughing, passing around dishes and catching up on family news. My mom was beaming because the dinner was going so well, and everyone seemed to be getting along. This was exactly what she'd always pictured when she married my stepdad. One big, happy, blended family, celebrating the holidays together. I waited until we were in the middle of the main course, when everyone was settled and focused on eating. Then I casually pulled out my phone like I was checking a text message. I opened the tracker app and hit the button to make it beep. The sound cut through all the dinner conversation like a knife. It was this loud, electronic beeping noise that was clearly coming from somewhere nearby. Everyone stopped talking and looked around confused. The beeping was coming from Jake's jacket, which was hanging on the back of his chair. I watched his face go completely white as he realized what was happening. He started looking around frantically, like he was trying to figure out where the noise was coming from. But I could see the panic in his eyes. My mom asked what that sound was, and Jake started stammering something about how he had no idea. Maybe someone's phone was malfunctioning. He was trying to play it off, but his voice was shaking, and he looked like he was going to throw up. I stood up from my chair and walked around to where Jake was sitting. The whole family was watching me now, probably thinking I was about to have some kind of breakdown. I reached into the pocket of Jake's jacket and pulled out my jewelry box. The entire table went silent. You could have heard a pin drop. I opened the box and there about how there must be some explanation. But then I reached into Jake's backpack that was sitting by the front door. Inside was even more stuff. My grandmother's necklace was there, wrapped in a tissue. There was jewelry that belonged to my cousins, some cash, and even a few items I didn't recognize that must have belonged to other family members. My grandmother took one look at her necklace in my hand and said very quietly, "I knew it wasn't you, sweetheart." That was the only sound in the room besides Jake's heavy breathing and the scraping of chairs as people shifted uncomfortably. My mom's face had gone from confused to bright red. She was staring at Jake like she'd never seen him before. My stepdad was opening and closing his mouth, but nothing was coming out. All the relatives who had been praising Jake just minutes before were now looking at him with disgust and disappointment. Jake finally found his voice and started yelling about how I'd set him up, how I was psychotic and obsessed with destroying him. He said he was just borrowing things and was planning to give them back. He claimed I'd planted the tracker to frame him, and that everyone should be worried about how manipulative and crazy I was. But it was too late. The evidence was right there on the table in front of everyone. There was no explaining away my grandmother's necklace, or the gift cards or the jewelry that belonged to other family members. Jake had been stealing from everyone, not just me. He grabbed his backpack and stormed toward the front door, still yelling about how unfair this was and how I'd ruined everything. My stepdad got up and followed him, and I could hear them arguing in the driveway before a car door slammed, and they drove off. The rest of the family sat in stunned silence for what felt like forever. My mom was just staring at the pile of stolen items on the table, with this look of complete shock on her face. She kept shaking her head like she couldn't believe what had just happened. The silence at the dinner table stretched on forever after Jake and my stepdad left. Everyone was just staring at the pile of stolen stuff I dumped in the middle of the Christmas dinner, like some kind of twisted centerpiece. My mom looked like she was in complete shock, just sitting there shaking her head over and over. My grandma at our house. Everyone had just assumed they'd misplaced their stuff. The family started trickling out pretty quickly after that. Nobody knew what to say, and the whole Christmas dinner was obviously ruined. My grandmother hugged me extra tight when she left and whispered that she was proud of me for standing up for myself. My aunt told my mom she needed to have a serious talk with her husband about his son. After everyone left, my mom and I were alone in the house with all the dirty dishes and leftover food. She sat at the kitchen table crying while I started cleaning up. She kept apologizing for not believing me and saying she felt like such a terrible mother. She admitted that she'd noticed Jake always seemed to have money for expensive things, but she'd chosen to believe his explanations because it was easier than dealing with the alternative. My stepdad and Jake didn't come home that night. My mom got a text saying they were staying at Jake's friend's house and needed some space to figure things out. That became the pattern for the next few days. Jake would show up to grab clothes or whatever, but he'd leave as soon as I came into the room. My stepdad was barely speaking to anyone. The house felt completely different. Before, it had been this tense environment where I was constantly on edge, waiting for the next thing to go missing or the next accusation that I was being dramatic. Now it was just awkward and sad. My mom was walking around like she was grieving, and I almost felt bad for her because her perfect blended family fantasy had been completely shattered. I got all my stuff back, including things I didn't even realize were missing. Jake apparently had this whole system set up in his room where he stored things in different boxes and bags. Some of the items had been missing for so long that I'd forgotten I even owned them. Finding everything felt like getting pieces of my sanity back. My mom kept apologizing constantly for the first few days. She'd randomly start crying and telling me how sorry she was for not listening to me. She said she'd been so focused on making the blended family work that she'd ignored obvious red flags. She admitted that deep down she'd known something wasn't right, but she'd convinced herself that I was just having trouble adjusting to having a stepbrother. But then relationships that might never recover. My stepdad was even worse. He started acting like I was some kind of master manipulator who had orchestrated the whole thing to destroy his son. He said I must have been planning this for months, waiting for the perfect moment to humiliate Jake. He claimed that while Jake made mistakes, I was vindictive and calculating in a way that was much more concerning. The worst part was that they started rewriting history. Suddenly, Jake wasn't a thief. He was a troubled kid who made poor choices, and I wasn't a victim. I was someone who exploited those poor choices for revenge. My stepdad kept saying that families are supposed to handle problems privately, and that airing dirty laundry in front of extended family was unforgivable. Jake eventually came home, but he avoided me completely. When he had to be in the same room as me, he'd act like I didn't exist. My mom and stepdad started treating me like I was the real problem in the family. They'd have these whispered conversations that would stop as soon as I walked into the room. The extended family was split too. My grandmother and some of my aunts were completely on my side. They kept texting me supportive messages and telling me I did the right thing by exposing Jake's behavior. But other relatives thought I'd gone too far with the public confrontation. They said that while Jake was wrong to steal, embarrassing him in front of everyone was unnecessarily harsh. My mom's sister called her and apparently told her that she needed to get her priorities straight and protect her daughter instead of her husband's feelings. That led to this massive fight between my mom and aunt that ended with them not speaking. My mom blamed me for driving a wedge between her and her sister. The house became unbearable pretty quickly. Every conversation felt loaded with tension. My mom would make these passive-aggressive comments about how Christmas was ruined forever and how some things can never be repaired. My stepdad would talk about the importance of forgiveness and moving forward, but only when it came to Jake's behavior, never mine. Jake started playing the victim again, but this time it was about how I destroyed his reputation and made him look like a criminal in front of everyone. My parents ate it up and started treating him like he was the one who needed support and understanding. They sent him to therapy and bought him new clothes, healthier ways I could have addressed my concerns about Jake. When I pointed out that I'd tried talking to my parents for months and they'd dismissed me every time, the therapist said that didn't justify my choice to publicly humiliate Jake. I started counting down the days until I could go back to college. Living in that house felt like being gaslight 24/7. Everyone kept telling me that I'd crossed a line and that my methods were worse than Jake's stealing. They acted like wanting proof of what I knew was happening made me some kind of sociopath. My grandmother was the only person who consistently supported me. She'd call me regularly to check in and remind me that I'd done nothing wrong. She said that sometimes the truth is uncomfortable, and that people's negative reactions don't make the truth any less valid. She told me that she was proud of me for not backing down even when everyone was against me. 2 days before I left for spring semester, my mom sat me down for what she called a serious conversation. She told me that when I came home for summer break, things were going to have to change. She said I needed to apologize to Jake and my stepdad for the way I'd handled things, and that we all needed to work together to repair the family. She said that holding grudges was toxic, and that if I wanted to be part of the family, I needed to let go of my anger and focus on healing. She made it clear that my attitude was the biggest obstacle to moving forward, and that everyone else was ready to put the past behind us. I just sat there, listening to her rewrite reality one more time. In her version of events, Jake had made some mistakes, but I'd responded in a way that was disproportionately cruel. She said that mature people handle family problems with compassion and privacy, not by staging dramatic confrontations designed to maximize humiliation. When she finished talking, I told her I'd think about what she said. But honestly, I knew I was done. I was tired of being told that exposing the truth was worse than the lies everyone had been living with. I was tired of being expected to apologize for refusing to be stolen from. I went back to college the next week and threw myself into my classes and my campus job. I barely talked to anyone from home except my grandmother, who kept me updated on the family drama. Apparently, Jake got caught's backpack along with a stash of things from other family members. Apparently, I wasn't his only target. What happened when I refused to give my father the speech he wanted at his retirement party? I'm a 35-year-old engineer. Nothing fancy. Just your typical mid-level guy who designs HVAC systems for office buildings. My whole life I've been living in my father's shadow. And I mean that literally. The man is 6 feet 3 inches and has this presence that just fills up any room he walks into. He's 67 now, and finally retiring from the construction company where he's been a project manager for the past 40 years. Growing up in our house was like being under constant surveillance by the world's harshest critic. My dad had this way of making everything feel like a test you were probably going to fail. My sister Sarah is 3 years younger than me, and she was always the academic superstar. Honor roll, debate team, full scholarship to college. My older brother Mike followed Dad into construction right after high school and became his golden child, the son who really got it, according to Dad. Me? I was just the disappointment in the middle. When I brought home a B+, Dad wanted to know why it wasn't an A. When I made JV baseball, he asked why I wasn't good enough for varsity. When I graduated college with my engineering degree, he spent the whole dinner talking about how Mike had just gotten promoted to site supervisor. Nothing I ever did was quite right, and he never let me forget it. The thing is, my dad has always been obsessed with appearances. At family gatherings, work functions, anywhere there was an audience, we were expected to put on this performance about what a wonderful father and provider he was. He'd give these long speeches about sacrifice and hard work, and then we were supposed to chime in with stories about his wisdom and guidance. My siblings learned to play along early. I just learned to keep my mouth shut and nod at the right times. As an adult, I've maintained what you might call a polite distance. I show up to the required family events, make small talk, and leave as soon as socially acceptable. It's worked for about 10 years now. We don't fight anymore because I don't give him anything to fight about. So when he announced this big retirement party, I knew I'd have to be there. We're talking about a real production. 150 people at the Marriott Banquet Hall. Kate, interested, just told me flat out that this was happening. I started reading and immediately felt that familiar knot forming in my stomach. This wasn't just a speech praising his work ethic or congratulating him on his retirement. This was a complete rewrite of our family history. According to these pages, my father was this amazing role model who taught his children the value of hard work and perseverance. It talked about his unwavering support and gentle guidance. There was a whole section about how any success I'd achieved in my career was really thanks to the foundation he'd built and the lessons he'd taught me. I got to the part where I was supposed to say that his constructive criticism had made me stronger, and I actually laughed out loud. Constructive criticism. Is that what we're calling it now? I looked up at him and said I wasn't really comfortable with some of the content. Maybe we could work together to revise it a bit. His face went dark, in that way I remembered from when I was 12 and had accidentally broken his drill. He leaned forward and his voice got quiet, which was somehow worse than when he yelled. He told me I would read exactly what he had written, word for word, with no changes. He said anything else would embarrass the family, and he wouldn't have me ruining the most important night of his career over what he called my petty grudges. Petty grudges. Like 18 years of being told I wasn't good enough was just me holding on to some minor slight. I tried to explain that I just wanted the speech to feel more authentic, more like something I would actually say. He cut me off and reminded me of all the times over the years when I'd disappointed him, how this was my chance to finally do something that would make him proud. He said his coworkers and friends would be there, people who had heard him talk about his children for decades, and they were expecting to see what kind of man he'd raised. The whole conversation lasted maybe 15 minutes, but it felt like being thrown back into childhood. That same feeling of being trapped, of having no choice but to go along with whatever he decided was best. By the time I left their house, I had the speech folded up in my speech. There was this long pause. Then she said, maybe it was just his way of trying to connect with me, and that one night of playing along wouldn't kill me. Easy for her to say. She was always his favorite. Mike was less diplomatic when I brought it up with him. He said Dad deserved to have his retirement party go exactly the way he wanted it, and that I should be honored he'd chosen me to speak. He reminded me that Dad had worked his ass off to provide for our family, and the least I could do was give him this one thing. When I pointed out some of the more problematic parts of the speech, Mike just shrugged and said it was all true from Dad's perspective. And wasn't that what mattered? Even my mom got involved, calling me a few days before the party to make sure I was prepared for my speech. She said she was so excited to hear what I had to say about Dad, and how proud she was that he'd chosen me for such an important moment. The guilt was suffocating. The night before the party, I must have read that speech 20 times, trying to figure out how to make it work. Maybe I could add a few lines that felt more genuine, or soften some of the more over-the-top praise. But every time I thought about changing even a word, I could hear his voice telling me it had better be exactly what he'd written. I barely slept that night. I kept thinking about all those people who would be there, listening to me paint this picture of my father that had almost nothing to do with reality. His co-workers who probably saw him as this dedicated family man, my extended family who had their own complicated relationships with him, my own wife and kids who would hear me lie about the man who had raised me. But I also kept thinking about what would happen if I didn't do it. The explosion afterward, the family drama that would last for months or years, my mom's disappointment, my siblings' anger, the way it would overshadow what was supposed to be Dad's big night. Maybe Mike was right. Maybe it was just one night, and I should just suck it up and get through it. By the time I got dressed for the party, I still had no idea what I was going to do. The Marriott banquet hall was packed when we arrived. I'm talking wall-to-wall people, everyone dressed up like it was a wedding. Speech was still folded up in my jacket pocket. I could feel it every time I moved, like it was burning a hole through the fabric. I kept taking it out when no one was looking, unfolding it just enough to see the first few lines, then shoving it back in. My hands were actually shaking. Sarah was sitting next to me, and about halfway through dinner she leaned over and asked if I was okay. I told her I was just nervous about public speaking, which wasn't exactly a lie. She patted my arm and said I'd do great, that Dad was so excited to hear what I had to say. The guilt hit me like a punch to the stomach. Mike was on my other side, and he kept making these comments about how this was such a big deal for Dad, how he'd been talking about nothing else for weeks. He said their crew at work had been joking that Dad was more nervous about his retirement party than he'd ever been about any job site. Great. No pressure at all. Mom spent most of dinner getting up to take pictures with different groups of people. She was in full hostess mode, making sure everyone felt welcome, asking about people's kids and jobs. But I caught her looking at me a few times with this expectant smile, like she was already imagining how proud she'd be when I got up there and delivered this perfect tribute to her husband. The worst part was watching Dad during dinner. He was genuinely happy in a way I hadn't seen in years. His face was lit up. He was laughing at everyone's jokes, telling stories about the old days. This was his moment, the culmination of 4 decades of work, and he was soaking up every minute of it. And here I was, sitting 3 feet away, planning to potentially ruin it all. About an hour into dinner, his boss stood up to give the official company tribute. It was this glowing speech about Dad's dedication and leadership, how he'd mentored younger workers and never missed a deadline. Everyone was nodding along, and Dad was trying to look modest, but you could tell he was eating it up. When his boss finished, the whole room gave him a standing ovation that went on for like 2 minutes. Then his boss announced that Dad's son would be speaking on behalf of the family. The applause started up again, and everyone turned to look at me. Dad caught my eye across the table and gave me this nod that was probably some uncles, some of whom had their own complicated relationships with my father, but would never say anything publicly. My cousins, a few of whom had texted me over the years with their own stories about family gatherings and Dad's temper. I pulled the speech out of my pocket and unfolded it on the podium. The first line was right there in front of me. My father has always been my hero and my inspiration. All I had to do was read those words and keep going for the next 5 minutes. Play my part in the family mythology one more time. Let Dad have his perfect night. But standing there, looking out at all those expectant faces, something inside me just snapped. Maybe it was seeing how happy he was, knowing that his happiness was built on this lie about what kind of father he'd been. Maybe it was thinking about my own kids, who were sitting at a table with my wife, watching their dad either stand up for himself or cave to pressure one more time. Maybe it was just 18 years of swallowed anger finally reaching its limit. I folded the speech back up and put it in my pocket. The room was so quiet I could hear my own breathing. I started by saying I was supposed to read something my father had written, but that I thought it was more important to speak from my heart. I could see Dad's expression change immediately. The smile didn't disappear all at once, but it kind of froze in place while his eyes went hard. I talked about how Dad had provided for our family financially, and I made sure to acknowledge that because it was true and important. But then I said I also wanted to be honest about what it had been like growing up in our house. You could feel the energy in the room shift. People stopped eating, stopped moving. Even the servers kind of paused what they were doing. I talked about the constant criticism, how nothing any of us did was ever quite good enough. I mentioned the comparisons to my siblings, the way every achievement came with a lecture about how it could have been better. I talked about learning to be independent, not because he'd taught me to be strong, but because I'd had to learn to survive in an environment where approval was always just out of reach. The whole time I was talking, I could see people's reactions out of the corner of my eye. Some of Dad's coworkers were looking uncomfortable, shifting in their seats or
Explosion of anger I'd expected, but something colder and more final, like he was watching me burn a bridge that could never be rebuilt. I wrapped up by saying that despite everything, I was grateful for the lessons he'd taught me about resilience and self-reliance, even if they hadn't been taught in the way he'd intended. The room was completely silent when I finished. Not the good kind of silence, where people are moved and thinking about what you've said, but the awkward kind, where no one knows how to react. The applause when it finally came was scattered and half-hearted. Maybe a third of the people in the room clapped, and it died out quickly. I could hear whispers starting up at tables throughout the room, people leaning over to murmur to their spouses or friends. Someone's fork clinked against their plate, unnaturally loud in the quiet. I looked down at Dad one more time before leaving the podium. He was still staring at me with that same cold expression. But now there was something else there, too. Something that looked almost like disappointment, but not the usual kind. This was deeper. This was the look of someone who'd just realized that a relationship was over. Walking back to my seat felt even longer than walking up had been. I could feel every eye in the room on me, could practically hear people processing what had just happened. My wife caught my eye from her table and gave me a small nod, but she looked shaken too. Even she hadn't expected me to go quite that far. When I got back to the head table, no one would look at me. Sarah was still staring at her plate. Mike had turned his chair slightly away from me. Mom was dabbing at her eyes with a napkin, trying not to let anyone see that she was crying. And Dad had already turned back to the room, putting his public face back on. But I could see the tension in his shoulders. The rest of the evening dragged on, but it felt like I was watching it through glass. People came up to congratulate Dad and carefully avoided mentioning my speech. A few of his work friends made jokes about how honest kids could be these days, but you could tell they were just trying to fill the awkward silence. The photographer was something I'd been holding in for 30 years. But part of me also felt sick about what I'd just done to what was supposed to be Dad's special night. When we got home and put the kids to bed, my wife and I sat on the couch and she asked me to walk her through what had happened. I told her about standing up there with his speech in my hand, looking out at all those people, and just not being able to do it anymore. She said she was proud of me for speaking my truth, but she also said it was hard to watch because she could see how much it was hurting everyone in the room. My phone started buzzing around 11 p.m. First it was Sarah, calling to ask what the hell I thought I was doing. She was crying and said I'd humiliated Dad in front of all his friends and co-workers. She said Mom had locked herself in the bathroom at the party and wouldn't come out, and that Dad had barely spoken for the rest of the evening. When I tried to explain my side of it, she cut me off and said there was no excuse for what I'd done. Then Mike called. He wasn't crying, he was furious. He said I was a selfish piece of shit who'd ruined the most important night of Dad's life because I couldn't let go of some childhood grudges. He said Dad had worked his ass off to provide for us, and this was how I repaid him. He told me I was no longer welcome at family gatherings, and that I should stay away from Mom and Dad until I was ready to apologize. I turned my phone off after that, but I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I'd made a huge mistake. Maybe my siblings were right. Maybe I was just a bitter adult child who couldn't get over the past. Maybe Dad really had been trying his best, and I'd just thrown it back in his face in the most public way possible. The next morning I had 17 missed calls and about 40 text messages. Most were from family members telling me how disappointed they were or asking me to call Dad and apologize. But a few were different. My cousin Emma had sent me a long text saying she'd never seen anyone stand up to Dad like that before, and that it had given her chills in the best way. She said she'd dealt with similar treatment from him at family gatherings her whole life, and that watching me speak my truth had been like watching someone break a spell. My uncle about wanting to hurt him. She said she didn't understand how I could claim to love my father and then humiliate him like that in front of everyone who mattered to him. The worst part was that Dad didn't call at all. For about 2 weeks after the party, I kept expecting my phone to ring and to hear his voice on the other end, probably yelling at me, but at least engaging with what had happened. But there was nothing. It was like I'd ceased to exist for him entirely. 3 weeks after the party, Mom called to tell me that Dad had started his retirement and was doing well, spending time in his workshop and planning some trips. She said he was acting like nothing had happened, like I'd never given that speech at all. When she mentioned my name, he just changed the subject. She begged me to call him and try to work things out, but honestly, I didn't even know where to start. Sarah eventually started talking to me again, but she made it clear that she thought I owed everyone an apology. She said she understood that I'd had issues with Dad growing up, but that there had been a time and place for that conversation, and his retirement party wasn't it. She said the whole family was walking on eggshells around him now because they were afraid of setting him off or reminding him of what had happened. Mike, on the other hand, completely cut me off. He blocked my number and my social media accounts. When I tried to reach out through Sarah, she said he'd told her he was done with me permanently, unless I made things right with Dad. According to her, Mike felt like I'd disrespected everything Dad had worked for and sacrificed for our family. About a month after the party, I got a message from one of Dad's co-workers. He said he'd been thinking about my speech, and that while it had been uncomfortable to hear, it had also made him think about his own relationship with his kids. He said he'd never really considered how his criticism and high expectations might be affecting them, and that my honesty had been a wake-up call for him. He thanked me for giving him something to think about. That message meant more to me than I expected it to. Here was someone who'd known Dad for years, who'd heard me speak my truth about what it was like to be his son, and instead of dismissing it or defending Dad,
he'd actually listened and reflected years. She said that after hearing me speak up, she'd realized she didn't have to just accept his behavior and stay quiet about it. Her parents had been supportive and had decided to have a conversation with Dad about boundaries. Emma said she felt like I'd broken some kind of family spell, where everyone just accepted that Dad was difficult, and that his behavior was something we all had to tolerate. But for every person who reached out to say they understood or appreciated my honesty, there were 2 or 3 family members who made it clear they thought I'd crossed a line. My Aunt Linda sent me a brutal email about how I'd always been jealous of my siblings, and had finally found a way to get attention by tearing down the man who'd raised me. My cousin Brad told people at a family barbecue that I'd shown my true colors, and that Dad was better off without me. The whole thing created this weird divide in our extended family. There were people who thought I'd been brave and honest, and people who thought I'd been cruel and selfish, and not much middle ground between those positions. Family gatherings became awkward because people had to choose sides or risk bringing up the elephant in the room. 3 months after the party, I finally worked up the courage to drive to my parents' house. I didn't call ahead because I was afraid Dad would tell Mom to say he wasn't home. When Mom answered the door, she looked surprised, but not exactly happy to see me. She let me in but said Dad was in his workshop and didn't want to be disturbed. I asked if she thought he'd ever be willing to talk to me about what had happened. She said she didn't know, that he'd been hurt more deeply than she'd ever seen him hurt before. She said he felt like I'd betrayed him and made him look like a terrible father in front of everyone who mattered to him. When I tried to explain that it hadn't been about making him look bad, she said she didn't think Dad was capable of seeing it any other way. I left that day knowing that my relationship with my father might be over permanently. It's been 6 months now since the party, and we still haven't spoken. Mom gives me updates when I call her, but they're always brief and uncomfortable. Dad apparently refers to me as your son when talking to her, like he's disowned me but doesn't want to say it directly. My siblings have slowly started talking to me again. Wife and I have talked about how we want to handle discipline and expectations with our children, making sure we don't repeat the patterns I grew up with. I still don't know if I did the right thing that night. Half the time I think I was finally honest about something that needed to be said, and half the time I think I was a selfish asshole who ruined my father's special moment because I couldn't get over the past. What I do know is that I can't take it back, and I'm not sure I would even if I could. At least now everyone knows what it was really like to grow up as my father's son, even if they don't all want to hear it. They tried to cut me out of the family photo, so I brought the truth out in front of everyone. I'm 26 and work as a nurse, and I'm the only daughter in what feels like the world's most dysfunctional extended family. My cousin Sarah, 24, got married last weekend, and honestly, I should have known something like this would happen. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So here's the deal with my family. They're all in real estate together. My dad and his 3 brothers started this company back in the 90s, and over the years it's become this massive family operation. My cousins, Mike Jr., Danny, and Alex all work there. My cousin Lisa does their marketing. Even my younger cousin Brett, who's only 22, got brought in right after college. It's like this big, happy real estate dynasty, except I'm not part of it. When I was in high school, everyone just assumed I'd join the family business after college. My Uncle Mike used to joke about how I'd be perfect for client relations because I was good with people. My dad would talk about expanding into property management and how I could head that division. It was all planned out in their heads. But I wanted to be a nurse. I know it sounds cliché, but I genuinely wanted to help people in a different way than selling them houses. When I told my parents I was majoring in nursing, they were disappointed, but said they understood. What I didn't realize was how the rest of the family would react. It started small. My cousins would make comments about how I was too good for the family business. Uncle Mike would ask when I was going to come to my senses and join the company. But it got worse after I graduated and actually started working at the hospital. Suddenly, I wasn't getting invited to things. My cousins would all go on these weekend trips to my uncle's lake house, and I'd find out about them from Instagram posts. When I asked my mom why I wasn't invited, she'd make excuses about how they were business retreats, and it wouldn't be relevant to me. The financial stuff was the real kicker, though. When Mike Jr. wanted to buy his first house, the family helped with his down payment. Same thing happened with Danny and Alex. Lisa got help starting her marketing business on the side. Brett got a brand new car when he joined the company. Her about it, she finally admitted that Uncle Mike and some of the others had been talking about keeping me separate from the legacy, since I wasn't contributing to the family business. Those were her actual words, separate from the legacy. Like I was some kind of liability they needed to manage. After that conversation, I started paying more attention to how I was being treated. Family barbecues where I was told about last minute. Holiday planning that happened without me. Business celebrations that I wasn't included in, even though they were technically family events too. It was like I existed on the periphery of my own family. So when Sarah's wedding invitation came, I honestly wasn't sure if I should even go. Sarah and I used to be close when we were kids, but she works for the company now too, doing admin stuff. We barely talk anymore except for the occasional like on each other's social media posts. But I decided to go because I didn't want to give them another reason to say I was being difficult or antisocial. I bought a nice dress, got my hair done, the whole thing. I was determined to be pleasant and not cause any drama. The wedding itself was beautiful. Sarah looked gorgeous, and her husband Tom seems like a really good guy. The ceremony was at this fancy venue downtown, and the reception was in their ballroom. There had to be at least 200 people there between both families. I sat at a table with some of Sarah's friends from college and a few distant relatives I barely knew. My immediate family was at a different table with my uncles and their families. I tried not to read too much into the seating arrangement, but it was pretty obvious where I ranked. During dinner, I watched my cousins laughing and talking at their table. Uncle Mike was holding court, probably telling stories about recent business deals. My dad was right there with them, nodding along and looking completely comfortable. It was like watching a club I wasn't allowed to join. After dinner, the photographer started organizing people for pictures. First it was just Sarah and Tom, then their immediate families, then the wedding party. Standard stuff. But then he announced it was time for the big family photo and started waving people over. I hung back at first because I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be Uncle Mike, who was standing in the front row with the other senior family members. Uncle Mike would nod or shake his head slightly, and the photographer would move people around. It took me a few minutes to realize what was happening, but Uncle Mike was basically directing the whole thing. He wasn't just organizing by height, he was organizing by importance. The core family members, my dad and his brothers, their wives, the cousins who work in the business, they were all front and center. The newer spouses and the kids were arranged around them, and slowly but surely, I was being moved further and further to the edge. First, the photographer moved me behind my cousin Danny. Then he asked me to step to the left, so I was partially hidden behind my uncle's wife. Each time, he'd look back at Uncle Mike for approval. I started to feel sick watching this happen. It was so calculated, so deliberate. They weren't just taking a family photo. They were creating a visual hierarchy, and I was being systematically placed at the bottom of it. But the worst part was still coming. After about 10 minutes of arranging and rearranging, the photographer finally seemed satisfied with the setup. Everyone was smiling and ready for the shot. But then Uncle Mike leaned over and whispered something to the photographer. The photographer nodded and then turned to me with this apologetic look on his face. He asked if I could step aside for just a moment so they could get a shot with just the core family members. I stood there for a second, not sure if I'd heard him right. Just the core family members, at my cousin's wedding, where I'm supposed to be family too. I looked around at all the faces staring back at me. My parents looked uncomfortable but didn't say anything. My cousins were just standing there like this was completely normal. Some of the wedding guests who weren't part of our family were starting to notice what was happening and whispering to each other. That's when it really hit me. They weren't just excluding me from a photo. They were erasing me from the family record. In front of 200 people, they were making it clear that I didn't belong. I was supposed to just walk away quietly. That's what they expected. That's what I'd always done before when they made it clear I wasn't welcome somewhere. But standing there in that ball, the entire reception to hear, "If I'm not family enough for the picture, then stop calling me family at all." The silence that followed was deafening, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire wedding reception. The DJ was still playing music in the background, but every single conversation in that ballroom stopped. People at tables across the room turned to look at what was happening. I could feel my heart pounding, but I wasn't done. 6 years of being treated like a second-class relative had built up to this moment, and it was all coming out, whether I wanted it to or not. I looked directly at Uncle Mike, who had gone completely red in the face, and then at the rest of my family, who were all staring at me with various expressions of shock and horror. My parents looked like they wanted to disappear into the floor, but I kept going, because I knew if I stopped talking, I'd lose my nerve and just walk away, like I always did. I told them exactly how they'd been treating me for years, how I'd been excluded from family trips and gatherings, how my cousins got financial support for everything, while I was left to figure things out on my own. How they'd literally told my parents they wanted to keep me separate from the legacy because I didn't work for their precious real estate company. The wedding guests were pulling out their phones at this point. I could see people recording, which made me feel sick. But I couldn't stop. It was like years of swallowed words were finally forcing their way out of my mouth. Uncle Mike tried to interrupt me, making shushing motions and saying we could discuss this later, in private. But I was way past caring about keeping family business private. They'd just humiliated me in front of 200 people. Why should I protect their reputation now? I told him there was nothing to discuss, that they'd made their position crystal clear, and I just wanted everyone else to know exactly what kind of family they really were. That's when Sarah completely lost it. She started crying, not just tearing up, but full-on sobbing. She pushed through the group of people and ran toward the bathroom. Her new husband, Tom, looked absolutely furious and started demanding answers from Uncle Mike about what the hell was going on. The whole photo control. Uncle Mike kept trying to get people to calm down and go back to celebrating the wedding. My dad was apologizing to Tom and trying to explain that this was just a family misunderstanding. The worst part was watching my mom try to smooth things over with the other wedding guests who had witnessed the whole thing. She was making excuses about family drama and asking people not to post anything on social media. It was mortifying, but not for the reasons she thought. Tom wasn't having any of it, though. He was livid that his wedding had turned into a family confrontation, and he wanted answers about why his new wife was sobbing in the bathroom. He cornered Uncle Mike and demanded to know what they'd done to Sarah's cousin. I could hear Uncle Mike trying to downplay it, saying it was just about keeping the business photo professional and that I was overreacting. But Tom wasn't buying it. He said it sounded like they'd been bullying a family member for years, and that it was disgusting behavior. Meanwhile, I was standing there in the middle of this chaos I'd created, wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life. Part of me felt vindicated. Finally, people were seeing how I'd been treated. But another part of me felt horrible about ruining Sarah's wedding day. The photographer had given up entirely and was packing up his equipment. The perfect family photo they'd wanted was never going to happen now. Some of the older relatives were muttering about how I'd destroyed a family tradition and embarrassed everyone in front of Sarah's in-laws. But then something unexpected happened. Some of Sarah's friends from college came up to me and said they thought I was incredibly brave for standing up for myself. One of them said she'd been watching the photo situation unfold and thought it was obvious I was being treated unfairly. Even some people from Tom's family approached me. His aunt said she'd never seen anything like what just happened and couldn't believe a family would exclude someone like that. His cousin said it reminded her of how her own family had treated her when she didn't follow their career expectations. The reception basically split into two camps after that. The people who thought I was completely out of line for causing a scene at a wedding, and the people who thought my family's behavior was appalling and that I'd been pushed too far. My immediate family was clearly in the first camp. My parents kept trying to get me
Bathroom. Tom took her home before the dancing even started.
My parents decided we should leave rather than stay and make things more awkward. Uncle Mike was holding court with the relatives who supported him, probably planning how to handle the fallout. As we were walking out, I heard him telling someone that I'd always been dramatic and that this was exactly why they'd been hesitant to include me in family business matters. Like my reaction proved their point instead of being the natural result of years of exclusion and mistreatment. The car ride home with my parents was brutal. They were disappointed and angry, and they made it clear they thought I'd handled the situation terribly. My mom kept saying I should have just walked away from the photo and dealt with it privately later. But I knew that was bullshit. I'd been dealing with it privately for years, and nothing had changed. The only reason anyone was paying attention now was because I'd finally made a public scene about it. The fallout from the wedding started almost immediately. By Sunday morning, my phone was blowing up with texts and calls from relatives I hadn't heard from in months. Some were furious with me, others were supportive, and a few were just trying to figure out what the hell had actually happened. My Aunt Carol, who's married to Uncle Mike, sent me a long text about how I'd ruined Sarah's special day and that family disagreements should never be aired in public. She said I owed everyone an apology and that Uncle Mike was just trying to keep things professional for business purposes. According to her, I'd completely overreacted to a simple photo arrangement. But then I got a call from my cousin Jenny, who lives in another state and only comes to family events a few times a year. She said she'd been hearing rumors for years about me being excluded from things, but never realized how bad it was. She told me that at Christmas last year, when I wasn't invited to the family ski trip, she'd asked why, and was told I was too busy with work to join them. She had no idea I'd never even been asked. The responses basically fell into two categories: the relatives who were part of the inner circle, the ones involved in the business or married to people who were. They all thought I was out of line. They kept saying things about family loyalty and handling things privately and not causing scenes at weddings.
In the wedding, she realized he'd been lying to her about it.
The most surprising call came from my cousin Brett, the 22-year-old who just joined the company. He said he'd had no idea about any of this, and that when he was growing up, he always looked up to me for becoming a nurse. He said Uncle Mike and the others had told him I'd chosen to distance myself from the family, not that they'd been pushing me out. But the call that really got to me was from Tom, Sarah's new husband. He called me on Tuesday to apologize for how his wedding had turned out and to make sure I was okay. He said Sarah had been crying on and off since Saturday and that she felt terrible about what had happened. According to Tom, Sarah had no idea I was being excluded from family events. She thought I just didn't want to participate in family stuff anymore because I was busy with work. When the photographer asked me to step out of the photo, she assumed it was because I'd volunteered to take pictures of everyone else or something like that. Tom said that after they got home from the wedding, Sarah started asking questions about why I'd been so upset. When he told her what I'd said about being excluded from trips and gatherings, She realized she'd never actually seen me at any family events in the past few years. She'd just accepted the explanations about me being busy without really thinking about it. The conversation with Tom made me feel a little better about the whole thing. At least Sarah hadn't been actively participating in my exclusion. She'd just been oblivious to it. But the really illuminating conversation happened on Wednesday, when Sarah finally called me herself. She was crying before she even started talking. She apologized over and over for what had happened at her wedding and said she felt horrible that I'd been treated that way without her knowing. But then she told me something that made everything make sense. Apparently, after I left the reception, she'd confronted Uncle Mike about the whole photo situation. He tried to brush it off at first, but when she kept pushing, he finally admitted that the family photo was going to be used for promotional materials for the real estate company. They do this thing where they use family photos in their marketing materials to show how they're a family business that's been serving the community for generations. It's part of their brand image, and Uncle disgusted when she found this out, and that she'd told Uncle Mike exactly what she thought of his priorities. She also said that Tom was furious and had told her he didn't want Uncle Mike involved in any future family events they hosted. The rest of the week was a blur of phone calls, text messages, and family drama. My parents were caught in the middle, trying to maintain relationships with both sides. My dad kept saying he understood why I was upset, but that I should have handled it differently. My mom was more sympathetic, but worried about the long-term consequences for family unity. Uncle Mike, predictably, was painting himself as the victim in all of this. According to my cousin Danny, Uncle Mike was telling people that I'd always been jealous of the family business, and that my outburst at the wedding proved I was unstable and vindictive. He was saying they'd tried to include me over the years, but I'd always been difficult and uncooperative. But other family members were starting to push back on that narrative. My Aunt Linda, who's married to my dad's youngest brother, called him out at a family gathering later that week. She pointed out that I'd never been difficult at family events. I just stopped showing up after being excluded from so many of them. The whole situation created this massive rift in the extended family. People were taking sides, and it was getting ugly. Some relatives stopped speaking to each other entirely. Others were trying to play peacemaker and get everyone to just move on. About 2 weeks after the wedding, I got a text from my cousin Alex asking if I wanted to meet for coffee. Alex works for the family business, but has never been as involved in the politics as some of the others. He said he wanted to hear my side of things directly. When we met up, he told me that he'd been thinking about the wedding incident and realized there were a lot of family events over the years where I just wasn't there. He said he'd always assumed I was invited but couldn't make it, and it never occurred to him that I might not be getting invited at all. Alex apologized for not noticing what was happening and said he thought Uncle Mike had gone too far with the photo thing. But he also said he was worried about what this was doing to the family overall. He asked if there was any way to fix things and move forward. I told him I appreciate Mike and his attitude about the family business being more important than actual family relationships hadn't changed at all. I'm still dealing with the aftermath now, 3 weeks later. About half the family thinks I was completely out of line for causing a scene at Sarah's wedding. They keep saying I should have found a better time and place to address my concerns, even though I'd been trying to address them privately for years without any success. The other half thinks I was brave for finally standing up for myself, and that the family needed to hear some hard truths about how they'd been behaving. These relatives have been sharing their own stories about times they felt excluded or marginalized by the business-focused side of the family. My relationship with my parents is still strained. They love me, and they understand why I was upset. But they're also devastated about the family drama and wish I'd found a way to handle it that didn't create such a mess. My mom keeps saying she hopes things can go back to normal eventually, but I don't think she understands that normal was the problem. Sarah and I have been texting regularly since her call. She's still feeling guilty about the whole thing, even though I've told her it wasn't her fault. She and Tom are talking about hosting their own family gatherings going forward, separate from the bigger extended family events, so they can control who gets invited and how people are treated. The weirdest part is that some of the wedding guests who weren't part of our family have reached out to me on social media. Apparently, word spread about what happened, and people have been sharing their own stories about family exclusion and standing up for themselves. I never expected my wedding meltdown to resonate with strangers, but apparently family drama is pretty universal. Uncle Mike still hasn't apologized or acknowledged that anything he did was wrong. According to the relatives who talked to him, he's doubled down on his position that I overreacted and damaged family relationships for no good reason. He's apparently told people that this whole situation proves he was right to be cautious about including me in family business matters. So now, I'm left trying to figure out what my relationship with this family looks like going forward. Some of them have shown that they're willing to listen and make changes. Others have made it clear that they prioritize business relationships and family appearances over treating everyone with basic respect.
Family members are worth maintaining connections with, and which ones aren't. The whole experience has been exhausting and emotionally draining, but it's also been weirdly liberating. I spent so many years trying to earn acceptance from people who had already decided I didn't belong. Now I know exactly where I stand with everyone, and I can make decisions about my relationships based on reality instead of hope. I still don't know if calling them out publicly was the right thing to do, or if I should have just walked away from that photo and cut ties with the family quietly. But I do know that I'm done accepting treatment that makes me feel like I'm not good enough to be part of my own family. Why I walked out of my mother's birthday party after she tried to rewrite my childhood in front of everyone. I'm 31, male, and I teach middle school. My mother just turned 60, which apparently warranted throwing herself the party of the century. She rented out this whole restaurant hall downtown, the kind of place with cloth napkins and waiters who refill your water glass every 5 minutes. Must have cost her a fortune, but she's always been one for making a big show of things. The guest list was insane. She invited everyone. Aunts and uncles I see maybe once a year, neighbors from 3 different houses she's lived in, co-workers from her job at the bank, friends from her book club, even some lady from her yoga class who I'd never met in my life. I counted at least 50 people crammed into that space, all dressed up and ready to celebrate the woman of the hour. Here's the thing about my mom that most people don't see. She's got this talent for making herself the hero of every story, especially when it comes to raising me. For as long as I can remember, she's been telling people how difficult I was as a kid. Not just normal kid stuff, but like I was some kind of problem child who required her constant intervention to prevent me from becoming a juvenile delinquent. The reality was completely different. I wasn't a bad kid. I had learning difficulties that nobody bothered to diagnose until I was in high school. I struggled with reading comprehension and math, but instead of getting me help, my mom just assumed I was being lazy. When I showed interest in drawing or playing guitar, she'd roll her eyes and tell me to focus on real subjects. When my grades were bad, she'd tell relatives it was because I was stubborn and needed more discipline, not because I literally couldn't understand what was being taught. She had this whole narrative built up about how she single-handedly saved me from myself, how without her strict parenting, I would have ended up on the streets, or in jail, or addicted to drugs. She'd tell these stories at family gatherings, where I was portrayed as this wayward child, and she was the long-suffering mother who never gave up on me. I learned early on to just sit there and take it, with some generic toast about family being important and how proud he was of his sister. Nothing controversial there. My Aunt Susan shared some sweet story about how my mom helped her through her divorce 10 years ago. Again, fine. Actually kind of nice to hear people saying genuine, positive things about her. But then my mother took the microphone. She started out normal enough, thanking everyone for coming, saying how much it meant to her to have all her loved ones in one place. I was actually feeling pretty good about the whole thing at that point. Maybe she'd keep it classy for once. Then she pivoted to talking about motherhood and how rewarding it had been to raise me. That's when my stomach started dropping, because I knew what was coming next. She launched into story after story about my childhood, but they were all wrong. Not just slightly embellished or viewed through rose-colored glasses, completely rewritten. She told everyone about how she had to rescue me from my own laziness when I was struggling in elementary school. She talked about how I used to waste hours drawing instead of doing homework, and how she had to redirect my priorities to keep me on track. The worst part was how she told it. Like she was recounting these heroic moments where she swooped in to save the day. She described finding me failing in 3rd grade and having to implement strict study schedules to turn me around. She talked about confiscating my art supplies because I was avoiding responsibility. She made it sound like I was this problem child who would have amounted to nothing without her constant intervention. But here's what really happened. I was struggling in school because I had undiagnosed dyslexia. Drawing was the one thing I was actually good at, and it made me feel confident when everything else made me feel stupid. When she took away my art supplies, she was taking away the only activity that made me feel capable of anything. When she forced me to sit at the kitchen table for hours trying to do homework I couldn't understand, she wasn't helping me learn. She was making me feel like a failure. The audience was eating it up. People were nodding along, making sympathetic faces about how hard it must have been for her to deal with such a difficult child. Some of them were even chuckling at successfully rehabilitated. The applause was thunderous. People were practically giving her a standing ovation for being such an amazing mother who never gave up on her troubled son. I watched all these people I'm supposed to care about celebrating a completely fictional version of my childhood, and I felt something snap inside me. That's when she made it worse. She turned to me with this big smile and said she wanted to give me the microphone so I could tell everyone how grateful I was for everything she'd done for me. Like this was all planned out. Like I was supposed to get up and validate her entire performance with my own testimony about what a wonderful mother she'd been. Everyone was looking at me expectantly. Aunt Linda was nodding encouragingly. Uncle Jim had his phone out like he wanted to record my speech. My mom was holding out the microphone with this look on her face like she'd just given me the greatest gift in the world, the opportunity to publicly thank her for saving my life. I looked around that room at all those faces waiting for me to play my part in her show, and I realized I had a choice to make. I could take the microphone and give the speech she wanted, the speech everyone expected, where I thanked her for being such a devoted mother and laughed along with her jokes about what a handful I used to be. I could play the role of the grateful son who turned out okay despite his early troubles, all thanks to Mom's wisdom and persistence. Or I could finally tell the truth. I took the microphone from her hands, and I could feel my heart pounding so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. The room was completely silent, except for the soft background music and the clink of glasses as people settled in to listen to what they thought would be a nice thank you speech from a grateful son. My hands were shaking. I'm talking about visible trembling that I couldn't control. I looked out at all those expectant faces, my aunts and uncles, the neighbors, my mom's friends, people who had known me since I was little. And for a second I almost chickened out. It would have been so easy to just say what they wanted to hear. Thank you, Mom, for everything you did for me. I wouldn't be where I am today without your love and guidance. Everyone claps. We cut the cake.
I go home and hate myself for the rest of the week. But then I caught sight of my cousin Sarah sitting with people who had been listening to my mom's version of events for years, and some of them probably had their own kids who were struggling, or different, or not living up to expectations. What message was I sending if I just went along with the idea that children are problems to be fixed, rather than people to be understood? So I started talking, and my voice came out way steadier than I expected. I said something like, "Thank you for giving me the chance to speak tonight. I want to start by saying that I love my mother very much, and I'm grateful for a lot of things she did for me growing up." I could see her face starting to relax a little, like she thought I was going to stick to the script after all. Some people in the audience were already starting to smile and nod. Then I kept going. But I have to be honest. I don't recognize the childhood that was just described. That version of me, the difficult child who needed to be saved from himself, that's not who I was. The temperature in the room dropped about 10 degrees. People stopped smiling. My mom's face went from relaxed to confused to something that looked like panic. I told them the truth. Not angrily or dramatically, just matter-of-factly. I explained that I wasn't a lazy kid who needed to be forced to do homework. I was a kid with learning difficulties that nobody recognized. I wasn't wasting time when I drew pictures. I was doing the one thing I was actually good at. The one thing that made me feel capable and confident. When my grades were bad, it wasn't because I was being stubborn or rebellious. It was because I literally could not understand what was being taught. And instead of getting help, I got punished for not trying hard enough. I could see people shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Some of them were looking at my mom like they were waiting for her to correct me or explain what I was really trying to say. Others were staring down at their plates like they wished they could disappear. My mom tried to interrupt me at one point, making some comment about how memory can be unreliable and childhood can seem different when you look back on it as an adult. But I just kept talking. I wasn't being mean or accusatory. I was just stating facts about my own life that contradicted the story.
People question things they thought they knew about our family.
But here's the thing. Once I started telling the truth, I couldn't stop. It was like 20 years of swallowed words were finally coming out, and I realized I didn't care if it made people uncomfortable. This was my life we were talking about. These were my memories being rewritten. If I didn't speak up for myself, who would? I looked directly at my mom when I said the next part. I told everyone that I understood she did what she thought was right at the time, but that her version of my childhood was more about controlling the narrative than reflecting reality. I said that I wasn't a success story about strict parenting saving a problem child. I was just a kid who needed support and understanding instead of criticism and punishment. The silence in that room was deafening. Nobody was eating or drinking, or even moving. It was like everyone was holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. My mom's face had gone from panic to anger to something that looked like genuine hurt. I could see tears in her eyes, and for a second I felt terrible about what I was doing. This was supposed to be her special day, her celebration, and here I was contradicting her in front of everyone she cared about. But then I remembered all those times I sat quietly while she told people I would probably be in jail without her intervention. All those family gatherings where I smiled and nodded while she painted me as this wayward child she'd heroically rescued. All those years of letting her rewrite my story to make herself look better. I finished by saying that I loved her, and I was grateful for the roof over my head and the food on the table, and the fact that she never abandoned me, even when things were hard. But I said that love and gratitude didn't mean I had to accept a false version of my own childhood. I thanked everyone for listening and said I hoped they understood why I needed to set the record straight. Then I set the microphone down on the table and walked toward the exit. Not dramatically, not storming out, just calmly heading for the door like I was leaving any other event. Behind me, I could hear the murmur of voices starting up, people whispering to each other, probably trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. I heard my mom call my name, but I didn't
Things over and pretend it had never happened. But a bigger part of me felt something I hadn't felt in years when it came to family gatherings. Relief. I'd finally said what needed to be said, and I didn't have to carry around the weight of her false narrative anymore. I drove home, knowing that there would be consequences for what I'd just done. But for the first time in my adult life, I felt like I'd actually stood up for myself, instead of just taking whatever version of reality other people wanted to impose on me. The fallout started almost immediately. I got home around 9 that night, and my phone was already buzzing with texts. The first few were from my mom's sister Linda, asking if I was okay and suggesting maybe I should call my mother to apologize. Then came one from Uncle Jim, saying he thought what I did was inappropriate for the venue, but that he understood I must be going through something difficult. By the next morning, it was like a dam had burst. My phone kept going off every few minutes with calls and texts from relatives I barely talked to normally. Aunt Carol, who lives 3 states away and only shows up for weddings and funerals, left me a voicemail about how disappointed she was in my behavior. My mom's neighbor, Mrs. Peterson, who I've maybe spoken to 5 times in my entire life, sent me a Facebook message about how I'd humiliated a wonderful woman on her special day. The messages all had this same tone, like I'd committed some unforgivable social crime. People kept using words like selfish and cruel and embarrassing. Cousin Danny, who wasn't even at the party but heard about it secondhand, texted me a whole paragraph about family loyalty and how you don't air dirty laundry in public. My mom's book club friend Sharon somehow got my number and called to tell me that my mother had been nothing but supportive of me my whole life, and I should be ashamed of myself. What really got to me was how many people seemed to think I'd planned this whole thing out, like I'd gone to the party specifically to cause a scene. Multiple relatives asked me why I couldn't have just talked to my mom privately instead of ambushing her in front of everyone. As if I'd woken up that morning thinking it would be fun screening my calls or had blocked my number entirely. That silence was almost worse than all the angry messages from everyone else. At least when people were yelling at me, I knew they were still talking to me. With my mom, I had no idea if she was hurt or furious or planning to cut me out of her life completely. Work became my refuge that week. Middle schoolers don't know or care about adult family drama, so I could focus on teaching and pretend like nothing had happened. But even there, I kept replaying the whole thing in my mind. During lunch breaks, I'd find myself wondering if everyone was right, and I really had been cruel and selfish. Maybe I could have found a better way to handle it. Maybe I should have just kept my mouth shut for one more evening. The worst part was the guilt about ruining her birthday. 60 is a big milestone, and she'd put so much effort into planning this perfect celebration. She'd probably been looking forward to it for months, picking out her outfit, deciding on the menu, making sure all her favorite people would be there. And then I went and turned it into this awkward, uncomfortable situation that everyone would remember for all the wrong reasons. But then, about a week after the party, I got a message that changed everything. It was from my cousin Sarah, who's 19 and in college. She'd been at the party but sitting way in the back, and I'd honestly barely noticed her during all the chaos. Her message was long and detailed, and reading it made me cry in my empty classroom during my planning period. She told me that she'd started crying during my speech, not because she thought I was being mean to my mom, but because she recognized everything I was talking about. She said my mom had been treating her the exact same way for years, telling relatives that Sarah was
going through a difficult phase, explaining to family friends that Sarah needed guidance to make better life choices, constantly portraying herself as the wise adult who was trying to help Sarah get her act together. Sarah wrote about how she'd been struggling with anxiety and depression, but instead of getting her actual help, my mom would tell people that Sarah just needed to toughen up and stop making excuses. When Sarah changed her major from business to social work, my mom told everyone a
Difficult child. That I just had learning differences that needed understanding instead of punishment. Made her realize that maybe she wasn't broken either. Sarah thanked me for being brave enough to speak up, even though it cost me relationships with other family members. She said it meant everything to her to see someone refuse to accept a false narrative about their own life, and that it made her feel less alone in dealing with my mom's tendency to rewrite other people's stories. That message completely shifted my perspective on what had happened at the party. I started thinking about all the other people who might have been in that room, listening to my mom's stories about difficult children who need to be saved from themselves. How many of them had kids who were struggling, or different, or not meeting conventional expectations? How many of them walked away from that party thinking that the solution to childhood problems was more control and stricter discipline? Over the next few days, I got a few more messages from people who'd been at the party. Not many, but enough to matter. My mom's co-worker Janet sent me a private email saying that she'd been thinking about my speech all week because it reminded her of her own son's struggles with ADHD. She said she'd always felt guilty about not being stricter with him, but my words made her realize that maybe what he needed wasn't more discipline, but more understanding. One of the neighbors, Mr. Rodriguez, stopped by my apartment to tell me that he thought I'd been respectful in how I handled the situation, even though it was obviously difficult. He said he had a grandson with dyslexia, and hearing me talk about my learning difficulties had helped him understand some things about his own family dynamics. But the support messages were definitely outnumbered by the criticism. Most of my extended family was still firmly on Team Mom, and they weren't subtle about letting me know. The general consensus seemed to be that even if I disagreed with her version of events, there was no excuse for contradicting her publicly at her own birthday party. My Aunt Linda called me 2 weeks after the party to try to mediate. She suggested that maybe my mom and I could meet for coffee and work things out like adults. When I asked if my mom was ready to acknowledge that her stories about my childhood were disappointed in me, and doesn't understand why I chose to hurt her like that. According to my cousin Mike, she keeps saying that she did the best she could as a single mother and doesn't deserve to be attacked for her parenting choices. Some relatives have stopped reaching out entirely, which honestly feels like a relief. Others keep trying to convince me to be the bigger person and apologize, for the sake of family unity. A few have quietly mentioned that they thought I made some valid points, but they always follow it up with something about how the timing was unfortunate. The weirdest part is how different I feel now. For most of my adult life, I've carried around this low-level anxiety about family gatherings, always worried about what stories my mom might tell about me, or what version of my childhood she might present to others. That anxiety is just gone now. I don't have to worry about managing her narrative anymore, because I've already said my piece. I miss my mom, and I hate that our relationship is in this weird, frozen state where neither of us knows how to move forward. But I don't regret what I did at the party. For the first time in my life, I prioritized my own truth over other people's comfort, and that feels like something I needed to do, regardless of the consequences.
The message from Sarah keeps coming back to me, especially when I start second-guessing myself. If speaking up helped even one person feel less alone or more understood, then maybe it was worth all the family drama and awkward conversations and disappointed relatives. Maybe sometimes causing discomfort is the price of telling the truth. And maybe that's okay. I still don't know if my mom and I will ever get back to a normal relationship, or what normal would even look like at this point. But I know I can't go back to pretending that her version of my childhood was accurate, just to keep the peace. That person who used to sit quietly while other people rewrote his story doesn't exist anymore. And I'm not sure I'd want him back even if I could find him.
How I ended up turning my sister's baby shower into the stage for my own revenge. I'm 28 and work as a dental hygienist. My sister Sarah is 32 and pregnant with her first kid. If you met us, you'd probably think we were close. We look similar, grew up in the same house, went to family dinners together. But the reality is that Sarah has spent the last decade making sure everyone knows she's the successful one, and I'm just her screw-up little sister who hasn't figured out life yet. It started small when we were in our early 20s. Comments about how I was still in school while she had a real job in marketing. How I was bouncing around, trying different things while she had a career path. When I finally settled into dental hygiene, she made sure to call it temporary work whenever anyone asked what I did. Like I was just killing time until I found something real to do with my life. The worst part is how my parents eat it up. My mom Patricia is 58 and retired from teaching, and my dad Mike is 61 and works as an accountant. They're good people, but they've always had this weird dynamic where Sarah is the responsible daughter, and I'm the one they're still waiting to see grow up. At family dinners, Sarah gets asked about her job, her relationship, her plans. I get asked if I'm figuring things out yet, or if I've thought about what's next. Like being 28 with a steady career isn't enough. Last Christmas was probably the worst example. We were at my aunt's house and Sarah was telling everyone about her promotion while I was just trying to enjoy my wine and stay out of it. But then she started talking about how different we were, how she'd always known what she wanted while I was still figuring myself out. She said it with this patronizing smile like she was being supportive, but everyone laughed and nodded like, yeah, that makes sense. My mom even chimed in with something about how maybe I'd understand real responsibility when I was older. I should have said something then, but I didn't. I never do. I just smile and change the subject, because speaking up means I'm being defensive or making everything about me. Sarah's gotten really good at these backhanded comments that sound supportive on the surface, but are actually designed to put me in my place. I've been dreading it for weeks because I knew exactly how it would go. Sarah would be the center of attention. Everyone would talk about what an amazing mom she'd be, and I'd sit there smiling and pretending I didn't notice all the subtle comparisons. I almost didn't go. I had this whole plan to call in sick that morning and just send a gift, but I knew that would just give them more ammunition about how I couldn't be bothered to show up for family, how I was too selfish to support my sister during this important time. So I bought a nice dress, wrapped a gift, and drove to the community center with my stomach in knots. The place was decorated in pink and white, with balloons everywhere and those cheesy baby shower banners. Sarah was wearing this flowy maternity dress and had that pregnancy glow thing going on. She looked genuinely happy, which made me feel guilty for dreading the whole thing. Maybe this would be different. Maybe she'd be too focused on the baby stuff to take shots at me. I was wrong. The first hour was typical baby shower activities. Games where you guess the baby food flavors and measure Sarah's belly with toilet paper. I participated and smiled and tried to blend into the background. Sarah's friends from work were nice enough, and some of my relatives asked how I was doing without any weird undertones. I started to relax a little.
Then came the thank you speech. Sarah stood up in front of everyone with this big smile and started thanking people for coming. She had this whole prepared thing where she went around the room acknowledging different groups. She thanked my parents for always being there and supporting her through everything. She thanked her in-laws for welcoming her into the family and being such amazing examples of what parenthood looks like. She thanked her friends for being the best support system a girl could ask for. Then she got to family. She thanked my aunt for hosting her engagement party, my cousin for helping with wedding planning, even distant relatives for checking in during the pregnancy and offering advice. I'm sitting there waiting for my turn, figuring she'd say something generic about being grateful I was there. Instead, she looked right at me and said, "And thanks to my little sister for being here today, despite being too busy with her little life to be a real support system during this whole
Standards, I'd sent congratulations texts, asked how she was doing at family dinners, bought baby gifts when I saw cute things. But apparently that wasn't enough to qualify as a real support system. I sat there for the rest of her speech, feeling my face burn while she continued thanking people. My mom was beaming at her like she'd just given a Nobel Prize acceptance speech. My dad was recording it on his phone. Everyone was focused on Sarah while I tried to figure out if I should just leave. But I didn't leave. I stayed for the gift opening portion, watching Sarah unwrap adorable baby clothes and nursery decorations while everyone oohed and awed. I watched her get emotional over a handmade quilt from my grandmother and a rocking chair from my parents. I listened to more comments about what a wonderful mother she'd be and how prepared she was for this next chapter. And the whole time I kept thinking about that comment, about being dismissed in front of our entire extended family as someone too selfish and immature to be a real support system, about years of similar comments that I'd never responded to, about always being the one who had to take it and smile and keep the peace. By the time they got to my gift, I was done keeping the peace. I'm sitting there watching Sarah open gift after gift, and with each one I'm getting more pissed off. Everyone's making these comments about how thoughtful each present is, how much love went into choosing it, how lucky the baby is to have such caring people in their life. Meanwhile, I'm still stewing over being called out as someone who can't be bothered to support her own sister. The rational part of my brain kept telling me to let it go. It's her day. She's pregnant and emotional. Making a scene would just prove her point about me being selfish. But the other part of me was done. Done with years of taking these hits and pretending they didn't bother me. Done with being the family punching bag who always has to be the bigger person. I kept going back and forth in my head. If I said something now, everyone would think I was making her baby shower about me. They'd all remember this as the day I couldn't handle my sister getting attention and had to cause drama. My parents would be mortified. Sarah would have ammunition for years about how I ruined her special day. Dramatic. See, 3 months ago when Sarah first announced the pregnancy, I'd done something I hadn't told anyone about. I'd gone to the bank and set up a college savings account for the baby. Not in Sarah's name or Tom's name, but in the baby's name, with me as the custodian. I'd put in $5,000 of my own money, basically my entire emergency fund at the time. My plan was to keep adding to it over the years so that when the kid turned 18, there'd be a nice chunk of money waiting for college or trade school or whatever they wanted to do. I'd planned to tell Sarah about it eventually, maybe when the baby was born or on their first birthday. I wanted it to be this nice surprise that showed I was thinking about my nephew's future, even if I wasn't great at the day-to-day pregnancy support stuff. But sitting there, listening to her thank everyone else for their thoughtfulness while dismissing me as absent, I realized this was the perfect moment. When gift time was almost over, Sarah's friend handed her my present. It was just a simple envelope in nice wrapping paper, nothing fancy. Everyone probably figured it was a gift card or check, something practical but boring.
Sarah opened it up and pulled out the paperwork from the bank. I watched her face as she read it. First confusion, then surprise, then something that looked almost like panic. She held the papers for a long time without saying anything while everyone waited. Finally, someone asked what it was, and Sarah had to explain that I'd set up a college fund for the baby, with $5,000 already in it. The reaction was immediate. People started clapping and saying how generous that was. My aunt said she'd never heard of anyone doing something like that before the baby was even born. Sarah's mother-in-law said what a thoughtful, long-term gift it was. Everyone was suddenly looking at me like I was this incredibly thoughtful person, instead of the absent sister who couldn't be bothered to support her family. But I wasn't done yet. I stood up so everyone could see me and said, "Even if you don't think I'm much of a sister, I'll always make sure I'm the best aunt I can be." Dead silence. You could literally hear people breathing. Sarah was still holding the bank papers with this frozen smile, kind of thank you, and quickly moved on to the next gift. But the damage was done. For the rest of gift opening, people kept glancing between us, trying to figure out what had just happened. The energy in the room had completely shifted. Instead of everyone focused on how wonderful Sarah was, there was this undercurrent of tension that nobody quite knew how to handle. I could see my mom giving me looks from across the room. That expression she gets when she's trying to figure out if I've done something wrong, but can't quite put her finger on what it was. My dad was avoiding eye contact completely, which is what he does when he knows there's drama brewing but doesn't want to get involved. The worst part for Sarah was that she couldn't even be mad about it in the moment. What was she going to say? That she was upset I'd put $5,000 toward her child's education? That she didn't want me to be a good aunt? She was trapped into having to act grateful, while clearly being furious that I'd managed to make myself look generous and thoughtful after she'd just finished telling everyone I wasn't supportive. After gifts were done, we moved on to cake and more mingling. But now, instead of people talking about how prepared Sarah was for motherhood, they were coming up to me asking about the college fund. How did I think to do that? Was I planning to keep adding to it? What a smart way to help with the baby's future. Sarah's friends from work were especially impressed because apparently none of them had even thought about college costs yet. They kept saying how forward-thinking it was and asking if I worked in finance to come up with such a practical gift. I just said I wanted to make sure my nephew had options when he got older. But inside, I was loving every minute of it. The whole dynamic had flipped. Instead of me being the irresponsible sister who couldn't be bothered to support her family, I was suddenly the thoughtful aunt who was already planning for this kid's future. Instead of Sarah being the center of attention for her pregnancy preparations, people were talking about my gift and how generous it was. I could see Sarah getting more tense as the afternoon went on. She kept that smile plastered on her face, but her jaw was tight, and she was barely looking in my direction. When people would mention the college fund, she'd change the subject back to baby stuff as quickly as possible. She was still playing the gracious host, thanking everyone for coming and saying how wonderful everything was. But I caught her looking at me a few times with this expression I'd never seen before. Like she couldn't quite believe what had just happened, and wasn't sure how to respond to it. For the first time in years, I felt like I'd actually stood up for myself without giving her ammunition to use against me later. I'd found a way to make my point that she couldn't argue with or twist into me being the bad guy. At least, that's what I thought at the time. The rest of the shower was awkward as hell. People were still mingling and eating cake, but there was this weird tension in the air that everyone could feel, but nobody wanted to acknowledge. Sarah kept up her hostess act, thanking people for coming and gushing about all the gifts, but I could see her shooting me looks when she thought nobody was watching. I stuck around for another hour or so, making small talk with relatives and accepting compliments about the college fund. My aunt kept going on about how smart I was to think long-term like that, and how lucky Sarah was to have such a thoughtful sister. Sarah's college friends were asking me about investment options and saying they wished they'd thought to do something similar for their own kids. The whole time Sarah was within earshot, getting more and more tight-lipped. When I finally decided to leave, I went to find Sarah to say goodbye. She was in the kitchen area with a few of her friends, cleaning up paper plates and wrapping leftover cake. I walked over and told her I was heading out, that it had been a lovely shower. She gave me this fake smile and thanked me for coming, then added that she hoped I could make it to more family events in the future. Even then, she couldn't resist getting in a little dig. But as I was walking toward the exit, Tom caught up with me in the parking lot. Sarah's husband is usually pretty quiet at family stuff, just goes along with whatever Sarah wants and stays out of drama. But he stopped me by my car and said he wanted to thank me privately. He told me he thought what I did was incredible, that $5,000 was more than he and Sarah had managed to save for the baby so far. He said Sarah's comment during her speech was out of line, and that he'd actually been embarrassed by it. That conversation realized she'd been unfair, or at least that the family would see I wasn't the selfish person she'd made me out to be. Then the texts started. Sarah messaged me that night saying I'd upstaged her shower and made the whole day about myself. She said I'd embarrassed her in front of all her friends, and that the college fund was just a way to make her look bad. She accused me of planning the whole thing to get back at her, and said I'd ruined what was supposed to be a celebration of her pregnancy. I tried to respond reasonably. I told her I hadn't planned anything, that I'd set up the account months ago and only mentioned it because of her comment about me not being supportive. I said I was sorry if she felt embarrassed, but that I'd just been trying to show that I did care about her and the baby, even if I wasn't great at the day-to-day pregnancy stuff. But she wasn't having it. She kept saying I'd done it on purpose to steal her thunder, and that I should have given her the information about the college fund privately, instead of making a big announcement. She said everyone was talking about my gift instead of celebrating her pregnancy, and that I'd made her look ungrateful for being surprised by it. The next day, my mom called. I knew I was in trouble because she used my full name when I answered the phone. She said she'd talked to Sarah and that I needed to apologize for being dramatic at the shower. According to my mom, I'd embarrassed Sarah on her special day and made everything about myself instead of being supportive like family should be. I tried to explain my side of it. I told her about Sarah's comment in the speech and how it had felt to be dismissed like that in front of everyone. I said I hadn't meant to upstage anything. I'd just been trying to show that I did care about my nephew's future. But my mom said that didn't matter, that I should have been more mature and not let my feelings get in the way of celebrating Sarah's pregnancy. My dad stayed out of it completely, which is what he always does when there's family drama. He'd respond to my texts with one-word answers and change the subject whenever I tried to bring up what happened. I could tell from his tone that he was disappointed in me, but didn't want to get involved in the actual conflict. The family throwing my own words back at me. The worst was when she sent me a photo of the nursery they'd finished setting up with the caption, "Thanks for the college fund, but we've got everything else covered." It was clearly meant to make me feel like my gift was unnecessary and that I was overstepping by trying to be involved in her child's life. But not everyone was taking Sarah's side. Tom continued to text me occasionally, thanking me again for the college fund and asking how I was holding up with all the family drama. He said Sarah was still upset, but that he thought she'd come around eventually. He also mentioned that several relatives had reached out to him, saying they thought Sarah had been unfair to me at the shower. My aunt called me a couple weeks later and said she'd been thinking about what happened. She told me she thought Sarah's speech had been inappropriate and that my response was perfectly reasonable. She said she'd seen family dynamics like this before, where one person gets to dish it out but can't take it when someone finally stands up for themselves. It was validating to hear, but it also made me realize how obvious our family dysfunction must be to everyone else. Sarah's friends from work had a different perspective entirely. One of them added me on social media and messaged me about investment advice for her own kids. She said several of them had been talking about the college fund idea and thought it was brilliant. They had no idea about the family drama behind it. To them, it just looked like an incredibly generous and thoughtful gift from a caring aunt. That disconnect was weird to navigate. People outside the family saw me as this amazing sister who was already planning for her nephew's future. But inside the family, I was being treated like I'd committed some unforgivable sin by not letting Sarah humiliate me publicly without consequence. 3 weeks after the shower, things came to a head. Sarah sent me a long text saying she'd been thinking about everything and that she felt like I'd been jealous of her pregnancy from the beginning. She said the college fund was just my way of trying to compete with her and make myself seem more important in the baby's life. She accused me of using money to manipulate the situation and said she didn't want me involved in her child's life if I was going to keep causing drama. That text, trying to compete with his mother. The timing of when I revealed it might have been strategic, but the intention behind it was genuine. I didn't respond to that text. I couldn't figure out what to say that wouldn't make things worse, and I was tired of defending myself for doing something nice. Instead, I took a step back from all the family drama and tried to focus on my own life for a while. The silence from my family has been deafening. No more group chat updates, no invitations to Sunday dinners, no random check-ins from my parents. It's like I've been temporarily excommunicated while they figure out how to handle the situation. Sarah still hasn't spoken to me except through those passive-aggressive texts, and I've stopped responding to them entirely. But Tom still messages me sometimes with updates about the pregnancy. He told me they found out they're having a boy and asked if I wanted to know the name they picked out. He sent me ultrasound photos and said the baby looks healthy and that they're excited to meet him. It means a lot that he's keeping me in the loop, even though Sarah clearly doesn't want him to. I've been thinking a lot about whether I crossed a line that day. Part of me feels vindicated because I finally stood up for myself after years of taking Sarah's crap. I proved that I'm not the selfish, immature person she's always made me out to be. I did something genuinely generous for my nephew, while also making it clear that I won't be publicly humiliated without consequence. But another part of me wonders if I should have handled it differently. Maybe I should have talked to Sarah privately about her comment, instead of making my point in front of everyone. Maybe there was a way to stand up for myself without potentially damaging my relationship with my family permanently. Maybe the timing really was manipulative, even if my intentions were good. The thing is, I don't know if there was a right way to handle it. Sarah has been taking shots at me for years, and I've never found an effective way to address it. Talking to her privately just leads to her dismissing my feelings or turning it back on me. Staying silent means accepting that this is just how she treats me. At least this time I made my point in a way she couldn't argue with or twist into me being the bad guy. I keep going back to invited to future family events. The college fund is still there with my nephew's name on it, growing with interest, but I don't know if his parents even want him to have it anymore. The whole situation has made me realize how dysfunctional my family relationships really are. I've spent so many years trying to keep the peace and not rock the boat that I never noticed how much I was sacrificing my own dignity in the process. Maybe this whole mess was inevitable, and it just took a baby shower to finally bring it to a head. I still don't know if what I did was right or wrong, but I know I can't go back to pretending everything is fine when it's not. What followed? After I refused to pay for my brother's honeymoon, when he announced it in front of the entire family. I'm a 30-year-old accountant, and I've always been the responsible sibling in my family. My brother Jake is 28, and honestly, he's basically the opposite of me in every way that matters when it comes to money and responsibility. Growing up, our parents had this weird double standard, where I was expected to be completely independent from day one, while Jake got bailed out of every single mess he created. It wasn't always this obvious, but looking back, the pattern was there from the beginning. When I wanted to go to college, my parents told me I'd need to figure out scholarships and student loans on my own because they couldn't afford to help. Fair enough, I thought. So I worked part-time jobs throughout high school, applied for every scholarship I could find, and took out loans for the rest. Meanwhile, Jake barely graduated high school, and my parents paid for him to go to community college, then paid for his apartment when he decided he didn't want to live in the dorms because they were too cramped. After I graduated and started my accounting career, I was proud that I could support myself completely. I paid off my student loans ahead of schedule, saved up for a decent car, and even managed to put money away for emergencies. Jake, on the other hand, bounced between jobs and somehow always had money problems despite living way above his means. Designer clothes, expensive dinners out, the latest gadgets. He had it all, but was constantly short on rent or needed help with his car payment. Then our dad passed away 5 years ago, and everything got worse. Mom was devastated, obviously, and I stepped up to help however I could. I started helping her with her mortgage payments because Dad's life insurance wasn't enough to cover everything. I'd come over every weekend to help with yard work and household repairs. I made sure she got to all her doctor's appointments. You know, normal stuff that adult children do when their parent needs support. But Mom also started this thing where she'd constantly remind me to look after your brother. At first I thought she meant emotionally, like making sure he was handling Dad's death okay. But it quickly became clear she meant financially. Jake was struggling even more after Dad's expenses. Meanwhile, Jake's lifestyle never changed. He'd ask me for money to cover rent, then post Instagram stories from expensive restaurants the same week. He bought a brand new motorcycle last year while still owing me $1,500. When I pointed out how this looked, he got mad at me for keeping score and said family should help each other without expecting anything in return. The thing that really got to me was how Mom always took his side. When I'd mentioned that Jake still hadn't paid me back for something, she'd say I was being petty and that family should stick together. She'd remind me that I had a stable job and Jake was still finding his way. It was like my financial stability meant I had unlimited responsibility for everyone else's problems, but no right to expect basic respect or accountability in return. So when Mom announced she was organizing a big family dinner to celebrate Jake's engagement to Sarah, I honestly just wanted to get through it without any drama. Sarah seems nice enough, though I don't know her very well since Jake tends to keep his girlfriends separate from family until things get serious. The dinner was planned for Romano's, this nice Italian place downtown that's definitely more expensive than anywhere we usually go for family gatherings. Mom invited everyone, both sides of the extended family. My aunts and uncles, several cousins, even some family friends. About 20 people total, which felt like a lot for an engagement celebration. But Mom was excited, and Jake seemed happy, so I figured why not? It had been a while since we'd all gotten together for something positive, instead of a funeral or hospital visit. I should have known something was up from the moment I got to the restaurant. Jake kept giving me these weird looks during the appetizer course, like he was nervous about something but also excited. And Mom kept smiling at me with this secretive expression, like she knew something I didn't. But I just figured they were both excited about the engagement and maybe emotional about Dad not being there to see it. The dinner itself was actually going well. Everyone was in good spirits, sharing stories about Jake and Sarah's relationship, talking about wedding plans. Sarah seemed a little overwhelmed by all the family attention, but she was handling it gracefully. I was starting to think maybe this would be one of those rare family gatherings where nothing dramatic happened. Then,
wedding planning process. And then, I swear my heart just stopped beating. He said he especially wanted to thank his amazing sister for her incredibly generous gift of paying for their honeymoon to Hawaii. The whole table erupted in applause and cheers. Mom was beaming like she'd just won the lottery. Relatives were gasping and saying things like, "Oh, how wonderful!" and "What a generous sister!" Aunt Linda actually teared up and said something about family love. Uncle Mark was nodding approvingly, like I'd just done something incredibly mature and responsible. And I'm sitting there feeling like I've been hit by a truck, because this was literally the first time I'd ever heard anything about paying for their honeymoon. Not a conversation, not a request, not even a hint. Nothing. Jake had just announced to 20 people that I was paying for their vacation to Hawaii, like it was a done deal. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, waiting for my gracious response. Mom leaned over and whispered something about how sweet it was and how impressed everyone looked. Sarah was smiling at me gratefully. Jake was grinning like he'd just pulled off the best surprise ever. My face was burning, and my hands were shaking under the table. I felt trapped between two impossible choices: smile and go along with this complete lie to avoid embarrassing everyone, or speak up and create a scene that would ruin the whole celebration. Either way, I was going to look like the bad guy. The applause seemed to go on forever. I sat there, frozen, while everyone around the table beamed at me, like I'd just announced I was donating a kidney. My mind was completely blank for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then the panic set in. I started doing this frantic mental calculation of what a honeymoon to Hawaii would actually cost. Flights for 2 people, probably at least $800 each. A decent hotel for a week, maybe $2,000. Food, activities, all the extras. We were easily looking at $5,000. Maybe more. Future sister-in-law. She probably had no idea this was the first I'd heard of it either. Knowing Jake, he'd probably told her I'd offered months ago, and she'd been looking forward to this trip, thinking it was all set. I kept waiting for someone to notice that I hadn't actually responded yet, but everyone seemed too caught up in the excitement to realize I was just sitting there like a deer in headlights. Uncle Mark started telling some story about his own honeymoon, and Aunt Linda was asking Sarah about what they planned to do in Hawaii. The conversation was moving on like my agreement was just assumed. That's when it really hit me. If I didn't speak up right now, immediately, everyone would leave this dinner thinking I had committed to paying for this honeymoon. Within hours, it would be family fact. Mom would probably start telling people how generous I was. Jake and Sarah would start booking flights and making real plans with my imaginary money. The pressure to actually follow through would become absolutely unbearable. I thought about all the times I'd let Jake get away with stuff like this before. All the times I'd bitten my tongue to keep the peace, or gone along with Mom's guilt trips about helping family. All the money I'd already loaned him that I'd never seen again. All the times I'd been the responsible one who cleaned up his messes while he faced no consequences whatsoever. And I thought about my savings account. The money I'd worked so hard to put away. The emergency fund I'd built up over years of careful budgeting and saying no to things I wanted. The vacation fund I'd been slowly building so I could maybe take my first real trip in 3 years. All of it would be gone, handed over to fund my brother's honeymoon while I stayed home eating ramen and trying to rebuild my financial safety net. But I also couldn't stop thinking about how humiliated Jake would be if I contradicted him in front of everyone. This was supposed to be his celebration, his moment.
Sarah's whole family wasn't there, but my extended family was, and they'd all just witnessed what they thought was this beautiful gesture of sibling support. If I took that away now, it would be devastating for both of them. Jake caught my eye and gave me this grateful smile that made me feel even worse. He looked genuinely happy and relieved, like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, which I guess it had, since it over again, and started talking about how she knew I'd come through for Jake, how she'd always been able to count on me to do the right thing for family. She said Dad would be so proud to see how I was taking care of my little brother, just like he'd always wanted. And something about the way she said it made me realize this wasn't just Jake's spontaneous announcement. Mom had been part of planning this. She'd known this was coming and had said nothing to me about it. That changed everything. This wasn't just Jake being impulsive or assuming I'd go along with something. This was a coordinated plan to pressure me into paying for their honeymoon by announcing it publicly so I'd be too embarrassed to say no. They'd set this up deliberately, knowing I'd feel trapped by the social pressure and the family audience. I felt this surge of anger that I rarely let myself feel when it comes to family stuff. I'm usually so focused on keeping the peace and being the reasonable one that I swallow my frustration and just deal with whatever chaos Jake creates. But this was different. This was manipulation, plain and simple. They'd used my own politeness and conflict avoidance against me, counting on the fact that I'd rather pay $5,000 than cause a scene. The anger felt almost liberating after years of just taking whatever my family dished out. For once, I wasn't worried about being the responsible one or maintaining family harmony. I was just mad that they thought they could trap me like this, and I'd go along with it because I always had before. Jake was still talking. Something about how he couldn't wait to show Sarah the real Hawaii, not just the tourist spots. Sarah was asking relatives for recommendations about restaurants and activities. The whole conversation was moving forward like this honeymoon was definitely happening with my funding, and every minute I stayed quiet made it harder to speak up later. Then Jake looked directly at me and said he hoped I'd be able to give them some travel tips, since I was making their dream trip possible. He handed me his water glass and suggested I should say something too, since this was really my celebration as much as theirs. Everyone turned to look at me expectantly again. Mom was nodding encouragingly. Sarah was smiling hopefully. Jake was holding out his glass, waiting for me. Decided I was done being the one who sacrificed her own well-being to keep everyone else comfortable. I stood there for what felt like forever, holding Jake's water glass while 20 pairs of eyes waited for my response. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. For a split second, I almost chickened out. I could see how happy everyone looked, how excited Sarah was, how proud Mom seemed. It would have been so easy to just smile and go along with it. But then I thought about my savings account again, and all those unpaid loans, and the fact that they'd planned this whole ambush without saying a single word to me. And I realized that if I didn't speak up right now, I'd spend the rest of my life being the family ATM while Jake lived consequence-free. So I took a deep breath and said it. I told them I was happy for Jake and Sarah's marriage, but I needed to make something clear. I had never offered to pay for their honeymoon. I said I wished them well, but that wasn't my responsibility. The silence that followed was deafening. You could have heard a pin drop in that restaurant. Everyone just stared at me like I'd started speaking a foreign language. Jake's face went through about 5 different emotions in 2 seconds. Confusion, then realization, then embarrassment, then pure fury. Sarah looked like she wanted to disappear under the table. Mom immediately tried to jump in with damage control. She started saying something about how there must be some misunderstanding, that maybe we'd all gotten our wires crossed somehow. But it was too late. The damage was done and everyone knew it. Aunt Linda looked completely shocked. Uncle Mark was frowning like he was trying to figure out what had just happened. Cousin Jenny had stopped recording and was staring at her phone screen like she couldn't believe what she'd just captured. The family friends looked uncomfortable and started studying their menus like they were the most fascinating things they'd ever seen. Jake didn't say anything at first. He just sat there staring at me with this expression of complete betrayal. Sarah was looking back and forth between us, clearly trying to piece together what was going on. I could practically see her realizing that the honeymoon she'd probably been planning and dreaming about wasn't actually going to happen. The worst part was watching it dawn on everyone else.
We're both trying to save face, but it was obvious to everyone that this had been a setup.
Sarah excused herself to go to the bathroom, and I felt terrible for her. None of this was her fault. She'd probably been genuinely excited about the honeymoon and grateful to me, and now she was caught in the middle of this family drama on what was supposed to be her celebration night. The waiter came by asking if we still wanted dessert, and everyone suddenly got very interested in the dessert menu like it was homework. People started having these forced conversations about other topics, but you could tell everyone was still processing what had just happened. The energy in the room had completely shifted from celebratory to awkward and tense. Jake kept shooting me looks across the table, and I could tell he was furious, but trying not to make an even bigger scene. Mom kept trying to steer the conversation back to normal wedding talk, asking Sarah about her dress when she came back from the bathroom, but it all felt strained and fake now. We made it through another hour of painful small talk before people started making excuses to leave. Everyone said the right things about congratulating Jake and Sarah, but you could tell they all just wanted to get out of there. I don't blame them. Nothing kills a celebration like watching a family implode over money. Jake and Sarah left without saying goodbye to me, just packed up their stuff and walked out while I was talking to Aunt Linda about something completely unrelated. Mom rode home with Uncle Mark instead of me, which I'd been expecting. I ended up driving home alone, replaying the whole thing over and over in my head. I knew I was going to be in for it, but I didn't have to wait long. My phone started buzzing before I even got home. Jake had sent me a string of texts calling me selfish and saying I'd humiliated him in front of the entire family. He said I'd ruined what was supposed to be a special night and made him look like a liar. He asked how I could be so cruel and unsupportive when all he'd wanted was help celebrating the biggest moment of his life. Then Mom called, crying. She said she couldn't believe I'd handled it that way, that I'd made Jake look like a fool in front of everyone. She kept asking why I couldn't have just talked to them privately after dinner instead of embarrassing everyone publicly. She said she'd been harsh given the circumstances. Cousin Jenny posted something on Facebook about the importance of family loyalty that was obviously directed at me. But some people were on my side too. My cousin David texted me privately, saying he thought what Jake did was completely out of line, and he didn't blame me for speaking up. My aunt from Mom's side called and said she'd always thought Jake got away with too much, and it was about time someone held him accountable. The worst part was the family friends who'd been there. These are people I've known my whole life, and now they'd all witnessed this ugly family moment. I kept imagining them going home and talking about how dysfunctional our family was, how I'd humiliated my brother at his own celebration. Sarah texted me a few days later with a really sweet message saying she didn't blame me and she understood why I'd spoken up. She said Jake had told her months ago that I'd offered to help with honeymoon expenses, and she'd had no idea it wasn't true. She apologized for being part of putting me in that position, even though it wasn't her fault at all. It's been 2 weeks now since the dinner, and Jake still isn't speaking to me. Mom keeps calling, trying to get me to apologize and make this right. She suggests maybe I could offer to help with some other wedding expense as a compromise, like I'm the one who needs to fix the situation that Jake created. Half the family thinks I was completely justified in speaking up, and the other half thinks I'm a heartless sister who prioritized money over family relationships. The ones who support me say Jake had it coming, and I should have done it years ago. The ones who think I was wrong say I should have found a private way to handle it that didn't embarrass him publicly. I keep going back and forth about whether I handled it the right way. On one hand, I can see how humiliating it must have been for Jake to have his lie exposed in front of everyone like that. Nobody wants to look like a fool in front of their whole family, and I definitely made that happen. On the other hand, I think about how calculated the whole thing was. This wasn't some misunderstanding or miscommunication. Jake and Mom had planned this ambush specifically to put me in a position where I'd feel too pressured to say no. They counted on my politeness and conflict avoidance to trap me into paying instead of bailing him out of problems he created for himself. If I hadn't spoken up, I'd be looking at another 5,000 down that same black hole. But the guilt is still eating at me. This was supposed to be Jake and Sarah's celebration, and I turned it into a family crisis. Sarah didn't deserve to be embarrassed like that, and neither did the relatives who were just trying to enjoy a nice family dinner. Maybe there was a better way to handle it that wouldn't have ruined everyone's evening. I can't shake the feeling that I've permanently damaged my relationship with Jake, and maybe with Mom too. Even if I was technically in the right, family relationships aren't really about being technically right. They're about love and support, and sometimes making sacrifices for people you care about, even when they don't deserve it. So now I'm stuck wondering if I should have just quietly paid for the damn honeymoon to keep the peace, or if standing up for myself was long overdue. Either way, there's no going back now. The day I finally locked my father out after he showed up demanding my house keys in front of my neighbors. I'm 32, work as a software developer, and I just bought my first house in what I thought would be a quiet, suburban neighborhood. My father is 58 and has always treated every place I've lived like his personal property. Growing up, he never knocked on doors in our house. Privacy wasn't a concept that existed in his world. My bedroom door might as well have been made of paper because he'd walk in whenever he felt like it, whether I was sleeping, studying, or just trying to have 5 minutes to myself. When I moved out for college and then got my own apartments over the years, nothing changed. He'd show up unannounced constantly. I'd come home from work to find him sitting on my couch, eating food from my fridge. Having let himself in with spare keys, my mom would slip him behind my back. She'd always say it was just in case of emergencies, but somehow these emergencies always involved him wanting to check if I was keeping the place clean enough, or if I had food in the refrigerator. I lost count of how many times I'd bring dates home only to find my father rearranging my furniture, or doing my dishes because he didn't think I was doing them right. Try explaining that to someone you're trying to impress. It got to the point where I'd have anxiety every time I heard footsteps in the hallway of my apartment building because I never knew if it would be him. When I finally saved up enough to buy this house, I made it crystal clear that things would be different this time. I sat him down and explained that I was an adult now. I owned this property, and I needed him to call before coming over. His response was to laugh and say that fathers don't need permission to visit their sons. He said it like it was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. I deliberately didn't give him a key when I moved in 3 months ago. This wasn't an oversight or something I forgot to do. It was intentional. For the first time in my adult life, I had a space that was completely mine, and I wanted to keep it that way. Everything was going fine for exactly 1 week. I was unpacking the last of my boxes in the living room after work on a Thursday when I heard car doors slamming in my driveway. Not just one car door, but multiple doors. I looked out the already see neighbors starting to notice the commotion. Mrs. Henderson from next door was coming home from what looked like grocery shopping, and she slowed down to watch what was happening. A couple walking their dog across the street had stopped pretending to let their dog sniff around and were clearly listening to every word. I told my father this wasn't a good time and that he needed to start calling before coming over from now on. I tried to keep my voice calm and reasonable, but I could feel my face getting hot with embarrassment. This was exactly the kind of scene I had been dreading, and here it was, happening in front of people I barely knew, but had to live next to. That's when he dropped the bomb. He looked me straight in the eye and said I needed to hand over the keys so we wouldn't have this problem again. Just like that, like it was the most natural thing in the world to demand access to someone else's property. Uncle Mike immediately chimed in, telling me to just give my old man a key and stop being difficult. Aunt Carol started lecturing me about family respect and how I was acting like I was too good for my own relatives. The whole time, my father stood there with his hand out, actually expecting me to reach into my pocket and fork over my house keys. More neighbors were coming home from work now, and some were walking dogs or checking mail, but it was obvious they were all watching this unfold. Mrs. Henderson had given up any pretense of unloading groceries and was just standing by her car, staring. A jogger had slowed to a walk and was taking an unusually long time to stretch right at the end of my driveway. My father kept talking about tradition, like there was some ancient family law that required me to give him access to my home. He said it was disrespectful to make him ask permission to visit his own son. Uncle Mike was nodding along, saying things like, "Family comes first," and "This is how we've always done things." Aunt Carol was getting teary-eyed, talking about how the family was falling apart and how I was breaking my father's heart. I tried to explain that I just needed boundaries as an adult, that I wasn't trying to cut anyone out of my life. I just wanted people to call first. But my father cut me off before I could finish. He asked who I thought raised me and whether I had forgotten everything he taught me about.
I realized this whole thing was planned. He hadn't just decided to drop by with relatives for a casual visit. He had brought witnesses specifically to pressure me into giving him what he wanted. The surprise inspection was just an excuse to create this exact confrontation. I stepped between him and the door, and that's when I knew there was no going back. Everyone went quiet for a second. Even the neighbors seemed to sense that something bigger was about to happen. My father's face changed, and I could see he was genuinely surprised that I was actually going to stand in his way. The moment stretched out forever, with everyone staring at us, waiting to see what would happen next. I had spent 32 years avoiding confrontations like this, always giving in to keep the peace, always choosing the path of least resistance. But standing there, in my own driveway, with my own house behind me, I realized I was done backing down. The silence only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, my father, Uncle Mike, Aunt Carol, and what felt like half the neighborhood. Mrs. Henderson had completely abandoned her groceries and was just standing there watching. The couple with the dog had given up any pretense of walking and were openly staring from across the street. I tried one more time to explain that I just needed boundaries as an adult, that this wasn't about disrespecting anyone. It was about having my own space. But my father wasn't hearing any of it. He cut me off mid-sentence and asked who I thought I was talking to. He reminded me that he was the one who raised me, who put a roof over my head for 18 years, who taught me everything I knew about being a man. His voice was getting louder with each word, and I could see neighbors starting to come out of their houses to see what all the noise was about. Then he asked me if I had forgotten everything he taught me about family loyalty. He said I was acting like some spoiled brat who thought he was too good for his own family. Uncle Mike was nodding along, making comments about how kids these days don't understand respect. Aunt Carol was getting more emotional, saying things about how the family was falling apart and how much this was hurting everyone. The whole time, more people were gathering. A woman walking her toddler and hit me that this whole thing was orchestrated. He hadn't just randomly decided to bring relatives over for a visit. He had specifically brought Uncle Mike and Aunt Carol as witnesses to pressure me into giving him what he wanted. The surprise inspection story was just cover for creating this exact confrontation in front of as many people as possible. I stepped directly between him and my front door.
The second I did it, everything changed. Uncle Mike stopped talking. Aunt Carol looked genuinely shocked. Even my father seemed surprised that I was actually going to physically block his path. But what really got to me was seeing the neighbors' reactions. Some of them looked uncomfortable, like they wanted to go inside and pretend they hadn't seen anything. But others looked almost impressed, like they were thinking it was about time someone stood up to him. My father's face went from surprised to angry in about 2 seconds. He told me to get out of his way and stop acting like a child. He said I was embarrassing myself in front of everyone and making the whole family look bad. But I didn't move. For the first time in my life, I didn't step aside when he told me to. That's when the real yelling started. He raised his voice loud enough that I'm pretty sure people 3 streets over could hear him. He was going on about betrayal and disrespect, about how he didn't raise me to treat family this way. He said I had forgotten where I came from, and that I thought I was better than everyone else just because I bought a house. Uncle Mike tried to calm him down, but that just made things worse. My father turned on him too, saying that this was what happened when you let kids get too independent, that parents needed to maintain control, or children would walk all over them. Aunt Carol was crying now, saying that the whole family was being destroyed over something so stupid. But the thing that really got to me was the internal battle going on in my head while all this was happening. Part of me wanted to just give in and hand over the keys to make everyone happy. It would have been so easy to just reach into my pocket, give him what he wanted, and end the whole actually mine. The humiliation of having this argument in public was eating at me. I could see people recording with their phones now, and I knew this story was going to spread through the neighborhood. But then I realized the alternative was even worse. The humiliation of backing down in front of everyone, of proving that I still couldn't stand up to him, even as a grown man with my own property, would last a lot longer than whatever embarrassment I felt in that moment. My father was still yelling, and now he was starting to move toward the door again. Not asking, not negotiating, just assuming he could push past me like he always had. He got close enough that I could smell his cologne, the same one he had worn my entire childhood, and for a second, I almost stepped aside out of pure habit. But I didn't. Instead, I took a deep breath and said the words I had been too scared to say my entire adult life. I told him clearly and loudly enough for everyone to hear that there would be no spare keys, not today, not ever. The second those words came out of my mouth, I knew there was no taking them back. His face went completely red. He asked me what I had just said to him, like he couldn't believe the words had actually come out of my mouth. The whole driveway went quiet, except for the sound of someone's air conditioning unit running and a dog barking a few houses down. Then he tried to push past me toward the door. Not violently, but firmly, like he was calling my bluff. He clearly expected me to move out of the way at the last second, like I always had before. Instead, I stepped backward, pulled my keys out of my pocket, and deliberately turned toward my front door. The sound of the deadbolt clicking into place was probably the loudest sound I had ever heard. It echoed across the entire driveway, and everyone heard it. Even the teenagers on bikes stopped talking to each other and just stared. I turned back around and told all of them that they needed to leave. Not just my father, all of them. Uncle Mike, Aunt Carol, everyone. I said it calmly, but loud enough that there was no question about what I had just said. That's when my father completely lost it. He started screaming about betrayal and how I had just humiliated him in front of the entire neighborhood. He said I would go off to his car, still yelling loud enough for the entire block to hear.
He was going on about consequences and how I would come crawling back begging for forgiveness. Uncle Mike gave me these disappointed headshakes as he walked away, like I was some rebellious teenager who had just ruined Christmas dinner. Aunt Carol wouldn't even look at me as they got into their cars. She was still crying and kept saying things about family loyalty that I could hear through her car window. The whole convoy pulled out of my driveway with way more tire squealing than was necessary. My father rolled down his window as he drove past and shouted something about this not being over. But honestly, I was so relieved they were leaving that I didn't really process what he said. As soon as their cars disappeared around the corner, I became aware of how quiet everything had gotten. The neighbors who had been openly watching started to slowly disperse. A few of them caught my eye and gave me these sympathetic nods, like they understood what had just happened. Mrs. Henderson actually walked over and gave me a thumbs up before going back to her groceries. She said something about how it was about time someone stood up for themselves, which made me feel a little better about the whole spectacle. But most people just went back to whatever they had been doing before the drama started. The teenagers on bikes rode away looking disappointed that the show was over. The couple with the dog finally continued their walk. Within about 10 minutes, it was like nothing had happened, except for the fact that I was still standing in my driveway, with my heart pounding and my hands shaking from adrenaline. I went inside and locked the door behind me, which felt both satisfying and terrifying at the same time. For about 30 seconds, I felt amazing. I had finally done it. I had stood up to my father and won. My house was still my house. My keys were still my keys, and nobody was going to barge in whenever they felt like it. Then my phone started ringing. The first call came within an hour. It was my mom, and I could tell from her tone that she had already gotten a full report from my father. She wanted to know how I could embarrass him like that in front of the whole family and all my neighbors.
She handled things privately instead of creating a scene. He said my father was devastated, and that I had no idea how much damage I had just caused to family relationships. He kept saying I should be the bigger person and just apologize to smooth things over. After that came Aunt Carol, who left this long, tearful voicemail about how I was breaking my father's heart and destroying the family over something as simple as house keys. She said she never thought she would see the day when I would turn my back on family like this, and that she was disappointed in how I had been raised. My phone kept ringing all evening. Cousins I hadn't talked to in months were suddenly calling to tell me I had lost my mind. My brother called from 3 states away to ask what the hell was wrong with me and why I couldn't just give Dad a damn key since it wasn't worth all this drama. Even my grandmother called to say she was praying for our family because we were falling apart. Every single person who called made it sound like I was the one who had caused all of this. Like I was the one who had shown up unannounced with a bunch of witnesses to demand something that didn't belong to me. Nobody seemed to think there was anything wrong with my father's behavior, but everyone had plenty to say about mine. I stopped answering the phone after the 8th call. I let everything go to voicemail, and then deleted the messages without listening to them. I ordered Chinese takeout and sat in my living room eating lo mein while my phone buzzed constantly on the coffee table. For the first time in years, I wasn't anxious about someone barging through my door unannounced. But the guilt was eating me alive. The next few days were rough. The family group chat that I was part of suddenly went silent whenever I was added to conversations. My mom kept sending me these passive-aggressive texts about family unity and how some people had forgotten what really mattered in life. My brother forwarded me screenshots of texts from other relatives talking about how I had changed and become too good for my own family. It's been 3 weeks now and the situation hasn't improved at all. My father hasn't contacted me directly since that day, but I keep hearing things through other family members. According to my brother, Dad has been telling everyone who will listen that I publicly humiliated him and betrayed.
Apologize, and just give him the key to restore peace. They keep saying it's such a small thing to ask for, and that I'm destroying relationships over nothing. My mom calls me every few days to update me on how hurt and angry my father still is, like she's waiting for me to break and give in. The weirdest part is how normal everything feels when I'm just living my life. I go to work, come home, make dinner, watch TV, and sleep peacefully, knowing nobody is going to let themselves in while I'm in the shower or asleep. It's the first time I've had that feeling since I moved out of my childhood home. And it's incredible. But then I'll get a text from some relative about family loyalty, or see a missed call from my mom, and the guilt comes flooding back. I keep going back and forth about whether I handled it the right way. Part of me thinks I should have found a way to have this conversation privately, instead of letting it turn into a public spectacle. Maybe I could have avoided embarrassing him in front of everyone, and still gotten my point across. But then I remember that he's the one who brought an audience. He's the one who made it public by showing up with relatives and making demands in my driveway where everyone could see. The neighbors have been interesting to deal with. Most of them act like nothing happened, but I can tell some of them look at me differently now. Mrs. Henderson has been extra friendly, always waving when she sees me and making comments about how nice and quiet my house is. But I caught a few other neighbors talking and pointing at my house the other day, and I'm pretty sure they were discussing what happened. Last week I ran into the couple with the dog at the grocery store, and they actually came over to talk to me. They said they had been dealing with boundary issues with their own families, and that they respected how I had handled the situation. It was nice to hear from someone who wasn't related to me and didn't have a stake in family politics. But the support from strangers doesn't really make up for feeling like I've lost my entire extended family over this. My phone used to buzz constantly with family group chats and random calls from relatives just checking in. Now it's mostly silent, except for the occasional guilt trip from my mom, or updates about how disappointed everyone is in me. Wouldn't recognize. The message freaked me out enough that I started looking into home security systems online. The fact that I'm even thinking about installing cameras because I'm worried about my own father is terrifying. But I can't shake the feeling that he might actually follow through on whatever threat that was supposed to be. I've been wondering if I should just apologize to keep the peace. But then what was the point of standing up for myself in the first place? If I back down now, it proves that he was right all along, that I would eventually cave, like I always have before. But the family pressure is getting harder to deal with, and I miss having relationships with people I've known my whole life. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I had just handed over the keys that day. Everyone would have gone home happy. The neighbors wouldn't have seen a big family drama, and I would still be getting invited to family gatherings. But then I remember how it felt to sit in my own house that night, knowing nobody could just walk in whenever they felt like it. And I know I made the right choice, even if it cost me everything else. What I said during my grandmother's eulogy that left my family refusing to speak to me. I'm 29 and work as a social worker, which probably explains why I've always been good at reading people and calling out dysfunction when I see it. My grandmother was literally the only family member who ever had my back. While my parents spent my entire childhood and adolescence labeling me as the difficult child whenever I questioned their decisions or stood up for myself, my grandmother saw something different in me. She never made me feel like there was something fundamentally wrong with me for having opinions or boundaries. My parents are both in their 50s now, and they've never really changed. My mom has this way of making everything about how it reflects on her, and my dad just goes along with whatever keeps the peace. Growing up, whenever there was a family argument, I was always the one who got blamed for starting drama, even when I was just defending myself or pointing out something that was obviously unfair.
My grandmother was the only one who would step in and tell them they were being too hard on me. When I was 16, my parents kicked me out of the house during a particularly bad fight about my college plans. I wanted to study social work, and they thought it was a waste of time and money. The argument escalated until my mom started screaming about how I was ungrateful, and my dad told me if I didn't like their rules, I could find somewhere else to live. I called my grandmother crying from a friend's house, and she drove over to pick me up without asking a single question about whose fault it was. I stayed with her for 2 weeks until my parents finally called and asked me to come home. She never made me feel like a burden or like I was causing problems for the family. That's just who my grandmother was. She didn't back down from difficult conversations or pretend everything was fine when it wasn't. She taught me that standing up for what's right is more important than keeping everyone comfortable. She used to tell me that being called difficult by the wrong people is actually a compliment. When my grandmother got sick last month, I was the one who took time off work to stay with her in the hospital. My parents visited, sure, but they were more concerned with managing the situation than actually being present with her. They kept talking about funeral arrangements and logistics while she was still alive, which made my with maintaining this image of being a close, loving family. They're the type of people who post happy family photos on social media while refusing to acknowledge that we barely speak outside of obligatory holiday gatherings. My grandmother's funeral was going to be attended by people from their church, family friends, and relatives we only see at weddings and funerals. The last thing my parents wanted was for anyone to get a glimpse behind the curtain. The planning process was tense. My parents made all the major decisions without asking for my input, which wasn't surprising, but it still hurt. They chose the flowers, the music, the readings, everything. When I tried to suggest including some of my grandmother's favorite hymns that weren't on their list, my mom dismissed it, saying they'd already finalized everything with the church. It felt like they were planning a funeral for someone I didn't even recognize. 2 days before the service, my mom called me to let me know I'd be giving the eulogy. She said it like she was doing me a favor, like I should be grateful for the opportunity. I was honestly surprised they trusted me with it, given how worried they seemed about me saying the wrong thing. But I was also relieved because it meant I'd have a chance to actually honor who my grandmother was, instead of letting them turn her into some sanitized version that fit their narrative. I spent the next day thinking about what I wanted to say. I kept coming back to all the ways my grandmother had supported me when no one else would. How she'd defended my decision to study social work when my parents called it impractical. How she'd listened to me vent about family drama without immediately telling me to just let things go. How she'd shown me what unconditional love actually looked like by never making me feel like I had to earn her approval. The morning of the funeral, I was getting ready at my apartment when my mom called. She wanted to meet me at the church early to go over some last-minute details. I figured she wanted to talk about the order of service, or make sure I knew when to speak. I should have known it was going to be more complicated than that. When I got to the church, my parents were waiting in one of the small rooms off the main sanctuary. My mom had this fake smile plastered on her face, the one she uses when she's trying to control a situation while pretending everything is fine. For themselves. But the worst part was how the script portrayed our family. It described us as this tight-knit, loving unit who supported each other through everything. It talked about how my grandmother's greatest joy was watching her family grow closer over the years. It was complete fiction, and everyone in that church who actually knew our family would recognize it as such. I looked up at my mom and told her I appreciated her help, but I'd already prepared my own remarks. Her smile immediately disappeared. She started explaining that she'd put a lot of thought into making sure the eulogy would honor my grandmother, while also being appropriate for the setting. She kept emphasizing the word appropriate, like I was a child who couldn't be trusted to behave properly in public. My dad, who had been quiet up until this point,
finally spoke up. He said they just wanted to make sure the service stayed focused on celebrating my grandmother's life instead of getting distracted by other things. The way he said other things made it clear he was talking about our family's issues. I told them I understood their concerns, but I needed to speak from the heart about who my grandmother really was. My mom's voice got that sharp edge it always gets when she's losing control of a situation. She said I could speak from the heart while still being respectful of the family and the setting. She reminded me that there would be people there who had known my grandmother for decades, and they deserved to hear about the woman they remembered. The irony was that the woman they remembered was exactly who I wanted to talk about. My grandmother's friends knew she was tough and didn't take any nonsense from anyone. They'd seen her challenge the church board when they tried to cut funding for the food pantry. They'd watched her organize the other women to push back against decisions they disagreed with. The sanitized version my mom had written would have been unrecognizable to anyone who actually knew my grandmother. I tried explaining this to my parents, but they weren't listening. My mom kept insisting that a funeral wasn't the place for complicated family dynamics, and my dad kept nodding along. Finally, my mom grabbed my arm and pulled me aside. She lowered her voice and said the words that made my decision for me. "Don't you dare embarrass us here." The way she against them. My mom looked suspicious, but people were starting to arrive, and she couldn't push the issue without causing a scene in front of the congregation. The next hour passed in a blur of condolences and small talk with relatives and family friends. I kept thinking about what I was going to say when I got up to that podium. I knew that speaking honestly about my grandmother would upset my parents, but staying silent felt like letting them erase the most important person in my life all over again. The service started, and I barely heard any of it. I was sitting in the front pew next to my parents, staring at the folded papers in my hands while the pastor talked about eternal rest and God's plan. My mom kept glancing over at me with this expectant look, probably trying to figure out if I was going to stick to her script or go rogue. My dad was doing his usual thing of staring straight ahead and pretending everything was fine. I kept thinking about all the conversations I'd had with my grandmother over the years, how she'd tell me stories about standing up to her own mother-in-law when she tried to control how she raised her kids, how she'd fought with the school board when they wanted to cut art programs, how she'd refused to let my grandfather's drinking problem become the family's dirty little secret, even when everyone else wanted to just pretend it wasn't happening. My grandmother never backed down from difficult truths, and here I was, getting ready to let my parents sanitize her entire existence because they were worried about what people might think. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Not just at my parents, but at myself for even considering going along with their plan. When the pastor called my name, I felt like I was walking through water. The church was packed. There had to be at least 200 people there, which would have made my grandmother happy. She always said she wanted a full house at her funeral, because it meant she'd made an impact on people's lives. Standing at the podium, looking out at all those faces, I could see my parents in the front row. My mom had that tight smile again, the one that meant she was barely holding it together. My dad was still staring straight ahead. Behind them were my aunts and uncles, cousins I hadn't seen in years, and dozens of people from my grandmother's church and neighborhood. Peace at all. It's just everyone agreeing to pretend together. I folded up the script and put it back in my pocket. I looked out at all those people who had loved my grandmother and decided they deserved to hear about the woman who had actually existed, not the watered-down version my parents wanted to present. I started by talking about how my grandmother had taught me what real strength looked like. Not the kind of strength that comes from never showing vulnerability, but the kind that comes from standing up for what's right, even when it costs you something. I talked about how she'd never let anyone convince me that asking questions or having standards was somehow wrong.
I could feel the energy in the room shifting as I spoke. People were nodding along, especially the older women who had known my grandmother for decades. They recognized the woman I was describing, because that was who she'd been in their lives too. Then I got to the part about how she'd given me a safe place when I needed one most. I talked about that night when I was 16 and called her crying, and how she'd driven across town to pick me up without hesitation. I didn't say explicitly that my parents had kicked me out, but everyone in that room could read between the lines. I talked about how she'd let me stay with her for 2 weeks and never once made me feel like I was causing problems or being dramatic. I could see my mom's face getting redder by the minute. My dad had finally stopped staring straight ahead and was now looking at me with this expression I'd never seen before. It wasn't quite anger, but it definitely wasn't approval. I talked about how my grandmother had shown me what unconditional love actually looked like, how she'd supported my decision to become a social worker even when other people thought it was impractical, how she'd listened to me talk about my problems without immediately telling me to just get over it or move on, how she'd celebrated my successes without making them about herself. The more I spoke, the more confident I felt. This was who my grandmother had been, and these people deserved to know it. I talked about her sense of justice, how she'd get genuinely angry when she saw people being treated unfairly, how she'd taught me that being called difficult by the wrong people was actually a compliment because it meant you weren't willing to compromise your values to make others comfortable. Patterson, who had been my grandmother's closest friend, was nodding so emphatically that I thought she might stand up and start clapping. I finished by saying that my grandmother had left me with the most important lesson anyone could learn, that it's better to be honest and risk disappointing people than to live a lie that makes everyone comfortable, that real love doesn't ask you to pretend to be someone you're not, and that the people who truly care about you will appreciate your authenticity, even when it's inconvenient for them. When I said those last words, I looked directly at my parents. My mom's mouth was set in this thin line and she was staring at her hands in her lap. My dad was looking at me like he was seeing me for the first time and wasn't sure what to make of what he was seeing. I walked back to my seat, and the pastor took over for the closing remarks. The rest of the service passed in a blur. I could feel people's eyes on me, but I couldn't tell if they were supportive or shocked or somewhere in between. My parents didn't look at me or speak to me for the remainder of the service. During the final hymn, Mrs. Patterson caught my eye from across the church and gave me a small nod and smile. A few other people from my grandmother's bridge club looked at me with what seemed like approval. But I could also see some of my relatives whispering to each other and shooting glances in my direction. When the service ended and people started filing out, I knew I was in trouble. My mom stood up without looking at me and walked straight toward the exit. My dad followed her, also without acknowledging my presence. I sat there for a moment, watching them leave, knowing that the real confrontation was still coming. People started coming up to offer their condolences, and the reactions were mixed. Most of my grandmother's friends were warm and seemed genuinely moved by what I'd said. But I could tell that some of my relatives were less enthusiastic. My Aunt Susan gave me a tight hug and whispered that my grandmother would have appreciated my honesty. My Uncle Mark just nodded politely and moved on without saying much. The whole time I kept looking toward the exit, waiting for my parents to come back and confront me. I knew they wouldn't make a scene in front of everyone, but I also knew this was grandmother was, and that she would have been so proud of me for having the courage to tell the truth. She said my grandmother had always worried that the family didn't really understand her, but that today proved someone had been paying attention. That moment felt like a lifeline, because I was already starting to doubt myself. When the church was finally mostly empty, my parents approached me. My mom's face was this mask of controlled fury that I recognized from childhood. She didn't even wait for us to get somewhere private before she started. She said I had completely humiliated the entire family and turned my grandmother's funeral into some kind of therapy session about my childhood grievances. She kept her voice low, but the anger was unmistakable. She said everyone there knew exactly what I was implying when I talked about needing a safe place and unconditional love. She said I'd basically stood up in front of 200 people and announced that my parents were failures. My dad was just standing there, shaking his head, and occasionally muttering things like, "I can't believe this," and "unbelievable." I tried to explain that I hadn't mentioned them directly, and that everything I'd said was about my grandmother, not about them. But my mom cut me off and said that everyone there wasn't stupid. They could read between the lines. She said I'd made the funeral all about myself and my problems, instead of honoring my grandmother's memory. That's when I finally got angry. I told them that what I'd shared was exactly my grandmother's memory, that she had given me a safe place when I needed one, and she had shown me unconditional love. And those were facts, not attacks on them. I said that if they felt attacked by me telling the truth about who my grandmother was, maybe they should think about why that bothered them so much. My dad finally spoke up and said that there's a time and place for family discussions, and a funeral isn't it. He said that regardless of whatever issues we might have, today should have been about bringing the family together, not driving us further apart. My mom added that I'd always been selfish, but she'd never imagined I'd be selfish enough to use my grandmother's funeral as an opportunity to air dirty laundry. The conversation went in circles for about 10 more minutes.
I phoned the day after that, and it went straight to voicemail. When I tried calling their house, my mom answered, but as soon as she heard my voice, she said they weren't ready to talk and hung up. That's when I started getting calls from other family members. My Aunt Susan called first and said she understood why I'd said what I said, but that my parents were really hurt, and maybe I should consider apologizing. She said they felt like I'd attacked them publicly, and that it would take time for them to get over it. Then my Uncle Mark called with a very different perspective. He said what I'd done was inappropriate and disrespectful, not just to my parents, but to everyone who came to pay their respects to my grandmother. He said funerals are supposed to be about celebrating someone's life, not airing family drama. He suggested I should have handled my issues with my parents privately, instead of involving the entire congregation. My cousin Lisa, who's always been closer to my parents than to me, sent me a long text message saying she was disappointed in my behavior. She said she understood I was grieving, but that didn't excuse making other people uncomfortable at a funeral. She said some of the older relatives had been talking about how inappropriate my eulogy was, and that my parents were too hurt and embarrassed to even discuss it. The worst part was finding out that my parents had been calling other family members to talk about what happened. According to my Aunt Susan, they were telling people that I'd used the eulogy to attack them and make myself look like a victim. They were saying I'd always been dramatic and attention-seeking, but they'd never expected me to stoop to using my grandmother's death as an opportunity to get sympathy. A week went by with no contact from my parents. I kept checking my phone, thinking maybe they'd cool off and reach out, but nothing. I even drove by their house one evening, but their car wasn't in the driveway, and I didn't want to just show up unannounced when things were this tense. 2 weeks after the funeral, I got a call from my mom's sister, my Aunt Janet, who lives across the country. She said my mom had called her crying about what happened at the funeral. According to my Aunt Janet, my mom felt like I'd betrayed the family and embarrassed them in front of everyone they knew. She said my parents were telling people they didn't know if they could, making my parents look bad. The conversation with my Aunt Janet made me start second-guessing myself. Maybe I could have talked about my grandmother's strength and independence without mentioning the specific ways she'd supported me against my parents. Maybe I could have honored her memory without implying that she'd filled a role they'd failed to fill. But then I'd remember standing at that podium,
looking out at all those people who had loved my grandmother, and I'd remember how right it felt to tell the truth about who she was. The people who knew her best had responded positively to what I'd said. They recognized the woman I was describing, because that was who she'd been in their lives too. 3 weeks after the funeral, I finally got a text from my dad. It just said that they needed more time and space to process everything that had happened. He said they were too hurt to talk right now, but maybe eventually they'd be able to have a conversation about moving forward. The text felt formal and distant, like he was writing to someone he barely knew instead of his daughter. I showed the text to my friend Sarah, who's known my family for years. She said my parents were probably embarrassed because they knew that what I'd said was true, and they didn't like having their parenting called into question in front of their church community. She said they were probably more upset about how they looked than about anything I'd actually said about my grandmother. That's when it hit me that this whole situation was actually proving my point about my parents. Instead of being upset that I was grieving the loss of the most important person in my life, they were focused on how my grief had affected their reputation. Instead of trying to understand why I'd felt compelled to speak honestly about my grandmother, they were worried about what other people thought of them. A month after the funeral, I found out through my Aunt Susan that some of my cousins had unfriended me on social media. Apparently, there had been some family group chat where people were discussing what happened, and the general consensus was that I'd been selfish and inappropriate. My Aunt Susan said she'd tried to defend me, but that most people felt I should have just read whatever my parents wanted me to read. The isolation has been really hard. I'm used to having limited contact with my parents, but losing the extended family connections has been more difficult than I expected. These are people who've
Been proud of me for having the courage to tell the truth. The thing that keeps me from completely second-guessing myself is knowing that my grandmother would have understood exactly why I couldn't read that script. She would have seen it for what it was, an attempt to erase the parts of her that made other people uncomfortable. She spent her whole life refusing to pretend to be someone she wasn't, to make other people feel better, and she taught me to do the same. I miss her every day. And I miss having someone in my family who understood me. But I also know that betraying everything she taught me, just to keep peace with people who never valued that peace anyway, would have been the real tragedy. My parents may never forgive me for telling the truth about who my grandmother was. But I think I could never forgive myself if I'd stayed silent and let them erase her. What gave my cousin the right to announce her pregnancy during my graduation party? I'm Lydia, 24, and I honestly don't even know where to start with this mess. 2 weeks ago was supposed to be one of the best days of my life, and my cousin Emma, 26, completely ruined it. I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to figure out if I'm being dramatic, or if what happened was actually as messed up as I think it was. So here's the background. I just graduated college after 6 years of absolute hell. And I mean 6 years because I had to take breaks to work full-time jobs just to afford tuition. I've been juggling school with everything from waitressing to retail to cleaning offices at night. My student loan debt is astronomical. I barely slept during my last semester, and there were honestly points where I didn't think I was going to make it. But I did. I'm the first person in my entire family to get a college degree, which is a huge deal for us. My parents were so proud they decided to throw me a real celebration. Not just cake at home, but an actual party at this nice rented hall downtown. They spent money they didn't really have to make this happen for me, and they invited everyone. Extended family, family friends, some of my professors, high school friends, co-workers. Looking back, there were probably around 60 people there. My mom even got me a custom cake with my diploma printed on it in edible ink, which was honestly the sweetest thing ever. The party was on a Saturday evening, and I spent the whole day getting ready and just feeling excited. I kept thinking about how this was finally my moment to shine.
For years, I'd been the one struggling, the one who couldn't afford to go on family vacations or buy nice clothes or do anything fun because every penny went to school. And now I was finally going to be celebrated for pushing through all of that. When we got to the hall, everything looked perfect. My parents had hung up photos of me from kindergarten through graduation. There were balloons in my school colors, and they'd made a whole display with my diploma and some of my academic awards. People started arriving around 6, and for the first hour, everything was exactly what I dreamed of. Everyone was congratulating me, asking about my major, wanting to know what my plan.
Honestly made me a little jealous at the time because I was eating ramen every night while they were having this fairy tale celebration. When she arrived, she seemed normal enough. She congratulated me, said she was proud of me, asked about my degree. Nothing seemed off. She was dressed really nicely, which I remember thinking was sweet of her to dress up for my party. She and Mark sat at one of the tables with my other cousins and seemed to be having a good time. Mark was being his usual quiet self, but Emma was chatting with everyone and seemed genuinely happy to be there. The food was served around 7:30, and everything was still going great. People were eating, laughing, sharing stories about me from when I was younger. My uncle was telling everyone about how determined I'd always been, even as a kid. My mom was getting a little emotional, talking about how proud she was. I was sitting at what was basically the head table, with my parents and my brother, just soaking it all in, and feeling like all the stress and exhaustion of the past 6 years had been worth it for this moment. That's when it happened. We were maybe an hour and a half into the party, right when things were at their peak energy. People had finished eating and were mingling. Some were looking at my photo display. Others were chatting in groups. The music was playing softly in the background, and I was just sitting there feeling so grateful and happy. Then Emma stands up. She's at a table maybe 15 feet away from where I'm sitting, and she picks up her wine glass and starts tapping it with a fork. You know that sound, the universal signal that someone wants to make a toast or an announcement. Everyone in the room turns to look at her, and I'm thinking she's about to say something nice about me, or maybe thank my parents for hosting such a lovely party. The room gets quiet, and Emma has this huge smile on her face. She looks around at everyone and then says something like how she and Mark have some exciting news to share with the family. At this point, I'm still assuming this is somehow going to tie back to congratulating me, or maybe she's going to announce that they got some good news related to their careers or something. But then she says it. She announces that she's pregnant with their first baby. Someone started taking photos of Emma and Mark. People were already talking about planning a baby shower, and my uncle was shaking Mark's hand like he'd just announced he'd won the lottery. I sat there in complete shock, watching my special day disintegrate right in front of me. Emma was glowing with all the attention, graciously accepting everyone's congratulations and hugs. People were abandoning their conversations about my future career plans to ask Emma about baby names and nursery themes. Even some of my own friends got caught up in the excitement and went over to congratulate her. The worst part was that nobody seemed to realize what had just happened. Nobody looked back at me to see how I was handling this, or seemed to remember that we were supposed to be celebrating my graduation. It was like I'd become invisible in my own party. I kept waiting for someone, anyone, to say something like, "Congratulations, Emma, but let's get back to celebrating Lydia." But it never happened. My parents looked as shocked as I felt. My mom kept looking between Emma and me with this expression like she couldn't believe what was happening. My dad looked genuinely angry, which is rare for him. My brother leaned over and whispered something about Emma having terrible timing, but even he seemed unsure about whether to say anything out loud. The party continued for another hour and a half, but it was completely different.
Every conversation somehow circled back to Emma's pregnancy. People were asking her about her symptoms, sharing their own pregnancy stories, giving her advice about doctors and prenatal vitamins. Meanwhile, my graduation cake sat mostly untouched because everyone was too busy talking about baby-related stuff to remember why we were there in the first place. When people started leaving, most of them made sure to congratulate Emma one more time on their way out. Some remembered to say goodbye to me too, but it felt like an afterthought. A few people did seem to remember that it was my party and made a point to tell me congratulations again. But by then the damage was done. After everyone left and we were cleaning up, Emma came over to me with this huge smile still on her face. She thanked my parents for letting her share her news at such a wonderful family gathering and said something about how perfect it was that we could celebrate both of our big news together. Privately, but I couldn't. The more I thought about what had just happened, the angrier I got. When Emma finally had a free moment, I walked over to her near the coat check area, where we could have some privacy. I tried to keep my voice calm and level, but I could feel my heart pounding. I told her I needed to talk to her about what had just happened. She looked genuinely confused and asked what I meant, like she had no idea why I might want to discuss her pregnancy announcement. I explained to her that I was hurt by her timing. I said I wasn't mad about the pregnancy itself, because I really am happy for her and Mark. But I couldn't understand why she chose my graduation party to make her announcement. I told her it felt like my special day had been completely overshadowed, and that I'd been looking forward to this celebration for months. The look on Emma's face changed completely. She went from confused to defensive in about 2 seconds. She said she didn't see what the big deal was, and that she thought it would be nice to share good news with the whole family while everyone was already together. Then she said something that I'm still mad about weeks later. She told me that a baby is way bigger news than a college degree, and that everyone gets degrees these days, but not everyone gets to have a first baby. I felt like she'd slapped me across the face. I tried to explain that it wasn't about comparing the importance of our news, but about respecting the fact that my parents had organized this entire event specifically to celebrate my achievement. I told her she could have announced her pregnancy at literally any other family gathering, or even called people individually, but she chose the one day that was supposed to be about me. Emma got more defensive and started saying I was being selfish and unreasonable. She said she thought I'd be happy for her, and that she couldn't believe I was making her pregnancy announcement about myself. The irony of that statement was completely lost on her. She kept insisting that she hadn't done anything wrong, and that I was overreacting to something that wasn't a big deal. By this point, Mark had come over to see what was happening, and my parents had noticed us talking and were hovering nearby. Emma must have realized other people were watching because she lowered her voice, but she didn't back down. She said everyone even more reason to celebrate, and that I was being ungrateful for not seeing it that way. She said most people would be thrilled to share their special day with family good news, and the fact that I wasn't showed my true character. My parents finally stepped in at this point. My mom very diplomatically said that while she was happy about Emma's news, she thought the timing could have been better, since they'd planned this specific event to honor my graduation. My dad was less diplomatic and straight up told Emma that she'd been incredibly inconsiderate and that she owed me an apology. That's when Emma's mom, my Aunt Sarah, appeared out of nowhere. She'd apparently been in the bathroom during the first part of our conversation, but she'd heard the last bit, where my dad said Emma owed me an apology. Aunt Sarah immediately went into defensive mode and started yelling at my parents about how they were attacking her daughter on what should be a happy day for their family. The whole thing turned into this awful family argument right there in the rental hall, while the caterers were trying to clean up around us. Aunt Sarah accused me of being jealous of Emma and said I'd always been a difficult child who couldn't handle not being the center of attention. She said Emma had every right to share her good news with her family, and that I was being a selfish brat for trying to make her feel bad about it. My brother, who had been staying out of it up until that point, finally spoke up and told Aunt Sarah that she was out of line. He said anyone with basic social skills would know not to make a major announcement at someone else's celebration, and that Emma should have known better. Aunt Sarah turned on him too, and said our whole family was showing our true colors by attacking a pregnant woman. Emma started crying at this point, saying we were all ruining what should have been one of the happiest days of her life. She said she'd only wanted to share her joy with people she loved, and that she never expected us to be so cruel to her. Mark was trying to calm her down while also defending her, saying she'd done nothing wrong and that we were all overreacting. The argument probably lasted another 15 minutes, with voices getting raised and people saying things they definitely shouldn't have said. Aunt Sarah kept demanding that I apologize to Emma for ruining her special moment with my negativity. She said I was being spoiled and ungrateful, and that Emma deserved better from her family.
Should be ashamed of how they'd raised me, and that Emma would never forget how we'd treated her. After they left, the rental hall felt like a disaster zone. The caterers were still there finishing the cleanup, and my parents and my brother and I just stood there in shock. My mom started crying, saying she couldn't believe Emma had done that, and that she was so sorry my special day had been ruined. My dad was furious and kept saying Emma had shown her true colors, and that he couldn't believe the selfishness. We finished cleaning up in mostly silence. The custom graduation cake that my parents had ordered sat mostly uneaten because everyone had been too distracted by Emma's news to remember to have dessert. Looking at that cake sitting there, untouched, somehow made everything feel even worse. It was like a symbol of how completely my celebration had been forgotten. On the drive home, my brother tried to make me feel better by saying Emma had always been attention-seeking and that everyone would see through what she'd done. But I wasn't so sure about that. From what I'd witnessed at the party, most people had seemed genuinely excited about her news and hadn't seemed to think there was anything wrong with her timing. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the whole evening in my head, from the perfect first hour to Emma's announcement to the awful fight afterward. I kept wondering if I really was overreacting, or if Emma had genuinely done something terrible. The doubt was eating at me because Emma had seemed so confident that she'd done nothing wrong, and even some of my extended family members, who'd stayed out of the argument, seemed uncomfortable with how confrontational things had gotten. But then I thought about my parents, and how hard they'd worked to make this day special for me, and how much money they'd spent on the hall and the food and everything else. I thought about how excited I'd been, and how proud I'd felt during that first hour when everything was about my achievement. And I thought about how quickly all of that had disappeared the moment Emma stood up with her wine glass. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that Emma had been completely out of line. But I also realized that this wasn't going to be something that just blew over. The family was clearly divided, and Emma seemed determined to play the victim rather than acknowledge that her timing had been inappropriate. Instead of tearing her down. A few other cousins chimed in agreeing with him. But then my cousin Lisa, who's on my dad's side of the family, posted back saying Emma's timing was completely inappropriate and that everyone knew it, even if they were too polite to say anything at the party. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion. More and more family members started taking sides, and the group chat turned into this battleground of passive-aggressive comments and thinly veiled insults. My great-aunt posted something about how families should stick together and not let petty jealousy divide them, which was obviously aimed at me. Then my Uncle Dave, my dad's brother, responded saying some people need to learn basic manners and consideration for others. I ended up leaving the group chat entirely because it was making me feel sick to my stomach. But my mom was still in it and kept updating me on the drama. Apparently, Aunt Sarah was telling everyone that I'd attacked Emma and made her cry on what should have been one of the happiest days of her life. She was painting me as this jealous, selfish person who couldn't stand to see Emma succeed and be happy.
What made it worse was that some family members who hadn't been at the party were only hearing Aunt Sarah's version of events. She was conveniently leaving out the part where Emma had hijacked my graduation party and was making it sound like I'd just randomly attacked her for announcing her pregnancy. A few relatives actually called my parents to ask what was wrong with me and why I was being so cruel to Emma. My parents spent the entire next week dealing with phone calls and messages from family members. They had to explain over and over what had actually happened and why Emma's timing had been so inappropriate. Some people got it once they heard the full story, but others seemed to think we should have just been happy to celebrate both things at once, and that I was being unreasonable for being upset. The worst part was that Emma seemed to be loving all the attention and sympathy she was getting. She posted on social media about how excited she was to be starting this new chapter of her life, and how grateful she was for all the love and support from her family during this special time. She never mentioned that she'd announced it at someone else's party, of course. To anyone reading her posts, it would look like our whole family was rallying around her pregnancy news, which now, and how stress wasn't good for the baby. It was like he couldn't understand that Emma had done anything wrong and that somehow I was the villain for being upset about having my graduation party turned into her pregnancy announcement. The conversation ended with him saying he hoped I'd come to my senses and do the right thing by apologizing to Emma. That same week, I started getting messages from some of my friends who had been at the party. 3 of them separately reached out to tell me they'd been talking about the party and realized how messed up the whole situation was. One friend said she'd been so caught up in the excitement of Emma's announcement that she didn't realize until later how inappropriate the timing was. Another friend admitted that by the end of the night, she'd honestly forgotten it was supposed to be a graduation party at all. That last comment really hit me hard. The fact that my own friends had forgotten why we were there in the first place just proved how completely Emma had stolen the spotlight from me. It wasn't just that she'd shared the attention. She'd completely redirected it away from me and my achievement. My graduation had become a footnote to her pregnancy announcement. But the comment that really devastated me came from my friend Sarah, who I've known since high school. She texted me saying that when she got home that night, her mom asked her about my graduation party. Sarah realized she couldn't even remember most of the details about my graduation because the whole evening had been dominated by baby talk after Emma's announcement. She said she felt terrible about it and wanted me to know that what Emma did wasn't okay. Hearing that from Sarah made me start crying all over again. It confirmed what I'd been feeling, but trying to convince myself wasn't true. That Emma had completely ruined my special day. It wasn't just about sharing the spotlight anymore. She had literally made people forget that my graduation was the reason we were all there in the first place. Meanwhile, Emma was doubling down on her position that she'd done nothing wrong. She started posting things on social media about how family should support each other through life's big moments, and how some people need to learn to be happy for others instead of making everything about themselves. Anyone who knew about our fight would know these posts were directed at me. But she was being just subtle enough that she could claim innocence if anyone called her out. My mom showed rewriting history to make herself the victim and me the villain, and it was working with some people. Family members who had known me my whole life were starting to question my character based on Emma's version of events. 2 weeks after the party, Aunt Sarah sent my parents a long email demanding that they make me apologize to Emma. She said Emma was so stressed about the family conflict that it was affecting her pregnancy, and that I was being cruel and selfish by continuing to hold a grudge. She accused my parents of raising me to be entitled, and said that if I didn't apologize soon, Emma might not feel comfortable attending future family gatherings. The email made my dad absolutely furious. He called Aunt Sarah and apparently had a very heated conversation where he told her exactly what he thought about Emma's behavior and her parenting. He said Emma was a grown woman who should know better than to hijack someone else's celebration, and that if anyone owed an apology, it was Emma who owed one to me and to my parents for disrespecting the event they'd worked so hard to organize. But Aunt Sarah wasn't backing down. She told my dad that Emma had every right to share her good news with her family, and that I was being ridiculous for expecting to be the only person anyone talked about at a party. She said college graduations happen all the time, but first pregnancies are once-in-a-lifetime events, so Emma's news was obviously more important and exciting. The conversation ended with my dad telling Aunt Sarah that Emma had shown her true colors, and that our families might need to take a break from each other until Emma was ready to take responsibility for her actions. Aunt Sarah hung up on him. Since then, the family has been completely divided. My parents, my brother, and a few cousins on my dad's side are firmly in my corner. They all agree that Emma's timing was incredibly inappropriate and that she should apologize. But Emma's immediate family and several other relatives think I'm overreacting and that I should just let it go and be happy for Emma. The most frustrating part is the relatives who are trying to play peacekeeper. They keep suggesting that Emma and I should both apologize and just move on. They say we're both partly right and partly wrong, and that we should focus on healing the family instead of dwelling on who was more in the wrong. But I don't understand what I would be questioning everything about my relationship with my extended family. I'm seeing sides of people I never knew existed, and I'm realizing that some of my relatives are way more selfish and manipulative than I ever imagined. It's also made me appreciate my parents and my brother so much more, because they've had my back through this entire mess, even though it would be easier for them to just tell me to apologize and move on. My parents have been amazing through all of this. They've never once suggested that I should just give in to keep the peace, and they've been dealing with all the family drama and pressure without asking me to compromise my feelings. My mom keeps saying that what Emma did was unforgivable, and that she's proud of me for standing up for myself instead of just accepting bad treatment to avoid conflict. But the whole thing has definitely taken a toll on all of us. My parents are stressed about the family division, and they feel guilty that their decision to throw me a nice graduation party ended up causing so much drama. I keep telling them it's not their fault, but I can see that they're struggling with all the conflict and pressure from Emma's side of the family. As for me, I'm still processing everything that happened. Some days I feel angry and vindicated, especially when I think about how completely Emma hijacked my party and how she's refusing to take any responsibility for her actions. Other days I feel exhausted by all the drama and wonder if it would be easier to just apologize and move on, even though I don't think I did anything wrong. But then I think about how hard I worked for that degree, and how much that graduation party meant to me and my parents, and how Emma destroyed it in 30 seconds for her own selfish purposes. And I remember that if I give in now, I'm basically telling Emma and everyone else that it's okay to treat me that way. I'm setting a precedent that my feelings and my achievements don't matter as much as everyone else's, and that's not a message I want to send. So here I am, 2 weeks later, still dealing with the fallout from what should have been one of the happiest days of my life. The family is split down the middle. Emma is playing the victim while painting me as the villain, and I'm left wondering if I'll ever get the recognition and celebration for my graduation that Emma stole from me that night.
At no point did I agree to my sister turning my late mother's jewelry into her wedding accessories. I'm Diana. I'm 35, and I teach high school English about 3 hours away from where I grew up. My sister Rachel is 28 and lives 20 minutes from our childhood home, where our dad still lives. 6 months ago, we lost our mom to lung cancer. It was a brutal 8-month battle that left all of us emotionally and financially drained. But Dad took it the hardest. At 62, he's struggling to manage the house, the leftover medical bills, and honestly just getting through each day without falling apart. After the funeral, Rachel and I had to deal with sorting through Mom's things. The clothes went to charity pretty quickly because neither of us could handle seeing them hanging in the closet. But the jewelry was different. Mom had some really beautiful pieces. Her engagement ring, a pearl necklace from her wedding day, diamond earrings that had been my grandmother's,
several vintage rings, and a few newer pieces Dad had gotten her over the years. Nothing crazy expensive, but all meaningful. We both agreed that eventually we'd split everything fairly between us. The key word being eventually. We were both still grieving hard, and the thought of dividing up Mom's jewelry felt too final, too much like we were erasing her completely. So Dad kept everything in the jewelry box on his dresser, and we said we'd deal with it when we were both ready. No timeline, no pressure, just when it felt right for both of us. I've been driving up to Dad's house every other weekend since Mom died. Someone has to help him with the estate paperwork, insurance claims, and just general house stuff that Mom used to handle. Dad's not incompetent, but he's overwhelmed and depressed. And honestly, I think having me around helps him feel less alone in that big house. Rachel, despite living 20 minutes away, barely shows up. She's always got some excuse about being busy with wedding planning or work, which frustrated me, but I tried not to make it about keeping score. Rachel got engaged about a year ago, right before Mom got really sick. The wedding planning got put on hold during Mom's treatment, which I thought was the right thing to do.
The pearl necklace wasn't there. Neither were the diamond earrings from Grandma. 2 of her rings were gone too, including this beautiful vintage one with a small emerald that Mom wore constantly. I immediately thought someone had broken in, which didn't make sense because nothing else in the house seemed disturbed. I found Dad in the kitchen and asked him what happened to Mom's jewelry. He got this uncomfortable look on his face and started fidgeting with his coffee mug. He told me that Rachel had borrowed a few pieces for her wedding. Borrowed. Like they were costume jewelry from a friend, instead of irreplaceable family heirlooms. I asked him what he meant by borrowed, and that's when he admitted that Rachel had been asking him for months if she could use some of Mom's jewelry for her wedding. Apparently, she'd been coming over more than I realized, but not to help with estate stuff or spend time with Dad. She'd been working on him, wearing him down about the jewelry. The worst part was when Dad told me she'd had them altered. Professionally altered by some jeweler to match her wedding dress and theme. The pearl necklace had been shortened and combined with some modern chain. The diamond earrings were reset into a completely different style. The rings were resized, and one was made into a pendant. All permanent changes to pieces that were supposed to be split between us. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. These weren't just random pieces of jewelry. The pearl necklace was from Mom's own wedding day in 1978. The diamond earrings had belonged to my grandmother and were probably close to 100 years old. And Rachel had just decided on her own that she deserved them more than I did. That she had the right to change them forever without even asking me. Dad kept apologizing and saying he should have called me first, but Rachel had made it sound like it was no big deal, like I'd obviously be fine with it. She'd told him I was too busy with work to care about wedding planning details, and that Mom would want the jewelry to be used for something special, instead of just sitting in a box. I asked Dad if he knew this was happening when we made our agreement about splitting things fairly later. He said yes, but Rachel had convinced him that taking a few pieces early wasn't a big deal. Done. Rachel had gotten exactly what she wanted, and there was no way to undo the alterations she'd made. I called Rachel as soon as I got home that Sunday night. I was still furious from the 3-hour drive where I'd had nothing to do but think about what she'd done. When she answered, I could hear wedding planning stuff happening in the background, her fiancé talking to someone about flowers or whatever. I told her we needed to talk about Mom's jewelry, and immediately her tone changed. She got defensive before I even said what the problem was. She started talking about how she knew I'd be upset, but that she'd been planning to tell me, and how Mom would have wanted her to wear the pieces for her wedding. I cut her off and told her that wasn't the point. The point was that we had an agreement, and she'd broken it without even discussing it with me. Rachel's response was basically that she never really agreed to wait. She said she'd gone along with it at the time because everyone was emotional, but that it didn't make sense to let beautiful jewelry sit in a box when it could be used for something meaningful. She kept using that word, meaningful, like my connection to Mom's jewelry was somehow less meaningful than her wedding. Then she hit me with the really low blow. She said that since I'm still single at 35, I don't understand how important a wedding is, and that Mom would have wanted her jewelry to be part of such a special day. She actually said that Mom would be disappointed that I was being so selfish about it. I told her about the alterations, and she acted like I was being ridiculous for caring. She said the pieces look even better now, and that she'd had them done by a really expensive jeweler who knew what he was doing. Like that made it okay. Like having them professionally destroyed was better than just destroying them herself. The conversation got heated fast. Rachel started crying and saying I was trying to ruin her wedding, that this was supposed to be the happiest time of her life, and I was making it about myself. She said she deserved the jewelry because she was actually doing something special with it, instead of just hoarding it. That's when I lost it. I told her she had stolen from me and destroyed irreplaceable pieces of our mother's history. I said that those earrings had been in our family for generations. Then she offered me what she probably thought was a compromise. She said I could have first pick of everything else that was left, and that there were still some really nice pieces in Dad's jewelry box. Like I was supposed to be grateful for getting the leftovers after she'd taken the best stuff. I demanded to see pictures of what she'd done to the pieces. She was reluctant at first, but eventually she texted them to me. I wish I hadn't asked. Mom's delicate 1970s engagement setting had been completely modernized into something that looked like it came from a mall jewelry store. The pearl necklace was barely recognizable. The original clasp was gone. The pearls were mixed with some chunky gold chain, and the whole thing was shorter and looked completely different. The diamond earrings from Grandma were the worst. They'd been vintage Art Deco style, really intricate and beautiful, and now they were just generic modern studs. All the character and history had been stripped away. I started crying looking at those pictures. These pieces had been part of our family story, and Rachel had erased that story to make them match her wedding Pinterest board. I told her she'd destroyed everything that made them special, everything that connected them to Mom and Grandma. Rachel's response was that they still had the same stones and metals, so they were still the same jewelry. She said I was being dramatic, and that Mom would be happy to see them being worn and loved, instead of sitting in a drawer. She kept insisting that this was what Mom would have wanted, like she had some special insight into Mom's wishes that I didn't have. The worst part was when some of our relatives started getting involved. Rachel had apparently been telling people her version of the story, where she was the loving daughter who wanted to honor Mom by wearing her jewelry, and I was the bitter sister who wanted to keep everything locked away. My aunt on Mom's side called me and very carefully said she thought Rachel should have asked me first, but several cousins were posting supportive comments on Rachel's social media about how sweet it was that she was incorporating Mom into her wedding. Dad kept calling me, trying to play peacekeeper. He said he felt terrible about the whole situation, and that he should have insisted Rachel talk to me first. But then he'd turn around and say that maybe we could work something out, that the wedding was coming up fast, and about our fight, that it was affecting her wedding planning. He actually had the nerve to ask me to apologize to her so they could focus on their big day without family drama. I realized that in Rachel's mind, she'd already won. She had the jewelry. She had it altered the way she wanted, and now everyone was pressuring me to just get over it so her wedding could proceed smoothly. She'd calculated that I wouldn't want to be the person who caused problems at a wedding, and she was probably right. After that disaster of a phone call with Rachel and her fiancé, I decided I was done playing nice.
I called Dad and told him that absolutely nothing else from Mom's jewelry collection gets touched without my explicit written agreement. I said we were going to do a formal division of everything that was left, with a neutral third party present to make sure it was fair, and that Rachel needed to provide a complete list of everything she'd taken. Dad sounded exhausted when he agreed, but Rachel lost her mind when he told her. She called me screaming about how I was being vindictive and trying to punish her for being happy. She said I was making everything about control and that Mom would be ashamed of how I was acting. Then she said something that really got to me. That maybe the reason I was so angry was because I was jealous that she was getting married and I wasn't. I hung up on her, but the damage was done. That comment hit exactly where she knew it would hurt. I've been single for 2 years since my last relationship ended, and while I'm generally okay with that, having it thrown in my face during an argument about our dead mother's jewelry was brutal. The family pressure got worse after that. Dad kept calling me, asking if I was really going to force Rachel to make an inventory of Mom's jewelry like she was some kind of criminal. He said the wedding was only 6 weeks away, and that this stress was killing him. He actually used those words, killing him, which felt manipulative as hell considering we'd just buried Mom. Rachel's future mother-in-law called me, which was completely out of line. She said she understood I was grieving, but that I needed to think about what was best for the whole family. She said weddings were stressful enough without family drama, and that surely Mom would want us to be happy for Rachel during this special time. I told her it wasn't her place.
Earrings many times over the years, and talked about how they'd been passed down through the family. She said Rachel had no right to destroy that history, wedding or no wedding. It was the first time anyone in the family had actually validated how I was feeling, instead of telling me to get over it. Then Rachel made everything 1,000 times worse. 3 days after our big fight, she posted engagement photos on Instagram. She was wearing Mom's pearl necklace in the pictures, except it looked nothing like the necklace I remembered. The vintage pearls were mixed with this chunky modern gold chain, and the whole thing was shorter and completely different. But the caption was what really destroyed me. She wrote, "Feeling so blessed to be wearing my mom's pearl necklace in our engagement photos. I know she's watching over us and is so happy to see her jewelry being worn on such a special day. This necklace means everything to me, and I can't wait to wear it down the aisle." Then she tagged our entire extended family, including me. I stared at that post for probably 20 minutes. She'd written it like the necklace was hers alone, like Mom had specifically given it to her, like I didn't exist as Mom's daughter. She'd completely erased me from the narrative and made it sound like she had Mom's blessing for everything she'd done. The comments on the post made me feel sick. Dozens of relatives and friends commenting about how beautiful she looked, how sweet it was that she was honoring Mom, how Mom would be so proud. A few people even said things like, "Your mom would love seeing you wear her jewelry," and "She's definitely smiling down on you." Nobody mentioned that the jewelry was supposed to be shared. Nobody questioned whether she'd asked me. In Rachel's version of events, I simply didn't matter. I took screenshots of the post and the comments, though I'm not sure why. Maybe I wanted proof of how completely she'd rewritten the story, or maybe I thought I might need them later for something. Then I had to stop looking at social media entirely, because I couldn't handle seeing all the supportive comments about how wonderful Rachel was for honoring Mom. The worst part was that I started having dreams about Mom almost every night after seeing that post. In one dream, she was asking me why I let Rachel take her jewelry. In another, she was crying in the mail, right in the middle of all this. Seeing my name printed on expensive cardstock, asking me to celebrate Rachel's marriage, felt surreal. This was the same person who had stolen from me, lied to me, and then publicly humiliated me on social media. But everyone expected me to show up with a smile and pretend nothing had happened. I still haven't sent back the RSVP card,
It's sitting on my kitchen counter, and every time I look at it, I feel sick. Rachel hasn't spoken to me since she posted those photos, and Dad keeps asking if I'm really going to miss my sister's wedding over jewelry. He says Mom would want us to be together as a family, especially for something as important as a wedding. But here's what I keep coming back to. Rachel didn't just take some jewelry. She stole irreplaceable pieces of our family history and destroyed them to suit her own purposes. She manipulated our grieving father to get what she wanted. She lied to me for months while pretending we had an agreement. And then she had the audacity to act like she was the victim when I called her out on it. So now I'm sitting here, 6 weeks before my sister's wedding, trying to decide if I'm going to show up and pretend everything is fine, or if I'm going to be the person who prioritizes my own dignity over keeping the peace.
On what grounds did my aunt think she could re-gift my handmade quilt to someone else right in front of me?
I'm Sophie, 28, and I work as a librarian, but honestly, my real passion is quilting. I've been doing it for 8 years now, and it's become this huge part of who I am. My Aunt Linda is 52. She's my mom's older sister, and she's always been one of those people who thinks she knows what's best for everyone else. Like, she's the type who will rearrange your kitchen while she's visiting because she thinks her way is more efficient. So back in May, I decided I wanted to make Linda something really special for her birthday in September. Not just any quilt either. I'm talking about a full queen-sized masterpiece that would take months to complete. I spent weeks just planning it out, choosing fabrics that had actual meaning to our family. I used pieces from our grandmother's old dresses that my mom had saved, some fabric from curtains that used to hang in the farmhouse where Linda grew up, and I matched the color scheme to what I remembered of her childhood bedroom from old photos. This wasn't going to be some random craft store creation. This was going to be a legitimate family heirloom. I started working on it in late May, and let me tell you, hand-stitching a queen-sized quilt is no joke. I'm talking about 4 solid months of work, spending every evening after work and most of my weekends bent over this thing. My fingers were constantly pricked and bandaged. I developed this permanent crick in my neck from hunching over the frame. But I loved every minute of it, because I knew how much it was going to mean to Linda. The pattern I chose was called Wedding Ring, which seemed perfect since Linda had just celebrated her 25th anniversary. Each ring was made up of different fabric pieces, and I arranged them so that the family fabrics were dispersed throughout in this really meaningful way. I even hand-embroidered a little message in one corner that said, "For Linda, with love always, Sophie," in this tiny script that you'd only notice if you really looked for it. When September rolled around, I was so excited to give it to her. We had her birthday dinner at my parents' house, and when she opened it, I swear she started crying. She kept saying it was the most beautiful thing she'd ever received, and how she couldn't believe
Like something similar. At first I thought she was just making conversation, maybe thinking about commissioning another quilt as a gift for someone else. But then the comments got more frequent and more pointed. She started asking me things like whether I'd be offended if someone displayed a handmade gift differently than the maker intended, or if I thought it was selfish for people to keep gifts that might be better suited for someone else. I kept brushing it off because, honestly, the alternative explanation was too ridiculous to consider. The red flags really should have been obvious when she asked me point blank if I thought Rachel would appreciate handmade quilts. Rachel is my cousin, Linda's daughter's age, and she'd just moved into her first apartment after college. Linda kept going on about how Rachel was decorating on a budget and how nice it would be if she had some quality pieces to start with. I thought she was hinting that I should make Rachel something, so I actually offered to do that. But Linda got all weird and said maybe that wasn't necessary. Then came Thanksgiving. We always do the big family dinner at my parents' house because they have the biggest dining room. The whole extended family was there, probably about 20 people total. Everything was going normally. We'd finished dinner and dessert, and people were just hanging around talking and letting their food settle.
That's when Linda got up from the table and said she'd be right back. She had something special to show everyone. I figured she was going to bring out some photos from her recent vacation or something equally harmless. Instead, she comes back carrying this gift bag, and I immediately recognized the fabric peeking out of the top. It was my quilt. She walked straight over to where Rachel was sitting and announced that she had a special housewarming gift for her new apartment. She actually said, "I thought this would suit your home better than mine," like it was the most natural thing in the world. Everyone started clapping and making those excited gift-opening noises, while I sat there feeling like I'd been punched in the stomach. Rachel pulled the quilt out of the bag and held it up, and you could see the exact moment when people realized what was happening. The clapping kind of died off, and the room got this uncomfortable quiet. My mom's face went completely white. My dad actually said something under his breath.
That's when I finally found my voice and managed to say that Linda, that was the quilt I had made specifically for her.
The room went dead silent. The silence that followed my words was absolutely deafening. You know that kind of quiet where you can actually hear people breathing and the clock ticking on the wall? That's what happened. Everyone just froze. Rachel was still holding up the quilt, but now she looked confused instead of happy. My mom had this horrified expression, like she'd just watched someone kick a puppy. Even my normally diplomatic dad was shaking his head in disbelief. Linda looked at me like I'd just announced I was joining a cult or something. She had this patronizing smile that I absolutely hate, the one she uses when she thinks someone is being ridiculous. She laughed, actually laughed, and said that, "Honey, once you give someone a gift, it belongs to them and they can do whatever they want with it." She told me not to be so sensitive and that I should be happy it was staying in the family where it would be appreciated. That's when things really exploded. My dad, who never raises his voice at family gatherings, said what the hell was wrong with her. My mom started talking over him, saying how inappropriate this was, and how could Linda even think this was okay. My brother jumped in saying it was the tackiest thing he'd ever witnessed. Even my Uncle Mike, who usually just sits quietly in the corner during family drama, said it was cruel and thoughtless. But then Linda's side of the family started defending her. My cousin Sarah, Linda's daughter, said I was being possessive and that gifts shouldn't come with strings attached. Linda's husband backed her up, saying that technically she was right about gift-giving etiquette and that I was making a scene over nothing. A few other relatives chimed in, agreeing that once you give something away, you lose all say in what happens to it. The whole dining room turned into this bizarre debate about the ethics of gift-giving, while I'm sitting there feeling like I'm having an out-of-body experience. People were actually taking sides, like this was some philosophical discussion, instead of Linda humiliating me in front of everyone. Sarah kept saying that I was being dramatic, and that Linda was actually being generous by making sure the quilt went to someone who would use it properly. Rachel was just sitting there looking mortified, still holding specifically for Linda, using family materials that had sentimental value. Linda just waved her off and said that made it even more appropriate for Rachel, since she was young and starting out and needed nice things more than someone established like herself. The argument kept escalating, with people raising their voices and talking over each other. My aunt from my dad's side said she'd never seen anything so disrespectful in her life. Linda's sister-in-law said everyone was overreacting, and that Linda had every right to do what she wanted with her belongings. It was like watching my family split down the middle in real time. What really got to me was how Linda kept framing this as some noble gesture of generosity. She kept saying things about how she was sharing the beauty of my work with someone who would truly appreciate it, like Rachel was somehow more deserving than she was. She made it sound like she was doing me a favor by making sure my quilt ended up with the right person. The worst part was watching some family members actually buy into her reasoning. A couple of Linda's friends who were there started nodding along, saying that maybe she had a point about the quilt being better suited for a young person just starting out.
They talked about how wasteful it would be for Linda to keep something she might not display properly, when Rachel could really use something beautiful for her new place. I felt like I was losing my mind. This wasn't about the quilt finding the right home. This was about Linda deciding 4 months into owning my gift that she didn't actually want it. And instead of being honest about that, she was making this grand public gesture that painted her as generous and me as selfish for being upset about it. Rachel finally managed to speak up and said she felt terrible about the whole situation, and maybe she shouldn't accept the gift. But Linda immediately shut that down, saying that would just make everything worse, and that Rachel deserved to have beautiful things. She basically guilted Rachel into keeping it by making her feel like refusing would hurt everyone's feelings even more. My brother tried to point out how insane it was that Linda was giving away a handmade gift right in front of the person who made it. But Linda just kept repeating her mantra about gifts belonging to the recipient. She said I needed to learn that true generosity meant giving without expectations, and that my reaction showed I hadn't really given the quilt freely.
Over and started aggressively clearing the table. People began leaving without the usual lingering and multiple rounds of goodbyes. The whole evening just dissolved into this awkward exodus while Linda continued to act like nothing unusual had happened. She even had the audacity to hug me goodbye and tell me she hoped I understood she was just trying to help me grow as a person. The aftermath of that Thanksgiving dinner was honestly worse than the actual incident. Everyone left early and awkwardly, and I spent the rest of the evening helping my mom clean up while she kept apologizing for Linda's behavior. My dad was still fuming, muttering about how his sister-in-law had completely lost her mind. My brother kept texting me asking if I was okay and saying he couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. But the real gut punch came about an hour after everyone left. Rachel showed up at my parents' door looking absolutely miserable. She pulled me aside and quietly said she wanted to give the quilt back to me. She said she could tell how much it meant to me, and that she felt terrible about the whole situation. She kept apologizing and saying she had no idea what Linda was planning, and that she would never have accepted it if she'd known. Here's the thing, though. I couldn't take it back. I wanted to, desperately, but I felt like accepting it would prove Linda's point about me being possessive or petty. Plus, Rachel genuinely seemed to love it, and she was completely innocent in all of this. So I told her to keep it, that it wasn't her fault, and that I was glad it was going to someone who would appreciate it. But inside I felt like I was giving away a piece of myself all over again. Rachel left looking relieved but still guilty, and I immediately regretted not taking the quilt back. I kept thinking about those 4 months of work, all those evenings I'd spent carefully placing each piece of fabric, the hours I'd put into that hand-embroidered message in the corner. Now it was going to hang in some college apartment where Rachel's roommates would probably spill wine on it or use it as a beach blanket. The next few days were a disaster. Linda texted me exactly once, saying I had overreacted and that she hoped I'd learned something about letting go. Not an apology, not an acknowledgement that maybe she'd handled things poorly. Just this condescending mess. Handle generosity, and how materialistic our society has become. My cousins on my mom's side were defending me, saying what Linda did was unforgivable. Linda herself posted some inspirational quote about the joy of giving without attachment. It was like watching my family implode in real time over text messages. What really messed with my head was finding out from my mom that Linda had already bought Rachel a housewarming gift weeks before Thanksgiving. Some expensive candle set from Pottery Barn that she'd apparently ordered online in early November. So this whole thing wasn't some spontaneous act of generosity. She'd planned it. She'd invited everyone over specifically to watch her give away my work while she had something else entirely that she could have given Rachel. That's when it hit me that this wasn't really about the quilt at all. This was about Linda needing to be the center of attention, needing to create drama and control the narrative. She'd figured out how to look generous while simultaneously getting rid of something she didn't want
and making me look selfish for being upset about it. It was actually pretty brilliant in a completely twisted way. I found myself avoiding family events for the next couple of weeks. My mom invited me to a cousin's birthday party, and I made up some excuse about being sick. My brother's girlfriend's family was having their own Thanksgiving redo, and I begged off that too. I just couldn't deal with seeing Linda or having to pretend everything was fine. The worst part was how it affected my quilting. I've been doing this for 8 years, and I've always loved giving my work away. I've made quilts for friends' weddings, baby blankets for new parents, wall hangings for people moving into new homes. It's always been this pure joy, creating something beautiful and meaningful for people I care about. But now, every time I looked at my sewing machine, I thought about those 4 months I'd spent on something that ended up meaning absolutely nothing to the person I made it for. I tried starting a new project, just a simple lap quilt for myself, but I couldn't focus. Every stitch reminded me of all the work I'd put into Linda's quilt. I kept thinking about how she'd probably never even used it, how it had just been sitting in her linen closet for months while she figured out how to get rid of it without looking bad.
And try to work things out for the sake of family peace. Other days I think I should cut contact entirely and never put myself in a position to be hurt like this again. The thing that really gets me is that I'll probably never make Linda anything handmade ever again. 8 years of quilting, and this one incident has completely changed how I feel about giving my work away. I used to see every project as an act of love, but now I can't shake the feeling that maybe people just see my quilts as free decorations they can dispose of however they want. Nothing could have prepared my aunt for the letter I read aloud at the family reunion. I'm a 37-year-old librarian, and I've always been the quiet one in my family. You know the type. I keep to myself, prefer books to people, and somehow that translated to everyone thinking I was weird or antisocial. My Aunt Carol, who's 54 and has made herself the unofficial family spokesperson over the years, never let me forget it. Our family does this big reunion every summer at a lodge in the mountains. We rent out the whole place for a weekend, and about 30 relatives show up. It's supposed to be this wholesome bonding experience, but honestly, it's mostly just an excuse for everyone to catch up on gossip and judge each other's life choices. Carol has been the center of attention at these things for as long as I can remember. She's loud, she's funny, and she always has something to say about everyone. The problem is, most of what she says about me is complete bullshit. It started small when I was in my 20s. Little comments here and there about how I was too picky with men, or how I was antisocial because I didn't want to go bar hopping with my cousins. But over the years, it escalated. She'd tell people I was ungrateful because I didn't call my parents enough. She'd make up stories about me being rude to waiters or cashiers. She once told half the family that I got fired from a job for being difficult, which never happened. The worst part was how it affected everyone else's perception of me. My cousins started treating me differently. My uncles would give me these weird looks like they were trying to figure out what was wrong with me. Even my own parents started questioning me about things Carol had supposedly witnessed. I tried confronting her privately multiple times over the years. I'd pull her aside at these reunions, or call her directly, asking her to stop spreading lies about me. She'd always laugh it off or flat out deny she said anything. "Oh, honey, you're being too sensitive," she'd say. "I would never say anything bad about you." But then the next gathering, there'd be another story, another little dig disguised as concern. This year's reunion was supposed to be different for me. I'd been in therapy for the past year, talk about his new promotion, when Carol's voice cut through the conversation. "Speaking of building something meaningful," she said, looking directly at me with this fake sweet smile. "Our Sarah here is probably too busy with her cats to ever build a real family." The table went quiet for a second, then erupted in laughter. Not mean laughter,
but that uncomfortable kind where people don't know what else to do. A few relatives chuckled and shook their heads like, "Oh, Carol, there she goes again." But I felt like I'd been slapped. The comment wasn't even accurate. I have one cat, not multiple cats. And I'd actually been dating someone for 6 months, though I hadn't told the family yet because I knew it would become gossip fodder. But that wasn't the point. The point was that she'd done it again, in front of everyone, making me look like some pathetic spinster while positioning herself as the funny aunt who just tells it like it is. I looked around the table and saw the faces I'd been seeing my whole life. Some people were still chuckling. Others were looking at me with that familiar mixture of pity and discomfort. My mom was staring at her plate. My dad was reaching for the salt like nothing had happened. That's when something clicked in my brain. I was done. I was done being the family joke, done being the target of her humor, done letting her control how everyone saw me. I didn't say anything that night. I just smiled politely and changed the subject to my uncle's retirement plans. But I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the times she'd humiliated me, all the relationships that had been poisoned by her lies, all the family events where I'd felt like an outsider in my own family because of stories she'd spread. Around 3 in the morning, I got up and opened my laptop. I started going through old emails, text messages, screenshots I'd saved over the years. See, the thing about Carol is that she doesn't just spread gossip in person. She's very active in the family group chats and email chains, and she's not careful about what she puts in writing. I found the email she sent to my cousin Lisa 2 years ago, calling me pathetic, and suggesting Lisa not invite me to her bachelorette party because I'd bring down the mood. I found the text messages where she told my uncle I was weird with men. The time the sun came up, I had a solid collection of evidence spanning the last 5 years. The family meeting was scheduled for Sunday morning before everyone headed home. It's this tradition where we all gather in the main lodge room and people share updates about their lives, upcoming events, that sort of thing. Carol usually dominates these meetings, giving her opinions on everything and making announcements about who's doing what wrong in their lives. I'd never spoken at one of these meetings before. I was always too nervous, too worried about saying the wrong thing. But this time, I knew exactly what I was going to say. I sat there that morning, clutching my folder, listening to my cousin talk about his kid's soccer season and my aunt discuss her upcoming knee surgery. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure everyone could hear it. Carol was sitting across the circle from me, already looking bored and checking her phone. When they got to me, I stood up. The room went quiet. Apparently, everyone was as surprised as I was that I was actually going to speak. I could feel Carol's eyes on me, probably expecting me to mumble something about work and sit back down. Instead, I opened my folder and pulled out the first screenshot. I cleared my throat and looked around the room. Everyone was staring at me with these polite, expectant faces. Carol had put her phone down and was giving me this condescending little smile, like she was humoring a child who wanted to show off their finger painting. I started reading the first screenshot out loud. It was from the family group chat from last Christmas, where Carol had written a long message about how I was being selfish for not hosting dinner and how someone needed to talk to me about my attitude. The room got really quiet, really fast. I could see people's faces changing as they realized what I was doing. Carol tried to interrupt me halfway through. She said something like, "Sarah, what are you doing?" in this nervous laugh voice, but I just kept reading. When I finished that one, I pulled out the next piece of paper. This one was the email she'd sent to my cousin Lisa about not inviting me to the bachelorette party because I was pathetic and would bring down the mood. Lisa's face went completely white. She was sitting 3 seats away from Carol, and I watched was in the room, and her mouth was literally hanging open. By this point, you could have heard a pin drop. My younger cousins were looking back and forth between me and Carol like they were watching a tennis match. Some of the older relatives looked horrified. My mom was staring at Carol with this expression I'd never seen before. Carol was getting desperate. She kept trying to explain that I was misunderstanding everything, that she was just concerned about me, that families talk about each other and I was being dramatic. But every time she opened her mouth, someone would shush her or tell her to let me continue. The fourth screenshot was probably the most damaging. It was from a group text with my aunts from 6 months ago, where Carol had said I was becoming antisocial and bitter, and that I needed therapy. She'd also added that she thought I was jealous of my cousin's success, and that's why I didn't participate in family events. The kicker was that she'd said all this right after I'd missed my cousin's graduation party because I'd had food poisoning. I could see my aunts shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Aunt Janet actually looked like she was going to cry. She'd been part of that text thread, and now everyone knew she'd been gossiping about me behind my back too. But I saved the worst for last. The most recent message, from 3 weeks ago. Carol had sent it to my Aunt Susan, calling me a burden on the family, and saying someone needed to have a serious talk with me about my attitude problem. She'd suggested that maybe I shouldn't come to this year's reunion, because I always made things awkward. When I read that last part out loud, the silence in the room was deafening. A burden. She'd called me a burden and tried to get me uninvited from my own family reunion. Carol completely lost it at that point. She started yelling about how I was violating her privacy and that it was illegal to read people's private messages out loud. She said I was being vindictive and cruel, and that this proved everything she'd said about my attitude problems. But here's the thing. Nobody backed her up. Not one person in that room spoke up to defend her. My cousin Jake, who usually kisses up to Carol because she babysits his kids.
Carol had been actively sabotaging our relationship. Aunt Susan chimed in too, saying she'd had no idea Carol was spreading such nasty gossip about me. She said she'd always wondered why I seemed so withdrawn at family events, but now she understood I probably felt like everyone was judging me. Carol tried one more desperate move. She started crying and saying that I'd always been difficult to deal with, that she'd been trying to protect the family from my negativity. She said I was proving her right by humiliating her in front of everyone, and that this was exactly the kind of vindictive behavior she'd been warning people about. But it was too late. The damage was done. I'd spent years being painted as the problem family member, the antisocial one, the burden. And in 15 minutes, I'd shown everyone exactly who the real problem was. My dad, who hadn't said a word during the entire confrontation, finally stood up. He looked at Carol and told her she owed me an apology. Not just for what she'd said in the messages, but for years of undermining me and spreading lies about me to the family. Carol wasn't having it. She grabbed her purse and stormed toward the door, saying she wasn't going to sit there and be attacked by someone who clearly had serious issues. She said I'd ruined the family reunion and that she hoped I was happy with myself. That's when my cousin Mark, who's usually the peacekeeper in the family, called after her. He told her she was the one who ruined things by being a gossip and a liar for years. He said he was ashamed that he'd believed her stories about me without ever bothering to ask for my side. Carol slammed the door behind her. Through the window, we could see her marching across the parking lot toward her car. She was on her phone, probably calling her husband to come pick her up early. The room stayed quiet for a long time after she left. People were looking at each other, looking at me, looking at the screenshots still scattered on my chair. I could tell everyone was processing what had just happened and trying to figure out what it meant for the family going forward. Finally, my Uncle Dave broke the silence. He said he owed me an apology for treating me differently over the years based on things Carol had told him. He said he should have known better than to believe gossip without saying goodbye. I knew I'd just changed everything. There was no going back from this moment. The family would never be the same, and I wasn't sure yet whether that was a good thing or a catastrophe. The rest of that Sunday was incredibly awkward. After Carol stormed out, everyone kind of wandered around the lodge in a daze, packing up their stuff and making uncomfortable small talk about traffic and weather. It was like nobody knew how to act normal after what had just happened. My cousin Lisa came up to me while I was loading my car and apologized for believing Carol's lies about me. She said she felt horrible about excluding me from wedding events and asked if we could grab coffee sometime to catch up properly. That felt good, but I could also see some of my other relatives giving me these weird looks, like they weren't sure if I was the hero or the villain in all this. The drive home gave me way too much time to think about what I'd done. Part of me felt this incredible rush of relief, like I'd finally gotten my voice back after years of being silenced. But another part of me was starting to panic about the consequences. I'd just blown up my entire family dynamic in front of 30 people. There was no taking that back. The fallout started almost immediately. By Monday morning, my phone was buzzing with text messages from various relatives. Some were supportive. My cousin Mark sent me a long message saying he was proud of me for standing up to Carol and that he'd always suspected she was stirring up drama. My Aunt Janet called to apologize for being part of that group text and said she'd never realized how much damage the gossip was causing. But then there were the other messages. My Uncle Frank, who's always been close to Carol, sent me this angry text about how I'd humiliated his sister and destroyed the family reunion. He said what I did was cruel and vindictive, and that I should have handled it privately like an adult. My cousin Beth, Carol's daughter, sent me a message calling me a bitter, jealous person who couldn't stand seeing other people happy. The family group chat, which is usually pretty active with people sharing photos and making plans, went completely silent for about a week. Then people started leaving the chat one by one. First Carol's immediate family, then some of the relatives who thought I'd gone too far. The truth seemed to snowball after the reunion. Once people started questioning Carol's version of events, other lies started unraveling too. My cousin Sarah mentioned that Carol had told her I'd made rude comments about her kids, which I'd never done. My Uncle Bob realized that Carol had been the source of a lot of family drama over the years by telling different people different versions of the same story. About 2 weeks after the reunion, my mom called to tell me that Carol's husband had reached out to apologize. Apparently, Carol had been lying to him too, telling him that I'd always been jealous of her and had been planning to humiliate her for years. When he heard what had actually happened from other family members, he realized his wife had serious issues. But the biggest bombshell came a month later. My cousin Jake's wife Emma sent me a message saying that Carol had been excluded from Jake's daughter's upcoming birthday party. Then I heard she wasn't invited to my cousin Lisa's housewarming party. My Aunt Susan told me that the family was planning Christmas dinner without Carol for the first time in decades. That's when the guilt really hit me. I'd wanted to expose Carol's lies and get people to see the truth, but I hadn't really thought about her being completely ostracized from the family. Part of me felt like she deserved it after years of manipulating and gossiping, but another part of me wondered if I'd gone too far. The division in the family became really clear when my cousin Beth sent a group email to everyone, defending her mother and saying the family was being manipulated by my victim complex. She said Carol had always been concerned about my antisocial behavior and that I'd twisted her genuine worry into something malicious. The email basically accused me of destroying the family out of spite. That email split people into pretty clear camps. About half the family ignored it completely, while the other half started choosing sides. My Uncle Frank replied defending Carol and saying the family should be ashamed of themselves for abandoning her. But then my cousin Mark replied with his own email, listing all the lies Carol had told about various family members over the years, asking why everyone was just supposed to accept that behavior.
Things got even messier when Carol herself sent a group email a few days later. She didn't exactly apologize, but members. By fall, it was clear that the family had permanently fractured. There were basically 3 groups now. Team Sarah, people who supported me calling out Carol. Team Carol, people who thought I'd been too harsh and cruel. And Team Switzerland, people who didn't want to pick sides but were tired of all the drama. The hardest part was seeing how it affected family events. My little cousin's confirmation party was super awkward because half the family wasn't speaking to the other half. Thanksgiving planning became a nightmare because nobody could agree on whether Carol should be invited or not. We ended up having 2 separate dinners, which just made everyone feel worse. My relationship with my parents got complicated too. They supported me publicly and said I'd done the right thing, but I could tell they were stressed about the family falling apart. My mom kept making comments about how she wished there had been another way to handle it, and my dad seemed frustrated that the family he'd grown up with was basically destroyed. The weirdest part was that some relatives started treating me completely differently. People who had barely acknowledged me at family events for years were suddenly reaching out to include me in things. My cousin Danny invited me to his kids' school play. My Aunt Patricia asked me to help her plan her anniversary party. It was nice, but also kind of sad that it took exposing Carol's lies for people to see me as a real person worth knowing. Meanwhile, Carol's side of the family doubled down on their narrative that I was the problem. Beth kept posting cryptic Facebook statuses about toxic family members and forgiveness. Carol's sister sent me a nasty voicemail about how I destroyed an innocent woman's reputation out of jealousy. They were painting Carol as this sweet, misunderstood aunt who'd been attacked by her bitter, unstable niece. 6 months later, I'm still processing everything that happened. The family reunion that's supposed to happen this summer is basically canceled because nobody can agree on the guest list. Some relatives want Carol banned permanently. Others won't come if she's not invited. And a third group just wants to skip the whole thing until people calm down. I've been in therapy trying to work through my feelings about all of this. My therapist says I did the right thing by standing up for myself. But she also helps me process the guilt I feel about spent feeling like an outsider in my own family because of her lies. I think about my cousin Lisa, thanking me for helping her understand why I'd seemed so distant, and my Aunt Patricia finally being able to talk about how Carol's gossip had hurt her family too. The family I grew up with doesn't exist anymore, and I'm the one who destroyed it. But maybe that family was built on lies and manipulation anyway. Maybe it needed to be destroyed so something healthier could take its place. I'm still not sure if what I did was right or wrong, but for the first time in my adult life, I don't feel like I have to apologize for existing. That has to count for something. All it took was one wedding toast to finally break my cousin's perfect image. I'm 34, work as a paramedic, and I've spent my entire life being compared to my cousin Marcus, who's 32 and a successful corporate lawyer. This isn't some recent thing either. This has been going on since we were kids. Marcus was always the golden child of our extended family. Straight A's through high school, perfect SAT scores, full ride to college, then law school at some fancy university I can't even pronounce. Meanwhile, I was the one getting detention for talking back to teachers and barely scraping by with C's. The thing is, I wasn't actually a bad kid. I just didn't fit into their neat little box of what success looked like. After high school, I went to community college and got my EMT certification, then worked my way up to paramedic. It's honest work, it's hard work, and I'm damn good at it. But to my family, especially Marcus's side, I might as well have been flipping burgers. Every family gathering was the same routine. Marcus would show up in his expensive suits, talking about his latest case or promotion or whatever milestone he'd hit that month. And without fail, someone would turn to me and ask when I was going to get a real job or make something of myself. Marcus never directly said anything mean, but he had this way of making little comments that cut deep. He'd introduce me to his friends as his cousin who drives ambulances, or ask me in front of everyone when I was going to stop playing paramedic and do something serious with my life. The worst part was that everyone just laughed along. My own parents would make excuses for me, like I was some charity case who needed defending. His parents would always follow up with another story about Marcus's achievements, just in case anyone forgot how successful their son was compared to the family disappointment. So when Marcus announced his engagement to this corporate executive named Sarah, I knew the wedding was going to be a showcase of everything I supposedly wasn't. And I was right. The whole thing was held at the Grand Meridian, one of those fancy hotels with crystal chandeliers and marble floors that probably cost more for one night than I make in a month. The guest list was full of lawyers, executives, and other people who
The evening at a table in the back with some distant relatives, trying to stay invisible and just get through the night. The official toasts went exactly as planned. Marcus's best man told some story about their law school days. Sarah's maid of honor talked about how perfect they were together. Marcus's dad gave a speech about being proud of his son's accomplishments. The usual stuff you'd expect at a wedding like this. I thought I was home free. The speeches were done, people were starting to dance, and I figured I could slip out early without anyone noticing. But then Marcus grabbed the microphone back from the DJ. He was clearly feeling good from all the champagne and attention. He started talking about how grateful he was for everyone being there, thanking various people for their support over the years. Then he looked right at me across the room with this smirk I'd seen 1,000 times before. "You know what? I think we need one more toast," he announced to the room. "Hey everyone, my cousin wants to say something too." He waved me over like he was doing me some huge favor. I froze. This wasn't planned. We hadn't talked about me giving a speech. But suddenly everyone was looking at me, waiting for me to stand up and walk to the front of the room. Marcus was still smirking, and I realized this was just another setup. Another chance for him to put me in an uncomfortable position where I'd stumble through some awkward toast and confirm everyone's opinion that I didn't belong in this crowd. His law school buddies at the head table were already starting to snicker. I could hear one of them say something about how this should be good, and another one joking about how I'd probably butcher it completely. The whole room was watching me like I was about to provide the evening's entertainment. I stood up slowly, my heart pounding. I could feel my hands starting to shake slightly as I walked toward the front of the room. Every step felt like it took forever. Marcus handed me the microphone with that same condescending smile he'd been giving me for 30 years, like he was indulging a child who wanted to play with the grown-ups. The room fell quiet as I took the mic. About 200 people staring at me, waiting to see what the family screw-up had to say at this perfect wedding. Marcus stepped back with his arms crossed, still smelling. Or I could finally say what I'd been holding back for decades. The room was completely silent, except for some clinking glasses and shuffling chairs. Marcus was still standing there with that smug look on his face, probably expecting me to fumble through some embarrassing toast that would give him and his friends something to laugh about later. His wife Sarah was smiling next to him, and I could see my parents at their table looking nervous, like they were afraid I was about to do something to embarrass the family. I started off normal enough, thanked everyone for letting me share in their special day, said how happy I was to see Marcus and Sarah together, the usual wedding toast stuff. I could see people starting to relax, like they were relieved I wasn't going to make a scene after all. But then I shifted gears. I told them I wanted to share a story about Marcus and me, about how we grew up together and how different our paths had been. I could see Marcus's smile starting to fade a little, like he was sensing this wasn't going where he expected. I talked about how Marcus had always been the star of the family, how he got all the praise and recognition
while I was labeled the troublemaker just because I didn't fit their definition of success. I kept my voice calm and steady, but I could feel my heart racing. This was it. The moment I'd been building up to for years. Then I dropped the bomb. I told everyone about a conversation Marcus and I had about 2 years ago at Christmas dinner. How he pulled me aside and told me he was embarrassed to introduce me to his colleagues because being a paramedic wasn't a real career. How he said I was wasting my life and would never amount to anything meaningful. How he actually used the word failure to describe what I'd become. The room got really quiet really fast. You could feel the energy shift. People stopped clinking glasses and started paying attention to what I was actually saying, instead of just waiting for me to finish. But I wasn't done. I told them about what happened last year with our Aunt Carol. How she had a massive heart attack during our family reunion barbecue. How everyone was standing around panicking and screaming while she collapsed on the deck. How Marcus was there too, but all he could do was pace away. Hadn't known exactly what to do and acted immediately, she would have died before the ambulance even arrived. I looked right at Marcus while I told this story. His face had gone completely white. The smug smile was long gone, replaced by this look I'd never seen before. Like he was finally understanding something he'd been too arrogant to see. I told the room that after Carol recovered, she called to thank me. She said I was her hero and that she owed her life to my training and quick thinking. But Marcus never said a word about it. Not at the hospital, not afterward, not ever. He just went back to making his little jokes about my ambulance driver career, like nothing had happened. The room was dead silent now. I could see people shifting in their seats, looking uncomfortable. Some of the older relatives were nodding along, remembering that day. Marcus's law school friends had stopped smirking and were just staring at me. Then I delivered the final line. I said that maybe success isn't just about corner offices and six-figure salaries and impressing people at cocktail parties. Maybe success is about who actually shows up when people need them most. When someone is dying on the ground, they don't call a lawyer to argue their case. They call people like me. When families are having the worst day of their lives, we're the ones who show up and do whatever it takes to help them through it. I said that I was proud of my career and proud of the difference I make in people's lives every single day. And if that made me a failure in Marcus's eyes, then I was okay with being that kind of failure. The silence that followed was deafening. It felt like it lasted forever, but it was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. Then someone started clapping, slowly at first. Then others joined in. It wasn't enthusiastic applause, more like people didn't know what else to do. Some people were just sitting there looking stunned. Marcus's face had gone from white to red. He looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Sarah looked absolutely furious. She was glaring at me, Marcus's colleagues. Instead of being angry or disgusted, several of them actually got up from their table and came over to me. The first guy shook my hand and said he respected what I'd said. Another one told me his brother was a firefighter and that he had massive respect for first responders. A third guy said he wished he had my job instead of sitting in conference rooms all day arguing about contracts. That's when I realized I'd done something I never expected. I'd actually made these people think about what really matters. For the first time in my life, instead of feeling ashamed of my career, I felt genuinely proud of it. The rest of the reception was awkward as hell. After I sat back down, The DJ kept the music going, but you could tell everyone was still processing what had just happened. People were talking in hushed voices at their tables, stealing glances at me and at Marcus. The normal wedding celebration vibe was completely gone. Marcus and Sarah didn't come back to the dance floor for a while. They disappeared somewhere, probably dealing with Sarah's parents, who looked absolutely mortified. I could see the bride's mother frantically talking to other guests, probably doing damage control. The whole perfect wedding atmosphere had been shattered, and I was the one who did it. But here's the thing that surprised me most. The reaction from Marcus's lawyer friends was nothing like what I expected. Instead of being angry at me for ruining their buddy's big moment, 3 of them actually came over to my table during the next hour. The first guy was someone I'd never met before, probably mid-30s, wearing an expensive suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent. He walked up while I was nursing a beer and just said he wanted to shake my hand. Said what I did took guts, and that he respected me for finally standing up for myself. Told me his brother was an EMT in Chicago, and that he'd always admired first responders, but never had the courage to say it in front of his colleagues. Then another one came over, this woman who'd been sitting at the head table with Marcus's closest friends. She sat down next to me and said she'd been a corporate lawyer for 15 years and felt completely burned out. Said she envied people who had jobs that actually mattered, who could go home at night knowing they'd made a real difference. She asked me what it was like to...
Conversation hit me hard, because for the first time in years, I felt genuinely proud of what I do. Not defensive about it, not ashamed of it, but actually proud. These successful lawyers were telling me they envied my career. And I realized I'd been letting my family's narrow definition of success make me feel small for way too long. My own family's reaction was all over the place. My dad found me before I left and said it was about time someone put Marcus in his place. Apparently, he'd been biting his tongue for years about the way Marcus treated me, but he never wanted to cause family drama. He said he was proud of me for finally standing up for myself. My mom was more complicated. She came over looking like she didn't know whether to hug me or scold me. She said she understood why I did it, but wished I'd found a different time and place. She was worried about family relationships and what people would think. Classic mom stuff, more concerned about keeping the peace than addressing the actual problem. My Uncle Tom, who's Marcus's dad, avoided me for the rest of the night. I could see him having intense conversations with other relatives, probably trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Marcus's mom just looked hurt and confused, like she couldn't understand why I would want to embarrass her son on his wedding day. But some of the older relatives surprised me. My great-aunt Ruth, who's like 90 and doesn't take crap from anyone, came over and told me she was glad someone finally said what needed to be said. She remembered the day with Carol and said she'd always thought it was ridiculous how the family treated my career. A couple of my cousins from my mom's side said similar things, that they'd always respected what I did, but felt like they couldn't say anything because of the family dynamics. Marcus himself didn't speak to me for the rest of the reception. After he and Sarah came back from wherever they'd gone, they kept their distance. I could see him looking at me from across the room a few times, but he never approached me. Sarah wouldn't even make eye contact. When they did their goodbye rounds to thank people for coming, they skipped my table entirely. I ended up leaving earlier than I'd planned. Not because I felt bad about what I'd done, but because the whole atmosphere had become so tense it wasn't following weeks and months. Within a few days, I started getting texts and calls from various family members. Some were supportive, others were critical. My cousin Jennifer, who's always been close to both me and Marcus, said she understood why I did it, but thought the timing was horrible. My Uncle Mike said Marcus had it coming, but that weddings should be off limits for family drama. The family WhatsApp group, which usually blows up after any big family event, was completely silent for about a week. Then people started taking sides.
Some relatives shared stories about times Marcus had been condescending to them, too. Others defended him, saying he was just proud of his achievements, and I was being oversensitive. Marcus blocked me on social media within a week. Sarah had already blocked me the night of the wedding. For a while, it looked like we were headed for a permanent family split. Marcus's parents stopped inviting me to their holiday parties. Some of the relatives who sided with them started treating me differently at family gatherings. But something unexpected happened too. Some family members who'd never really paid attention to my work started asking me about it. My cousin Lisa, who works in marketing, asked me to tell her kids about being a paramedic for a school career day. My Uncle Dave started bragging to his friends about having a paramedic in the family after his neighbor had a heart attack, and Dave was able to help because of things I'd taught him. 3 months later, I'm still processing the whole thing. The family is definitely more divided than it was before. Some relationships are probably permanently damaged. Marcus and I haven't spoken since that night, and I don't know if we ever will again. But here's what I know for sure. I don't regret it. For 34 years, I let other people's definitions of success make me feel inadequate. I let Marcus's condescension and the family's favoritism convince me that saving lives wasn't as valuable as making money or having a fancy title. That night at the wedding, I finally said what I'd been thinking for years. Maybe it wasn't the perfect time or place, but it was the moment that presented itself. And the response from people who actually matter, the first responders, the healthcare workers, even some of those lawyers who admitted they envied what I do, showed condescending ass. Why did my sister think it was acceptable to re-gift my present to someone else right in front of me? I, Caleb, 30, am a high school math teacher, and I've been dealing with this situation involving my sister Maya, 28, that's been eating at me for days now. Maya and I have always had a pretty solid relationship, or at least I thought we did. We're only 2 years apart and grew up pretty close, though we've had our moments like any siblings do. This whole thing happened at Maya's birthday dinner last week, but I need to give some context first. Maya's been going through an absolutely brutal year. She lost her marketing job back in February when her company downsized. Then her boyfriend of 3 years broke up with her in April, and our mom had a cancer scare over the summer that really shook our whole family. Mom's fine now, thank God, but it was touch and go for a few weeks there. Maya took it especially hard because she's always been the more emotional one between us. So when her birthday was coming up, I really wanted to do something special for her. I'm not exactly rolling in money as a teacher, but I wanted her to know I cared, and that I'd been paying attention to what would make her happy. That's when I noticed the necklace. For weeks, I'd been seeing Maya constantly looking at this specific necklace online. She'd have it pulled up on her phone whenever I'd see her, showing it to her friends when we'd all hang out, even screenshotting it and sending it to our group chat, asking what everyone thought. I watched her put it in her online cart at least 3 different times when we were sitting together watching TV, but she never actually bought it. It was this delicate gold chain with a small pendant that had her birthstone in it. Nothing too flashy, but really elegant. Every time she looked at it, I could tell she really wanted it. The thing is, it cost about $200, which doesn't sound like a fortune, but when you're a teacher trying to pay off student loans and rent, it's a significant chunk of money. I started picking up extra tutoring sessions after school and on weekends, putting aside every extra dollar I could. I even skipped a few dinners out with friends and packed lunch every day for almost 2 months to save up for it. But I was genuinely excited about getting it for her because I seemed relaxed for once. Everyone else had already given her their gifts by the time I arrived, and she was genuinely happy about all of them. Jessica got her some fancy bath stuff. Sarah brought her a bottle of wine she'd been wanting to try, and our parents gave her a gift card to help with expenses while she's job hunting. I had wrapped the necklace box in this pretty silver paper
and waited until after we'd ordered our main courses to give it to her. I wanted it to be the moment, you know? I handed her the box and said something about hoping she'd like it, that I'd noticed her looking at it online. When she opened it and saw the necklace, her whole face just lit up. She got this huge smile, and her eyes actually teared up a little, which isn't like Maya at all, since she's usually pretty composed about stuff like that. She immediately put it on, and everyone at the table was complimenting how beautiful it looked on her, and how thoughtful the gift was. She kept touching it and looking down at it, and she gave me this really tight hug and thanked me, probably 3 times. I felt so good about it, like I'd actually nailed it for once. You know that feeling when you get someone the perfect gift, and you can tell they're genuinely moved by it? That's exactly how I felt, sitting there watching her admire it. We were all having a great time. The food was good, conversation was flowing, and Maya seemed happier than I'd seen her in months. About 45 minutes had passed since I'd given her the necklace, maybe an hour, and we were just finishing up our entrees when Maya's friend Emma showed up. Emma's this friend from Maya's college sorority who I've met a few times over the years. She's nice enough, but kind of dramatic. Always has some story about flight delays or work drama or whatever. Apparently her flight from Chicago had been delayed for hours, and she'd been texting Maya updates all day about whether she'd make it to dinner. When she finally rushed into the restaurant, she was all flustered and apologetic about missing most of the celebration. Maya jumped up to hug her, and everyone was reassuring Emma that it was fine. These things happen. We were just glad she could make it at all. Emma sat down, and we called. She wasn't sure if Maya was serious. Jessica's eyes went wide, and she glanced between Maya and me like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Our parents both had this frozen expression on their faces, and I could see my dad's jaw tighten the way it does when he's trying not to react to something. Sarah was staring down at her plate like she wanted to disappear, and I just sat there, feeling like I'd been punched in the stomach. A few people kind of laughed awkwardly, that uncomfortable laugh you do when you don't know how else to respond to something weird. Emma stammered out a thank you, but kept looking around the table like she was trying to figure out what was happening. Maya just smiled like she'd done something completely normal and started asking Emma about her flight. I couldn't even process what had just happened. The necklace I'd spent months saving for, that I'd specifically chosen because I knew she wanted it, that she'd been so happy about just an hour earlier, was now sitting in Emma's hands. And Maya was acting like giving away my gift to her was the most natural thing in the world. I spent the rest of dinner in this weird state of shock, where I was mechanically eating my food and nodding at conversations, but not really processing anything anyone was saying. Emma had accepted the necklace and was wearing it, occasionally touching it and complimenting Maya on how thoughtful she was. Every time someone mentioned how sweet Maya was for thinking of Emma, I felt like I was going to lose it. Maya seemed completely oblivious to how bizarre the whole situation was. She was chatting with Emma about her flight, asking about her job, acting like the perfect hostess. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there watching this friend of hers wear the necklace I'd saved up for months to buy, and Maya's getting praised for being such a generous person. The irony was almost too much to handle. My parents kept shooting me these worried looks across the table, but they weren't saying anything either. Jessica looked uncomfortable and kept trying to catch my eye, but I couldn't even make eye contact with anyone because I was afraid I'd either explode or just get up and leave. Sarah was clearly picking up on the tension and seemed to be trying to stay out of whatever was happening. When Maya excused herself to go to the bathroom, I saw my chance. I waited a minute and then followed her. Whole thing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told her it wasn't about whether she needed it or not. It was about the fact that I'd put thought and effort into getting her something special, and she'd just handed it off to someone else like it was nothing. She kept saying I was making everything about myself, and that it was supposed to be her birthday, not mine. The conversation got heated pretty quickly. Maya started bringing up other times she felt like I'd been critical of her choices or made her feel bad about things. She mentioned how I'd questioned her decision to quit her previous job before the one she got laid off from, and how I'd made comments about some of her past boyfriends. I honestly had no idea she'd been holding on to all of this stuff, and it felt like she was throwing everything at me to avoid talking about what had actually just happened. I tried to keep the focus on the necklace situation, but she kept deflecting and turning it back on me. She said I was always judging her, and that maybe she gave the necklace away because she didn't want to be reminded of my disapproval every time she looked at it. That really stung, because I genuinely thought I'd been supportive of her through all the stuff she'd been dealing with this year. By the time we went back to the table, both of us were clearly upset and trying to hide it. The rest of the dinner was incredibly awkward. People were making forced conversation and pretending everything was fine, but you could cut the tension with a knife. Emma seemed to realize something was wrong, but obviously had no idea what, and she kept complimenting the necklace and thanking Maya, which just made everything worse. When we were getting ready to leave, my parents pulled me aside in the parking lot. They asked what had happened when Maya and I had gone to talk, and when I explained the situation, they both looked uncomfortable. My dad actually admitted that what Maya did was out of line, but then he immediately followed it up by asking me not to push the issue. My mom started making excuses about how stressed Maya has been with everything she's going through this year. They kept saying things about keeping the peace and not letting this ruin family relationships. I get that they don't want conflict, but it felt like they were asking me to just pretend it didn't happen so Maya wouldn't have to feel bad about it. They suggested maybe Maya didn't realize how much the gift meant to me,
Making eye contact with me for the rest of the evening, and left pretty quickly after dinner.
Emma seemed uncomfortable about the whole dynamic, but didn't offer to give the necklace back or anything. I think she could tell there was some kind of family drama happening, but didn't want to get involved, which I guess I can understand. The drive home with my parents was brutal. They kept trying to smooth things over and suggesting ways I could approach Maya to work things out. My dad kept saying that Maya probably didn't mean anything by it, and that she's been under a lot of stress. My mom suggested maybe I should apologize for confronting Maya on her birthday, which honestly made me even more frustrated. I tried explaining to them that this felt like more than just a thoughtless moment, that it seemed like Maya had deliberately dismissed something that was important to me. But they kept coming back to wanting to preserve family harmony and not making this into a bigger issue than it needed to be. I started wondering if they were more concerned about Maya's feelings than mine, which isn't a great feeling to have about your own parents. By the time they dropped me off at my apartment, I felt completely drained. I kept replaying the whole evening in my head, trying to figure out if there was something I was missing, or if I'd handled it wrong somehow. But every time I thought about watching Maya take off that necklace and hand it to Emma like it was nothing, I got angry all over again. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this might not be an isolated incident. I started remembering other times over the years when Maya had dismissed things that were important to me, or taken credit for stuff she hadn't actually done. Like when I'd helped her move into her last apartment and she'd told people she'd done most of the work herself. Or when I'd given her advice about dealing with a difficult boss and she'd later acted like the solution was all her idea. I'd never really connected these incidents before, but sitting there that night, they all started adding up to a pattern I hadn't wanted to see. It made me question whether Maya actually valued our relationship as much as I thought she did, or if she just took it for granted that I'd always be there, no matter how she treated me. The next morning I woke up hoping maybe I'd blown the whole thing out of proportion, that it would seem less significant after.
Post already had dozens of likes and comments from people praising Maya for being so generous and caring.
I stared at that photo for way longer than I should have. There was Emma, looking all happy and grateful, wearing the necklace I'd saved up for months to buy. And everyone in the comments was talking about what an amazing person Maya was for thinking of her friend. Maya had even commented back with heart emojis and something about how Emma deserved something beautiful after her terrible travel day. I screenshot the post before I could stop myself, though I'm not even sure why. Maybe I needed proof that this had actually happened, or maybe I was just torturing myself. Either way, seeing Maya get credit and praise for my gift felt like salt in an already open wound. The worst part was that I could see Maya had shared the post to her own story with a caption about loving her friends. So now it was plastered all over social media that Maya was this incredibly thoughtful person who gives perfect gifts to her friends, and I'm the only one who knows the truth about where that necklace actually came from. I tried to focus on work that day, but I kept finding myself distracted and checking my phone to see if Maya had texted me anything. She hadn't. In fact, it's been 3 days now and she hasn't reached out at all. No apology, no acknowledgement that anything weird happened, nothing. It's like, from her perspective, the whole thing is completely fine and I'm the one with the problem. My parents, on the other hand, have been calling and texting constantly. They keep suggesting different ways I could approach Maya to smooth things over. Yesterday, my mom called and spent 20 minutes telling me about how I should consider Maya's mental state right now and maybe send her some flowers or write her a nice note apologizing for making her birthday dinner uncomfortable. I had to explain to my mom multiple times that I wasn't the one who needed to apologize here, but she kept coming back to the idea that family harmony was more important than being right. She said Maya has been through so much this year, and that I should be the bigger person since I'm older and more stable in my life right now. The whole conversation left me feeling like my parents care more about keeping Maya happy than they do about how I was treated. My dad called later that same day with a slightly different approach. I've been supportive through all of her problems. I was there when she got laid off. I listened to her cry about her breakup. I drove her to and from the hospital when Mom was having tests done. None of that seems to matter now. The thing that really gets me is that I'm starting to see this pattern more clearly now. I've been thinking about our relationship over the years, and I keep remembering situations where Maya did something thoughtless or hurtful, and I ended up being the one who had to get over it for the sake of family peace. Like when she forgot my birthday 3 years ago because she was dealing with work stress, or when she borrowed money from me and then got defensive when I asked about paying it back. Every time something like this happens, the message I get from everyone is that I should understand Maya's circumstances and not make things harder for her. But what about my circumstances? What about the fact that I work hard for my money and put thought into the gifts I give? When do my feelings matter as much as hers? I've been wondering if Maya even realizes that other people have feelings that can be hurt. It's like she operates from this place where her emotions and needs are the most important things in any situation, and everyone else is just supposed to accommodate that. The way she turned my hurt feelings into me ruining her birthday is exactly what I'm talking about. Yesterday I ran into Jessica at the grocery store, and she brought up the dinner without me even mentioning it. She said she'd been thinking about what happened, and that she couldn't stop feeling uncomfortable about the whole thing. She told me she'd never seen anything like it, and that if someone had done that to her, she would have lost it right there at the table. Jessica said she'd been friends with Maya for years and loved her, but that she could be really thoughtless sometimes when it came to other people's feelings. She mentioned a few other incidents over the years where Maya had done things that seemed inconsiderate, and it was validating to hear someone else notice this pattern. But then Jessica also said she wasn't planning to say anything to Maya about it because she didn't want to get involved in family drama. I understood where she was coming from, but it was frustrating to hear that even people who think Maya was wrong aren't willing to actually tell her that. So here I am,
almost a week later, still starting to realize that this might be bigger than just the necklace incident. This might be about whether I'm willing to accept being treated as less important than everyone else in Maya's life, including people she barely sees. The honest truth is that I don't know if Maya actually values our relationship at all, or if she just assumes I'll always be there, no matter what she does. And I'm not sure I want to keep being the person who always has to swallow their pride and move on, just to keep everyone else comfortable. From what perspective am I supposed to accept my mother-in-law rewriting our baby's birth announcement? I'm Leah, 29, and I just went through the most incredible and exhausting experience of my life, giving birth to my first daughter. My husband, Jake, 31, was amazing through the whole thing, and we were both just floating on this cloud of new parent bliss. His mother, Carol, 56, had been hovering around us the entire pregnancy, which should have been my first red flag. Let me back up a bit. Jake and I had been planning Emma's birth announcement for weeks. We're not big social media people, but we wanted to share this moment with the people who matter to us. We spent hours picking out the perfect photo. Just Emma's tiny hand wrapped around both of ours. Simple, sweet, private. We wrote this heartfelt message about how Emma Rose had arrived safely and how grateful we were. The plan was to text it to our immediate families first, then maybe post something on our social media accounts later in the day. We wanted to savor those first few hours as a family of 3 before the outside world came rushing in. During my pregnancy, Carol had been making little comments here and there that I probably should have paid more attention to. Things like how she couldn't wait to show Emma off to everyone, and how she was already planning to make sure everyone knows what a beautiful granddaughter she had. I thought she was just excited. My own mom was excited too, but in a different way. She kept asking what we needed and how she could help, not how quickly she could announce Emma's arrival to the neighborhood. The labor was long, and honestly, pretty brutal. I was in active labor for 16 hours, and by the time Emma finally arrived at 2:47 a.m., I was completely wiped out. Jake was emotional and exhausted too, but he was so proud and kept telling me what an amazing job I'd done. Those first few hours were exactly what I'd imagined. Quiet, peaceful, just the 3 of us getting to know each other. The nurses were great about giving us space, and we just sat there staring at this perfect little person we'd created. Jake had texted both sets of parents when Emma was born, along with a couple of photos for coming. He looked confused when he checked it, and that's when everything started falling apart. His mother had posted on Facebook, not just any post, a full-blown announcement, complete with details I never intended to share with anyone outside our immediate families. She'd written this long caption about being the proudest grandma alive, and how beautiful baby Emma Rose had arrived. She included Emma's exact birth time, her weight, the name of the hospital, and even details about how long and difficult my labor had been. Things that were nobody's business, except ours. But the worst part was the photo. She'd used one of the pictures Jake had sent her from the delivery room. There I was, looking absolutely destroyed, my hair everywhere, clearly exhausted, holding Emma right after she was born. It was supposed to be a private moment between family, and now it was on Facebook for literally everyone to see. Carol had tagged what felt like half the town, distant relatives I'd met maybe twice, her neighbors, her book club friends, people from her church, even some of Jake's old high school classmates who I barely knew. The comments were already pouring in, people congratulating Carol like she was the one who'd given birth. "What a beautiful granddaughter. You must be so proud. Can't wait to meet her." It felt like they were all talking about Emma like she belonged to Carol instead of us. My own sister ended up finding out Emma was born through Carol's Facebook post before I'd even had a chance to call her.
Jake was staring at his phone with this look of disbelief and growing panic. I think he realized what this meant before I fully processed it. Our carefully planned announcement was ruined. The moment we'd been looking forward to sharing with our loved ones had been hijacked and broadcast to the entire world without our permission. All those weeks of planning, all those conversations about how we wanted to handle this special milestone, completely meaningless. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. This was supposed to be our moment, our news to share, our choice about when and how to tell people. Instead, while I was lying in a hospital bed 3 hours after giving birth, trying to figure out breastfeeding and recover from the most intense physical experience of my life, Carol had decided she couldn't wait and had taken it.
6 a.m. Practically everyone we knew had already heard the news, seen the photo, and congratulated Carol on her new granddaughter. Our own announcement felt pointless now. I knew I had to call Carol immediately. Jake kept saying maybe we should wait until we got home from the hospital, but I couldn't let this sit. Every minute that post stayed up was another person seeing our private moment without our permission. I was still exhausted and emotional from giving birth, but I was also furious in a way I'd never felt before. When Carol answered the phone, she sounded so cheerful and proud of herself. She started going on about how many people had already commented and how excited everyone was. I cut her off and told her she needed to take the post down right now. The silence on the other end lasted forever, and then she got defensive. She kept saying how she was just sharing her joy and how everyone was so excited to meet Emma. She acted like I was being completely unreasonable for being upset. She said I was being way too controlling, and that babies are meant to be celebrated, not hidden away. When I tried to explain that we had wanted to announce Emma ourselves, she said it wasn't like having a baby was some kind of secret, and that families should share these happy moments together. The worst part was when she said I was ruining everyone's excitement and being selfish. She made it sound like I was some kind of monster for wanting to control how my own daughter's birth was announced to the world. She kept using words like dramatic and oversensitive, and at one point she actually said that new mothers sometimes get emotional and don't think clearly. Jake could hear his mom's voice from across the hospital room, and I could see him getting more and more uncomfortable. When I handed him the phone and told him to deal with his mother, he tried to take a middle ground approach that made everything worse. He told Carol that maybe she could edit the post to remove some of the personal details, or maybe just change the photo to something less private. That's when I completely lost it. This wasn't about editing a post or finding a compromise. This was about Carol taking something that belonged to us and making it about her. She had stolen our moment and was now refusing to give it back. I told Jake that his mom needed to delete the entire post, not edit it. I feel so alone. I started wondering if this was how our entire marriage was going to be. Me on one side and Jake's family on the other, with Jake somewhere in the middle, trying to keep everyone happy. The family drama started almost immediately. Jake's dad called and said Carol probably should have asked first, but that she was just excited, and we should try to understand where she was coming from. He suggested we all sit down and talk it out when things calmed down. Jake's sister Amy called and said I was being a drama queen, and that this was exactly the kind of controlling behavior she'd been worried about when Jake and I got married. Amy went on this whole rant about how families should support each other and share happy moments, and how I was trying to cut Carol out of Emma's life before she was even a week old. She said Carol had been looking forward to being a grandmother for years, and that I was being cruel by not letting her celebrate. She made it sound like asking for basic respect and boundaries was the same as being vindictive and mean. My own family had completely different reactions. My mom was furious when she found out what happened. She said Carol was attention-seeking and completely out of line, and that no grandmother has the right to announce someone else's baby without permission. My sister was equally upset and said she couldn't believe Carol had posted such a private photo without asking. They both said I should stand my ground
and not let Carol get away with this. But having my family's support almost made things worse, because now it wasn't just about the Facebook post anymore. It was becoming this huge family conflict with people taking sides and everyone having opinions about who was right and who was wrong. Jake was getting pulled in different directions, and I could see him getting more and more stressed about the whole situation. The comments on Carol's post kept multiplying. People were sharing it and tagging other people, and suddenly Emma's birth announcement was spreading to people I'd never even heard of. Some of Jake's relatives, who I barely knew, were commenting about how they couldn't wait to meet her and asking when we'd be having a christening. It felt like our personal business was becoming public property. Jake finally agreed to call his mom back and ask her to take the post down, but by then Carol had dug in her heels. She said what's done is done, and that deleting it now would just confuse people and hurt feelings.
To do next time we disagreed about something involving Emma. The whole hospital stay was ruined. Instead of focusing on Emma and learning how to breastfeed and recover from childbirth, I was dealing with family drama and feeling betrayed by both Carol and Jake. Every time someone new commented on Carol's post, Jake's phone would buzz, and it felt like a reminder that our special moment had been hijacked, and there was nothing we could do about it. By the time we got home from the hospital, I was exhausted from the birth, the breastfeeding struggles, and the constant family drama. Jake had been trying to play peacekeeper the entire time, but I could tell he was getting worn down too. Emma was doing great, but I felt like I couldn't even enjoy those first few days with her because of all the tension. I made a decision that I knew would cause more problems, but I couldn't live with Carol's post staying up. While Jake was napping and Emma was sleeping, I logged into Carol's Facebook account using the password Jake had given me months ago when she needed help with something. I deleted her post entirely. Every comment, every share, every tag, gone. Then Jake and I put up our own announcement. The photo we'd originally planned, the message we'd carefully written, posted to our own accounts, the way we'd always intended. But it felt like such an afterthought at that point. Most people had already seen Carol's version and congratulated her. Our announcement got maybe half the engagement hers had gotten, and several people commented things like, "Already saw the good news from Grandma," which made me feel even worse. The fallout was immediate and brutal. Carol called Jake screaming about how I'd violated her privacy and stolen her moment of joy. She said I'd proven exactly what kind of person I was, and that she'd never be able to trust me again. She told Jake that I'd shown my true colors, and that she was heartbroken about how I was trying to cut her out of Emma's life. Jake was caught between feeling like I'd gone too far and understanding why I'd done it. He said he wished I'd talked to him first before deleting his mom's post, but he also admitted that she should never have posted it in the first place. He was trying so hard to see both sides that he wasn't really supporting either of us, which left everyone feeling grandparents' rights and memes about toxic family members. She never mentioned me by name, but it was obvious what she was doing. She also started being extra sweet and attentive to every other baby announcement in her social media feeds. She'd comment on friends' grandchildren with messages like, "Such wonderful news shared the right way," and "So grateful when families include grandparents in these special moments." It was like she was making a point to everyone about how unreasonable and controlling I was being. Jake's family remained split. His dad tried to stay neutral, but eventually said that while Carol should have asked permission first, deleting her post was probably an overreaction. Jake's sister Amy was fully on Carol's side and started making comments about how I was isolating Jake from his family and creating unnecessary drama during what should be a happy time. Amy actually called me directly to tell me I owed Carol an apology. She said Carol had been looking forward to being a grandmother for years and that I was being cruel by not letting her share in Emma's arrival. She said family should support each other and that I was being petty and vindictive over something that came from a place of love and excitement. My own family continued to support me, but that almost made things worse,
because now it felt like it was my family versus Jake's family, with Jake and me stuck in the middle. My mom kept asking if I was okay and offering to help with anything, but she also made several pointed comments about Carol's behavior that I knew Jake didn't appreciate hearing. The tension started affecting everything. Jake and I were barely talking about anything except Emma's basic needs, because every other conversation seemed to lead back to the Facebook situation. I was trying to navigate new motherhood while dealing with this ongoing family conflict, and I felt like I couldn't enjoy any of Emma's first milestones because they were all overshadowed by drama. What really got to me was realizing that this probably wasn't going to be an isolated incident. If Carol felt entitled to announce Emma's birth without asking us, what was she going to do when it came time for Emma's first Christmas, her baptism, her first birthday? Was she going to make unilateral decisions about all of Emma's major milestones and then act like the victim when we objected? Jake kept begging me to just let it go and move forward for Emma's sake.
Message was that sending about our authority as Emma's parents?
The whole situation had taken what should have been one of the happiest weeks of our lives and turned it into this ongoing source of stress and conflict. Instead of focusing on bonding with Emma and adjusting to being new parents, Jake and I were dealing with family drama and trying to figure out how to navigate these competing loyalties and expectations. 2 weeks after Emma was born, Carol still hadn't apologized or acknowledged that she'd done anything wrong. She was still posting passive-aggressive content and giving Jake the cold shoulder whenever he tried to reach out to her. She'd started telling people that I'd deleted her post out of spite and that she was worried about what kind of mother would be so controlling about sharing good news. Meanwhile, Jake was getting more and more frustrated with the whole situation. He was torn between wanting to support me and wanting to repair his relationship with his mom. He kept saying that both my mom and I were being stubborn and that someone needed to be the bigger person and apologize first. I was starting to realize that this conflict was about much more than a Facebook post. It was about respect, boundaries, and who got to make decisions about Emma's life. And I had a sinking feeling that if we didn't resolve this now, it was going to keep coming up in bigger and more complicated ways as Emma got older.
For what reason did my cousin announce her pregnancy during my graduation ceremony reception?
I'm Lena, 24, and I just graduated college last month. This whole situation has been eating at me for weeks now, and I honestly don't know if I'm overreacting or if what happened was as messed up as I think it was. My cousin Sarah is 26, and we've never been super close, but we've always gotten along at family events. She's always been the type who needs to be the center of attention, though, if I'm being honest. So here's the background. I'm the first person in my family to graduate college. My parents, who are both hardworking but never had the chance to go to school themselves, sacrificed so much to help me get through. My dad worked overtime for 4 years straight, and my mom picked up a second job cleaning offices at night. I also worked multiple jobs throughout college, retail, tutoring, whatever I could find. But even with all that, money was always tight. There were semesters where I wasn't sure I'd be able to register for classes because we couldn't scrape together the tuition money. When I finally walked across that stage and got my diploma, it felt like this huge weight had been lifted off all of our shoulders. My parents were crying in the audience, and I knew they were thinking about all those late nights and early mornings, all the times we had to choose between paying for my textbooks or fixing the car. This wasn't just my achievement. It was our family's achievement. My parents wanted to celebrate properly, so they planned this reception at our local community center. Nothing fancy, but they invited about 40 people. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends, some of my professors, and a few close friends from college. They'd been planning it for months, saving up money and coordinating with everyone's schedules. My mom even made a huge sheet cake with my name and degree on it. They were so proud and wanted everyone to see what we'd accomplished together. The reception was going really well. People were mingling, eating, taking pictures with me in my cap and gown. My parents had asked me to give a little speech, which I was nervous about but excited to do. I wanted to thank everyone who had supported me, especially my parents, and maybe inspire some of my younger cousins to think about college too. So I'm standing there, walking toward the front of the room. I paused my speech, thinking maybe she wanted to add something nice about how proud she was of me or whatever. Family members do that sometimes at these kinds of events. But instead, she just shouted out, loud enough for everyone to hear, "I have an announcement too. I'm pregnant." I'm not even exaggerating when I say the entire energy of the room shifted in that instant. People immediately started gasping and congratulating her, getting up from their seats to hug her. The attention that had been focused on me and my speech completely evaporated. I'm still standing there, holding the microphone like an idiot, watching my graduation reception turn into Sarah's pregnancy announcement party. I tried to keep going with my speech, thinking maybe people would settle down and remember why we were all there in the first place. But nobody was listening anymore. They were all crowding around Sarah, asking her questions about due dates and baby names, and whether she knew the gender yet. My mom's beautiful cake was forgotten on the table, while people rushed to congratulate the new mom-to-be. I finally just put the microphone down and stepped away. What else was I supposed to do? Stand there and demand everyone pay attention to me again? That would have made me look like a complete brat. So I just smiled and tried to look happy for her, even though inside I felt like I was going to throw up. My parents looked absolutely mortified, but they didn't know how to handle it either. They kept glancing between me and Sarah, clearly torn between supporting me and not wanting to cause a scene. My dad started to walk over to me, but then more relatives came over to congratulate Sarah, and he got pulled into the conversation. The worst part was watching my graduation reception essentially become Sarah's pregnancy celebration. People were talking about baby showers and nursery themes and sharing their own pregnancy stories. Someone even suggested we should take a group photo to commemorate Sarah's big announcement. My achievement, the thing we were supposedly all there to celebrate, became this awkward afterthought that nobody seemed to remember or care about anymore. I kept thinking about my parents and how hard they'd worked for this day, how much money they'd spent on the reception. Become this minor detail, just the excuse that brought everyone together so Sarah could make her big announcement. The reception was supposed to go for another 2 hours, but I already knew it wasn't going to be about me anymore. Sarah was holding court in the middle of the room, glowing and soaking up all the attention, while I felt like a spectator at my own party. I spent about 20 minutes just standing around watching everyone fawn over Sarah, trying to figure out what to do next. Part of me wanted to leave, but this was my parents' house and my reception. I couldn't just abandon them after all the work they'd put into this. But I also couldn't stand there pretending everything was fine when I felt like my entire day had been hijacked. Finally, I decided I needed to talk to Sarah. Maybe she didn't realize what she'd done. Maybe she got caught up in the excitement and didn't think about the timing. I mean, we're family, right? Surely she'd understand if I explained how this made me feel. I waited until there was a lull in the congratulations and pulled her aside to a quieter corner of the room. I tried to keep my voice calm and reasonable because I didn't want to make a scene in front of everyone. I told her I was happy for her about the pregnancy, but I wished she could have waited until after my speech to make her announcement. I explained that this was supposed to be my day, and it felt like she'd taken that away from me. That's when everything went completely sideways. Sarah's whole expression changed. The happy, glowing mom-to-be act disappeared, and she got this defensive look on her face. She told me that life doesn't revolve around my degree, and that people care more about babies than diplomas anyway. She said it like I was being ridiculous for even bringing it up. I was so shocked by her response that I didn't even know what to say at first. I'd expected her to apologize, or at least acknowledge that the timing was bad. Instead, she was basically telling me that her news was more important than my graduation. She kept going, saying that she'd been waiting weeks to tell the family, and this was the first time everyone was together in one place. I pointed out that she could have called a family meeting, or made her announcement at the beginning or end.
Should learn to share the spotlight, and that family news is more important than any individual achievement. Then more relatives started getting involved. My Uncle Mike said I was being immature and that Sarah couldn't help when good news happened. My cousin Jake, who's always been close to Sarah, said I was making her feel bad about her pregnancy, which wasn't fair to her or the baby. But thankfully, some people saw how messed up this was. My Aunt Linda, who's always been like a second mom to me, told everyone that Sarah should have had better timing. She said it was basic courtesy to let me finish my speech before making announcements. My dad's brother Tom agreed, saying that hijacking someone's graduation reception was pretty thoughtless. This turned into this whole family argument right there in the middle of the reception. People were taking sides and getting heated about it. Sarah started crying, saying that I was ruining her pregnancy announcement and making her feel terrible about sharing happy news with the family. She played it up like I was attacking her for being pregnant, instead of calling her out for terrible timing. More relatives rallied around her then. They kept saying things like, family should support each other, and that I should be happy for her instead of making it about myself. Someone even said that my reaction was proving I wasn't mature enough to handle real adult responsibilities, which felt like a slap in the face after I'd just spent 4 years proving exactly the opposite. My parents were in this impossible position. I could see they wanted to support me, but they also didn't want to cause a permanent rift in the family. My mom tried to mediate, suggesting that maybe everyone was getting too emotional and we should all calm down. But by that point, the damage was done. The worst part was listening to Sarah twist everything to make herself the victim. She kept saying that she thought the family would be excited about a new baby, and that she never expected me to react so badly. She made it sound like I was mad at her for getting pregnant, instead of mad at her for stealing my moment. She knew exactly what she was doing. Some of the relatives who had initially supported me started backing down when they saw how upset Sarah was getting. Nobody wanted to be seen as the person making a pregnant woman cry, even though she was completely manipulating the situation. I realized I was fighting a losing battle. Sarah's reception had been completely derailed. The family was divided, and I felt like the bad guy, even though I was the one whose special day had been ruined. Sarah stormed off to the bathroom, still crying, with a bunch of female relatives following her to comfort her. The men in the family started awkwardly trying to change the subject and get back to normal party conversation, but the whole atmosphere was ruined. People were whispering in small groups, clearly still discussing what had just happened. I felt completely defeated. This was supposed to be one of the happiest days of my life, and instead I was standing in the middle of my own graduation reception, feeling like a villain for wanting my own celebration to actually be about me. After the argument died down, I just couldn't take it anymore. The whole atmosphere felt poisoned, and I kept getting these looks from people, some sympathetic, others clearly judging me for causing drama at a family event. Sarah had come back from the bathroom with red eyes and was surrounded by relatives offering her tissues and reassurance. Meanwhile, I felt like I was standing in a bubble by myself. I found my parents and told them quietly that I was going to head home early. My mom looked heartbroken and tried to convince me to stay, saying that people would forget about the drama and we could still salvage the evening. But I was done. I couldn't pretend to enjoy my own party when it had turned into this mess. My dad walked me to my car and apologized for not handling things better. He said he was caught off guard and didn't know the right way to deal with Sarah without making things worse for everyone.
I told him it wasn't his fault, and that I appreciated him finally speaking up, even if it was too late to fix anything. The drive home was awful. I kept replaying the whole thing in my head, wondering if I should have handled it differently. Maybe I should have just smiled and let it go. Maybe I should have confronted Sarah more privately, instead of letting it turn into a family spectacle. But then I'd remember how she immediately went on the attack instead of just apologizing for bad timing, and I'd get angry all over again. I spent the rest of that night in my apartment, still in my dress from the reception, just feeling completely empty. This was supposed to be this amazing celebration of everything I'd worked.
Really got to me was when I opened Facebook later that day. Sarah had posted a whole album of photos from the reception, with captions like, "So excited to share our big news with the whole family," and "Baby announcement at the family gathering. Everyone was so happy for us." She had dozens of comments from relatives congratulating her and asking about due dates. What made it worse was that she barely mentioned my graduation at all. There was maybe one photo of me in my cap and gown buried in the middle of the album, with a caption that just said, "Also celebrating Lena's graduation." Like it was this minor side note to her pregnancy announcement. Looking at those posts, you'd think the whole reception was planned around her news, not my college graduation. Other relatives started sharing her photos and posting their own comments about how exciting the baby news was. The family WhatsApp group that my mom had created to share graduation photos turned into this ongoing conversation about baby names and nursery themes and when Sarah would find out the gender. My achievement felt completely forgotten already, less than 24 hours later. My parents called me that evening to check on me. They were still processing everything too and felt terrible about how the whole thing had played out. My mom said she wished she'd spoken up sooner when Sarah first made her announcement, but she was so shocked that she didn't know how to respond in the moment. They offered to throw me another celebration, just immediate family this time. But honestly, the damage was already done. How do you recreate that moment of sharing your achievement with everyone who supported you? Over the next few days, I kept getting mixed reactions from family members. Some people reached out privately to say they thought Sarah was completely wrong and that they were embarrassed by how she handled things. Others seemed to think I should just get over it and be happy for her. A few relatives told me that holding grudges wasn't healthy and that I should focus on moving forward instead of dwelling on what happened. The worst part was realizing that this had probably permanently damaged my relationship with Sarah. We weren't super close before, but we got along fine at family events. Now there's this huge rift between us, and taking sides has divided other family members too. Some upcoming family events. The reception your parents throw for you only happens once. I can't redo my speech, or have that feeling of everyone being proud of me and focused on my achievement. Sarah took that away from me, and whether she meant to or not, it's gone forever. A few weeks later, Sarah texted me asking if I wanted to go baby shopping with her and some of the other female cousins. She acted like nothing had happened, like we hadn't had that big argument at my reception. I didn't respond to the text because I honestly didn't know what to say. Part of me wants to try to repair things for the sake of family peace, but another part of me is still really hurt and angry about the whole situation. So now I'm stuck wondering if I was wrong to be upset in the first place. Should I have just been a better sport about sharing my spotlight? Or was Sarah completely out of line for hijacking my graduation reception with her pregnancy announcement? The family is still divided on it, and I honestly don't know how to move forward from here.